After 2 months of intense matches from North and South Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao, we are finally here at the grand finale of the summer season. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2021 League of Legends Wild Rift Sea Icon Series Philippines Summer Season Playoffs. Mika Fabs over here with Autolus and Osiris ready to serve for you guys here on the panel. We are coming to you live from what we suspect is Freljord, but that's still under debate. Yes, it's finally cold here. We always talk about how hot it is. Now we're actually cold here in Freljord. But of course, thank you so much to PPGL, without whom none of this would be possible. The largest multi-game esports league in the country, for bringing the Icon Series over here. And of course, this event is organized by Mineski and Globe. And with Globe Telecom, you can hashtag reinvent your Wild Rift journey like never before. Explore the path of ascending attention when you top up on Wild Course at Coda Shop via Globe.
Reinvent your world indeed. How are you liking our new set so far? Picture life together and experience the world of Wild Rift with us with the all-new Oppo Reno 5. Here, I have one. Enjoy all-day gaming with long-lasting, fast-charging battery, a powerful processor with a smooth 90Hz refresh rate. Get the ultimate gaming experience with the all-new Oppo Reno 5 4G for only 18,999 and the Oppo Reno 5 5G for only 23,999.
At syempre, saan mang sulok ng Runeterra, Mapa-Freljord o Demacia, andito ang sikreto ng mga gwapong gamers. Kahit buong araw na naglalaro, hindi mo ka na GG, fresh pa rin at para fresh all day. Bring your clay game with new Master All-in-One Clay Face Wash. It cleans 99% of germs, controls oil up to 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. All-in-one, bring your clay game with Master, sikreto ng mga gwapo.
And of course, you can up your game even more as Virtual Hangouts Go Esports brings you events and programs like no other, starting with an apprenticeship program led by the pros, stream takeovers, and local and international tournaments. Just download the Globe One app and click on the Virtual Hangouts tab to get updated and get hashtag all together now on the latest happenings on Globe Virtual Hangouts. And thanks, of course, to our wonderful partners, we actually can give you a chance to win some wild cores for today. Osiris, what do they need to do to win those wild cores?
That's right. So thank you to our official mobile partner, Oppo. You can get a chance to win 380 wild cores just by tuning in. And all you have to do is like and follow Oppo Philippines Facebook page. Second, like and share the stream with the caption of the team you're rooting for. Make sure your post is on public with the hashtags hashtag OppoGameOn, hashtag OppoReno5, and hashtag PictureLifeTogether. Last one will be hashtag OppoA94, but not the least, hashtag Live Life at Full Speed. A total of 4 winners will be announced later at the end of the live stream, so make sure to tune in.
And you know what? We have been doing a lot of predictions here at the C Icon series. Some have been, really great. Some have been not so great, but we want to hear from you this time. Share your fearless forecasts with us. And now you can express yourselves and bring out the game analyst in you and be one of the 15 lucky winners of 790 wild cores. So just make sure to like and follow the PPGL Facebook page. Like and share the live stream with the hashtags hashtag SISPH, that's SISPH, hashtag SISPlayoffs, hashtag CICON Series PH, and hashtag PPGL Wild Rift. That's 4 hashtags. And during the broadcast, comment your gameplay analysis along with your Riot ID on the stream chat. Autulus and Osiris are scared now. You're coming from their jobs. The best comment will be pinned after each series, and a total of 15 winners will be announced at the end of the Grand Finals broadcast this June 6th.
Last but not the least, are you the biggest PPGL fan? Flex those top fan badges and you could be one of the lucky winners of PPGL exclusive merchandise. Just follow the mechanics. Number 1, you must be a top fan of PPGL. How to become one? All you have to do is to interact with PPGL. Every post, just like spam the share, spam the comments, and you will get that top fan very, very soon. Number 2, post a photo of yourself virtually chilling out with PPGL while watching the C Icon Series PH playoffs, and the post must be public. Number 3, tell us which 2 teams are you looking forward to seeing in the grand finals. Make sure to include the official hashtags hashtag SISPH, hashtag C Icon Series PH, hashtag PPGL Wild Rift, and hashtag PPGL Best Fan 2021. 5 lucky winners will be announced at the end of the grand finals broadcast this coming June 6.
That's why you guys have to stay with us up until the very end to find out who will come up on top at the C Icon Series Philippines. Now, this is the first time that the 4 regions will be facing off against each other in the C Icon Series. And by the end of this broadcast week, we are not only going to find out who takes home all of those great prizes, but we will find out who reigns supreme in the C Icon Series Philippines. Let's check out our 8 representatives here for the Globe Cup right now over here from the 4 different regions so far. It's been 2 months, 4 different regions, and right now we have Team Secret, Nexplay Esports, Omega Esports, Liyab Esports, Amihan Esports, Fennel Adversity, VVV Esports, and RRQ. Now these guys will be competing, of course, for that fancy trophy in the middle there. I know like we went through this and everything, but I just have to say this is pretty amazing right here. They are competing for that Globe Cup right in the middle, ladies and gentlemen. And it is going to be such an epic weekend here and the fiercest matches in the Rift ready for you guys. Now, of course, checking out our leaderboard as well and checking out our Globe Cup points so far here in all of the leaderboards so far. Of course, we can see that Team Secret, Nexplay Esports came out on top in the North Luzon Group Stages, and Omega Esports, Liyab Esports came out on top in the South Luzon Group Stages. Amihan Esports and Fennel Adversity for Visayas, and BBB Esports and RRQ for Mindanao. And just remember, guys, Omega Esports and Amihan Esports had that, perfect run here at the CI Icon Series, but we also know that the rivalry between Team Secret and Nexplay Esports gave us actually some of the best matchups to date. Checking out our overall leaderboard right here, we have Omega Esports, Amihan Esports, and Team Secret out on top. Those are our top three, but of course, we also have the rest of our teams over here not too far behind, and very much happy with the Globe Cup points that they have earned so far here at the CI Icon Series. And just to remind you, ladies and gentlemen, one Globe Cup point is equivalent to 1 peso. So you can just imagine how much these teams have given their best here at the CI Icon Series to rack up all of these Globe Cup points. Now, checking out our overall leaderboard right here, Omega Esports. They look like they're the ones with the targets on their backs right here. And it's looking like Team Secret as well as a big front runner, Amihan Esports. Way up there also, Visayas representing in the leaderboards as well. And right now, it is going to be a very, very tough matchup indeed with each of these teams, because as we saw, each of these teams had something very unique to them. Very, very unique identities and strategies to show in each of the regions. Speaking of which, let's check out the bracket that we have today and the matchups that we can look forward to here at the summer season playoffs. And you know what? Immediately, my eyes actually go to Omega Esports versus RRQ. Those are huge names in esports and in Wild Rift, of course. Autolus, Osiris, which matchup are you guys looking forward to the most? We'll start with you, Autolus.
VVV versus NXP. VVV said they want to face NXP to get that revenge, and it is happening in the first round. So we will see if this heated matchup rivalry for vengeance will go the way of VVV or NXP.
Interesting. This could be a dream come true in a way for BBB Esports. I guess win or lose, they get to play up against their idols in Nexplay Esports. What about you, Osiris?
I'm looking into Amihan Esports versus Liyab Esports, as the blue jersey shows a lot. I want to know if it's going to be the fire or the wind is going to win in this elemental battle. And with their respective strengths, there's a big difference and approach towards the game.
That's right. It is an elemental battle over there. You have the air up against the fire of Liyab. So that should be very much interesting indeed. And we know how, Liyab is very calculated, very strategic, while Amihan Esports is very much an aggressive team. So that should be interesting indeed. Now, of course, ladies and gentlemen, we have 100,000 Globe Cup points at stake per series. That is per series this weekend, so that is a lot. And again, one Globe Cup point is equivalent to 1 peso. So previously, we had 50,000 Globe Cup points per series in the North and South Luzon Group Stages, and we have 75,000 for Visayas and Mindanao. Now, the stakes are higher. It is 100,000 Globe Cup points per series. Now, of course, let's check out today's schedule as we have it right now. We have match 1. We'll be starting out really, really strong, ladies and gentlemen. Team Secret versus Fennel Adversity, followed by Omega Esports versus RRQ, and VVV Esports versus Nexplay Esports, and then Amihan Esports and Liyab Esports to cap off the day. So it's looking like a wild ride today, and it is only day 1 of the playoffs. As we get closer and closer to that championship title, to that top spot, you can bet that these teams, they are going to bring out all of the cards that they have on their table, all the tricks up their sleeve to get to that top spot here at the CI Icon Series Philippines. Now, of course, starting out this day is Team Secret and Fennel Adversity. This is quite an interesting match. This is I know we've theorized about it a lot in the group stages. We always talk about, I wonder how they would match up against Team Secret, given that, they also have strong Baron laners. They also have strong supports as well. And now we're finally getting it here. We're going to find out what the result is as these two teams match up against each other. And let's take a closer look right now at one of the most recognizable teams in esports, not just in the Philippines, but in the entire world. Definitely one of the favorites here in the whole summer season. It is Team Secret.
A team from ground up, a team built for dominance. It was January of 2021 when the Team Secret scouting grounds were held, and upon forming their team, they hid under the shadows of Runeterra and did not join any local tournaments. Not until the Icon Series preseason. Team Secret wasted no time and made their presence felt not just in the Philippines, but all across the world when they topped Nexplay Esports in the North Luzon Group Stages. Azar manning the Baron lane, Trevor in the jungle, Tatsuri the 100 kill man in the mid, and Chewy plus Jamez in the Dragon lane. This team will wow you with their mechanics and creative drafts. Ladies and gentlemen, your Team Secret!
I see.
And of course, checking out our solo player highlight here on the side of Team Secret. We are going to take a closer look here in the Baron lane with Azar. Now, recalling everything that we found out in the North Luzon group stages, Azar is such a scary player. He is such a beast in the Baron lane, and we have seen him pull off the impossible 1v4s and even 1v5s sometimes in the Baron lane. Osiris, what do you think about these stats? And remind us just how scary of a player this guy is.
Azar is indeed the one who's manning up the Baron lane with an Akali 1v1s. He is destroying, and even in his solo streams, you can check this guy out with that 2.96 KDA kill participation with 14%. It means that he is mostly the ones who's going for a split, mostly going for those wanted to be the distraction. Having that Evelyn on his pocket picks, you surely can shut down this guy. Azar is really indeed as one of the teams need to watch out.
And as we know, Team Secret, as Otilus mentioned, can be very, very creative with their strategies. As we're dealing with a bit of a different game from the North Luzon group stages, it's going to be really interesting to see what Team Secret has up their sleeve. But up against Team Secret is a team that is no stranger to adversity. After coming out as one of the dominant teams in the Visayas group stages, it is Fennel Adversity.
If it is controlled aggression, look no further than Fennel Adversity. Representing the second seed of Visayas, this team will capitalize on any team that will underestimate these Warriors. A team filled with prized rookies and a sibling connection that has been tested through time. With a roster shift to put Rafi in the jungle, Fennel will bank on the mid-jungle sibling synergy to push them forward. Power, Baron, Domeng, Jungle, Shaw, Mid, Danny, Dragon, and Lose Yourself as a support. And now we have Rafi in the jungle with their international roots and a recent addition of a coach. We will see if their evolution is now complete. Philippines, your Fennel adversity.
And checking out our solo player highlight for Fennel Adversity, it is a man with one of the most recognizable IGNs here in the Sea Icon series. Definitely a favorite of myself, Autolus, and Osiris. Just because of that, it is this man, Lose Yourself, right here. And it's going to be really interesting to see how he matches up against a player like Hamas, for example, in the support role. Osiris, what do you think?
Lose Yourself, indeed losing himself whenever he started the fight. Pulling the trigger, looking for the right initiation. This guy is the man. You saw the Alistar play. He is also playing on that Rakan as one of his comfort picks. But you can see that he can utilize also the enchanters and even the lots that can surely kill anyone. But the Braum is staying on top with that 16% kill participation, as this guy is one of the integral parts of those team fights, of those targeting that they can pull off. I'm really loving how Fennel Adversity taking advantage of how you Lose Yourself play, and this will be a huge challenge with Hamed's.
And we are definitely ready to lose ourselves in the music, the moment, because we definitely want it. We're gonna check out our Globe Key Player clash right now between, drumroll please, Tatsuri and Sho in the mid lane. Now, this is incredibly crucial. As we know, these mid laners can set the pace and set the speed, I guess, of the game overall. And Tatsuri, as Autolus mentioned earlier, our 100 kill man. You know, you have a one punch man. We have our 100 kill man right here in Tatsuri. How do you think Sho can stand up against Tatsuri in the mid lane? Autolus, we'll start with your thoughts.
Talking about Shaw, Shaw is one of the most consistent members of Fennel Adversity during their run in Visayas. Please do not forget that Fennel Adversity, before it began, they were the favorites heading into that group. With a KDA of 4.62, that is a strike of a balance of, playing the engaged champions in the Galio and also playing the poke champions in the Ziggs. One thing that I would carefully look at when it comes to both these mid laners is what they are going to do with Face Rush. We all know that we now have a new rune in patch 2.3, and whoever gets to practice more on that very powerful rune will get the advantage.
That's right. It's looking like we are looking at mid laners that could be a bit sturdier and definitely faster coming into this all-new Wild Rift, so to say, after the recent patch. And again, it's going to be very interesting to see how these teams adapt to that, because the last time we saw them, these patches, these updates weren't in place yet. So again, this could be a very different side of the teams that we're seeing here for our first series of the day. Osiris, what about you? What are your thoughts on this Globe Key Player clash?
Knowing how creative Team Secret are, you can see that Tatsuri can function in multiple types of scenarios and multiple type of champions. And despite of that, he is getting a lot of those KDA 7.11, knowing that this guy is really indeed a bloodthirsty type of player. And Sho, on the other side, he may be sitting at 4th, but as what Autolus told us, he is consistent. He needs to deliver even better right now. This is the gap closing just to make sure that, Fennel is catching up with Team Secret. They need to show that. They need that 8-mile gap just to make sure that they wanted to stay on top of this. And Sho might be the man to be the show maker right now, because this is Tatsuri. This is a tall order for the whole squad to take on Team Secret as the mostly favorites of the coaches within their predictions all throughout.
We had a lot of changes here in the game. We also had a massive set change as well. But some things don't change, including Osiris's puns. Now, really quickly, before we step into our predictions, I want to ask for a different kind of prediction over here. We have been talking about Team Secret and how they're very, very creative. Really quickly, Autolus, Osiris, what champion do you think Team Secret will pick that will probably blow the minds of everybody watching right now? Autolus, we'll start with you.
Okay, well, this is not really a surprise because of the buffs that happened in 2.3, but I feel like Azar will have a stronghold on the Renekton, knowing that Garen has been nerfed, knowing that Darius also did get nerfed. The Crocodile in the top lane or in the Baron lane is still a lane bully when used properly, so heads up, ladies and gentlemen, we could see the dominoes in full effect.
And Osiris, what about you? Really quickly, who is it going to be?
Well, I'm not sure what to think as they are really creative, but I want to see more. I want to see a different side of the spectrum, Twisted Fate.
Oh, Twisted Fate once again. But here are our predictions now going into this series. I think it's going to be Team Secret. I think this is a 2-0.
All right. Well, this is going to be a game that will be won by Fennel University, but the series will still head over to Team Secret. 2-1 for Team Secret.
Well, yeah, I was left speechless because I was thinking of how well Fennel Adversity really adjust and they understand how Team Secret works. But we are left into the shadows, and that's where Team Secret's really good at. They are going to strike into the shadows of our hearts, and this might be a Team Secret play, but Fennel Adversity, I'm giving them that fighting chance. It's just that Team Secret is in a really good shape right now, and they are really looking into those really good plays and team fighting style. So Team Secret 2-0.
Yeah, and we didn't get to talk about this earlier, but there is also the jungle, and I'm really interested to see Trevor possibly bringing out a Rengar, maybe even bringing out the Kha'Zix. We are going to see as we jump into the Rift. Yeah, it is an entirely different game right now, and Team Secret, this is like their playground. This is their playground right here. They thrive in unpredictability, and that's why I am favoring them right now. But again, Fennel Adversity, no stranger to adversity. They will definitely pull through no matter what. And ladies and gentlemen, this is it, kicking off our first series of the summer season playoffs. Casters, are you guys ready? Because I'm sure everybody is ready right now to jump into the Rift. This is Team Secret versus Fennel Adversity. Casters, let's get into the Rift.
And here it is. Will creativity overthrow adversity, or adversity win over creativity? Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be your casters for the first series. I'm Yukon, alongside me is Riku. Starting off very, very strongly. Can I just say that?
Yeah, I mean, this atmosphere looks pretty chill and cool, but this heated game number one, series number one, we're going to be having today for the playoffs, Fennel Adversity versus Team Secret. Oh boy, it's definitely turning out to be very, very hot. It is the summer season. But yeah, as the panelists mentioned, Team Secret, all the panel went straight up 2-1 or 2-0 in favor of Team Secret, which is, very understandable looking at Team Secret's track record back in, the preseason. While they did have a good start, knocking down Omega 3-2, they were knocked down by, I believe, Nexplay, as well as they did fell short. So they ended up in third place. But this time around, the group stage performance in the North Luzon, they basically dethroned Nexplay and became the kings of the North after gaining that first seed for themselves.
And that is why we call them Kings of the North for so far. But yeah, it's been roughly a month or a month and a half ever since we have seen the players or the teams from North Luzon. So I'm really looking forward to what Team Secret and Nexplay has in store for us. But for now, we can look at the second seed for Fennel Adversity from the Visayas region. And yeah, overall, it's very, very strong. And I love how the panelists pointed this out. Lose Yourself, James, good matchup, but I love the mid lane matchup too. From the Baron up until the Dragon lane, it is gonna be very intense.
Yeah, I feel like, when you brought up Lose Yourself and James, it may be this mini battle of the support war. Not only that, as well as the shot calling war. So it's going to be very interesting to see how this comes into play later into the series, because it is a BO3. And when you drop down into the lower bracket, it's a BO1. So it's a scary place to be in for sure. And you definitely want to avoid that first BO1 in the lower bracket. So at the end of the night, it is very sad to think that we will say goodbye to two teams.
And speaking of the two teams, here is another look at the faces of our players. I really cannot wait to see what will they bring to us in a silver platter. So, are there any specific picks that you're looking forward to seeing? We heard Mika as well as Otolus mention the jungle.
Yeah, that's the thing though. We're looking at Trevor versus Rafi here. Again, we've never seen Rafi in the jungle in the group stages of the Visayas region just yet. So this is gonna be their first time fielding, the mid and jungle brother synergy with Shaw right here. So I think this could be a test of the Trevor Tatsuri synergy as well. So I think that's something to take into account for. Especially you did mention, the panel mentioned 2.3. There is a lot of possible picks on the board. Like for example, the Fizz jungle can be possible here in the playoffs. We might see him. Pantheon has been buffed 3 times in a row now.
Yeah.
In 2.3 being added that armor penetration on his Skyfall. So I think it can be potentially huge, especially when we're looking at Team Secret, where we keep mentioning this team is just so creative when it comes to draft.
You actually said off cam that there's a chance Team Secret could pull out the Fizz jungle, right? So maybe that's something Trevor does have in store for us. But yeah, I'm looking forward to. We've seen Azar use a very, very aggressive champions. We're talking about Fiora, Akali, Evelyn. But maybe Darius can be a viable pick for him, especially that he may use face rush with the adjustments that they did from the previous patch. And can I just say that all of these teams only had 2 days to prepare, adjust, and make plans for the playoffs.
Exactly. It has been such an exciting, 1 month, I guess, off period for them to sort of watch the matches. The same goes for Fennel Adversity as well. A couple of weeks for them. So again, a 2.3 patch is going to be huge for sure, especially when we look at the champion pool of both of these squads. They have a lot to show. They have a lot of show. And show here can sort of adjust in either utility, control mages, or Aurelion Soul, perhaps. I think when we were discussing this with the rest of the talent pool, it's like, oh, face rush, what are we gonna do? The mid lane pool will be one of the most affected lanes for sure. Maybe we get to see Aurelion Soul face rush. And as well as, Tatsuri plays a lot of these assassins on the board with the Yasuo, with the Katarina, and plays a lot of utility as well. Don't forget the Seraphine. We've only ever seen Seraphine in 2 different teams. One Liyab, one Team Secret. So I'm excited to see these different shuffles of picks.
Speaking of shuffles of picks, I just realized that the supports kind of have a similar champion pool. I mean, talking about Lux at some point, even Lose Yourself did use the Alistar, but Janna is definitely up for grabs for these two teams. So it could be a race to whoever gets the best possible support. Still leaning towards the Enchanters aside from Braum. Of course, Braum is still class S for me, and really looking forward to how the teams will be able to do the shot calls, who will call in with the drafts, and will they go with a draft that they're comfortable with, or will they go with something that they know can outplay or counter the lineup that their opponents had. So for now, you guys are seeing the face cams of the players.
Yeah, that's the thing. James and Lose Yourself do have a little bit of similarity on the pool. They both play some Lux. They both play Janna really, really well. So just as you mentioned, I think the go-to for sure, one of the most contested, will probably be still that Janna pick, just because it's just so good. It's such a good pair in any of the AD carries that you want to play. Sometimes you see it on a Draven, most of the time you see it with a Kai'Sa, and that disengage is just so important when you just want to buy time, when you just want to take objectives and run away.
Ooh, and since you mentioned Lane, of course, you mentioned Kai'Sa, let's take a look at the ADC roles now. So Kai'Sa's still pretty up there, but I don't know why. I'm really looking forward to seeing a Corki pick from both teams, given that Corki is very, very strong. He can dish out an obnoxious amount of damage. But aside from that, I kind of want to see someone new. Maybe Draven. I mean, we've only seen him a handful of times throughout the entire Icon series, but there's a chance that these two teams, they have something in store for us.
Yeah, for the Draven, mostly picked up when you do want to sort of counter out this Kaisa early and hope to snowball. And I think that can be a possibility when we look at Danny or maybe Chewy perhaps. And the thing about the AD carry or the dual lane is that for this matchup, I think the difference is that Secret has a bunch of interesting picks on the dual lane. As we can tell that Chewy back in the North Luzon group stages, he was able to play these mage bot laners. So it's interesting whether or not, Danny will sort of challenge that as well, or they're going to be sticking to their guns and just play these, traditional AD carries in the dual lane.
There is a chance, just a very, very small chance, that we might see the Sona and Seraphine again from Team Secret. I mean, I don't recommend having very squishy champions at the Dragon lane, but Team Secret made it work, and maybe they could find an opening or a chance to pick it up yet again. But yeah, now looking again at Tatsuri and Shaw, two very strong mid laners. You did say that the patch or the adjustments for the rune, the face rush, it is gonna affect their role as much. We talked about Orion Sol. We even mentioned Ari at some point. And yeah, taking a look at the faces of the Team Secret players, they're in it to win it. Let's see, will the King of the Norths be able to get the first win, or will adversity catch up and eventually trample them down?
Yeah, it's very interesting to see. And duke it out with the rest. As well, they are, just as Otoluz has mentioned, controlled aggression is the name of the game. They're not afraid to punish, but I think the biggest struggle that they can potentially encounter could be securing that time during the Visayas region, which we saw constantly, but we haven't seen them in a while. So I think this brother mid and jungle synergy could really change the cards.
The brothers buff, as Otolus and I would call it way back in their region. Let's see if it will come through or push through. But yeah, really excited. I just cannot wait for the draft to start, and I kind of want to see Ari again. I don't know. I mean, there is a chance that they will pick these up. But for the jungle, Trevor, he would usually pick up Camille, Wukong, and Lee Sin. I have seen him play Lee Sin, and it was so good. Very, very mobile. Most likely, though, he goes over to the Baron lane to help out Azar if ever he is going to go with the split push. So one of the things that Fennel Adversity could do is maybe camp on Azar's lane. And in retrospect, Team Secret, they could just keep on ganking their Dragon lane just to make sure that Lose Yourself and Danny will be tied down.
Yeah, I think it will definitely depend whether or not Tatsuri will need resources, because usually we get to see Azar being fine on his own, whether or not he's on maybe a Gragas or the usual Holy Trinity of Baron laners, which is Akali, Camille, and as well as the Fiora. So I think he's pretty fine. You mentioned, he does play he did play the Darius back in the North Luzon group stages. So I think that is a fallback just in case the draft focuses on removing these very strong top laners. So it could be, the usual Garen Darius matchup, or it could be something else that we haven't seen before. But surely, you mentioned, Trevor and Raffi. This is the first time we'll be seeing Raffi in the jungle role, as again, he's just such a versatile player that can almost play every single lane. So that is super interesting to see, especially when you take into account what they're trying to focus right now, which is this Shaw and Raffi duo in the mid and jungle. And very excited to see what Trevor will do as well, especially when we look at Tatsuri. Sometimes he's on utility, sometimes he needs resources like a Yasuo pick or a Katarina pick.
Actually made me think that what could Tatsuri pick to start the day. I think he is gonna pick someone or a champion that can just bring out so much damage. So maybe he can go with a Kaya carry mid laner just to complement the Chewy and James synergy. So Autolus also mentioned this. The Team Secret Scouting Grounds was definitely an amazing live stream our amazing tournament to start. We did see Azar and you have Trevor go up against each other. Both of them were so good that Team Secret just had to get the both of them. But for Final Adversity, looking back into their region, they were the favorites aside from Amihan, and they definitely delivered. Even though there were times that they did lose a series, they don't mind. They just calm down, recuperate, and try something new. Most likely, they have power at the front line. Danny at the front line too, with most likely Lose Yourself or Rafi just at the back lines calling in the shot.
Yeah, exactly. Fennel Adversity, you mentioned they are definitely one of the favorites coming into, this Visayas region group stages. And the thing was, Otolus mentioned that this team were called Adversity before, up until they were basically seen by, I believe, the CEO of Fennel, that esports organization, one of the biggest actually coming from Japan. So fielding in this Filipino roster, and very excited to see what they bring to the table up against Secret.
Here it is. Final Adversity already banning that Akali. No Akali Baron Laner for Team Secret. Let's see what champion will Team Secret answer to that. They could try and limit the possible champion picks for Rafi, and looks like they did ban out Rengar. That is going to be no cute kitty cat in the jungle.
Wow, very interesting to see Fennel banning out the Galio. The Galio ban is such a rare occurrence. Usually you probably see a Diana ban, but I guess Galio is just so flexible. You can put it with a Jarvan, you can put it with that Diana. But in the meantime though, Gragas now being the final ban for Team Secret. But of course, it is the Lee Sin being open. Might as well pick it up for Doming.
Get that champion for the early game, and most likely they will lock that in. Team Secret hovering over that Corki, and maybe they could secure a Baron laner or a support just to secure James. Camille could go over to either Trevor or Azar, so let's see.
Yeah, we'll have to see it as Camille. Yeah, usually you don't get to see that open anymore. It's usually either the Rengar Camille, but super interesting to see as Fiora is still open for the taking that can possibly counter Azar if that is going to be in the top lane, in the Baron lane. In the meantime, you mentioned the Corki. Jan has been on one of the contested picks, and now Corki being, that second choice usually when the Kaisa gets picked. Now, Team Secret reserving their energy, reserving the matchup for Chewy and James in the bottom side of the map, because now that Darius is picked up, is that going to be the first Varus that we're going to be seeing ever in the Philippine Icon series? I guess it is.
My. Okay, Team Secret really know how to knock us off of our seats or off our shoes. It looks like that's to be a Varus. My voice just went higher. Anyway, so the last two picks for side of Final Adversity is going to be a Garen alongside a Katarina, and that is going to be a support Sona going over to James. So that's going to be Trevor using that Camille. Azar will be using that Darius, and honestly, we did highlight this. Even the panelists highlighted this. I cannot wait to see the mid lane matchup. So much pokes for the early game, so much aggression. I cannot wait to see what is gonna happen next. So, audience, sit back, relax, because these two teams will take us into a very powerful game number one.
Absolutely going to be very exciting to see this debut, basically, of this Varus pick. I think we've discussed this before. The reason why the Varus is just pretty much at the bottom of the tank of AD carry picks is because he's so vulnerable. He doesn't have any sort of an escape, and there's not a lot of options for you, I guess, to sort of ramp up like a Kaisa, like any of the auto attack champions on the board, or as well as the caster AD carries that we see, like the Ezreal and the Corki. It's so interesting to finally see this happen, especially for Team Secret. I know we expected this, but the Varus was definitely, none of it was changed in the recent patches. So I'm guessing maybe this is something that has to do with the rune changes, maybe the face rush.
Oh, you actually saw Shaw jump in earlier, but you have Tatsuri with area. You actually, and Tatsuri was able to use Saddle Charge just so he can disengage Shaw But now you have Trevor hiding out at the bushes. I'm not sure if he's gonna go with the gank or the fight. Most likely he is just gonna clear the wave. And now you have Rafe there that is not gonna connect. So no aggression, but you have Chewy being very aggressive with the pokes. Well, when in terms of damage, I guess Chewy has a slight advantage against Danny here, since Danny is more on close or mid-range skill set. But now that is gonna be the Rift Scuttler being secured by Trevor, non-contested.
Yeah, the pokes coming from this duo, Chewy and James, for sure is just very painful up against Danny and Lose Yourself as well. Relatively short range pre-level 5 is you don't have rockets to sort of safely farm for your own. So this is a very favorable matchup for Team Secret at the bottom side of the map. And meanwhile, Trevor, 2 Rift Scuttler starts so far in game number 1.
Beautiful play, but that is going to be a disengage coming in from Tatsuri. No casualties for both teams. They're going to go over with the recall, but still you have James. Well, again, early game, so much pokes, and you have the heals as well as the damage buff coming in from Sona. So both teams, they know they're here to start the day. They just want to play it out safely. Tear of the Goddess being picked up by James.
Yeah, first item on the board already to stack up that Tear of the Goddess already for James later on. In the meantime, though, it is looking very, very good for the dual lane. But in the meantime, for the mid lane, though, for Tatsuri, he is definitely preventing any sort of kill potential just by using the satchel to interrupt any combos from Shaw over there. But have to take into account that you're up against Rafi here in the jungle as a Lee Sin. So Lee Sin and Katarina can get really dangerous if you get overextended. And I don't think the barrier and the flash can help you. In the meantime, though, I feel like, Tatsuri has been scouting a little bit as he does have priority over the lane.
Now you have Danny sitting at a comfortable level 5. Let's see if they will try to at least go with the pick off. But still Trevor just getting or securing his buff. Now you have Azar being pushed in with Dinister. That is going to be tactical sweep being popped by Trevor. And no ganks or no surprise attacks coming in from both teams just yet. And you have Power being forced to go back by Azar. And he is just going to go with the recall.
Yeah, just gonna be that usual Garen versus Darius matchup. Both of these 2 champions have basically been nerfed in 2.3, but definitely doesn't affect the fact that they are one of the best at the moment in the tank role for the Baron lane, especially if you ban out that Gragas. In the meantime, though, it's gonna be the first dragon of the game. This is usually where the action starts and where Fennel, looking back at the Visayas group stages, we're struggling a little bit in securing objectives.
Trevor, and that is going to be the passive already being popped. So Team Secret, they knew Dragon is now up, so they could maybe get one kill or force the clash before they try and secure this objective, or they can just try to take it head on. You already have Azar making his way into the mid lane, Shaw clearing out the wave, and now Chewy just saved in the back line. You have James in front. That is going to be Power trying to get that Rift Scuttler, but looks like no one is still jumping. Things are now being pinged all over the map. Lose Yourself alongside Danny and Shaw already having first dibs on this dragon, but here comes Team Secret. You have the kites coming in from Chewy, and you have Power popping in as he doesn't even follow. Let's see the jump in coming from the side of Team Secret was able to get or steal that dragon. That is the deal coming in from James, but he does get bursted down now. Blue team was able to get that kill, and here comes the counter-attack coming in from Team Secret. That's going to be 1 kill going over to Chewy, but he does get taken down as well by this Shaw. Azar not being able to do anything there alongside Trevor, but that was a 1 for 2, if we're not mistaken, in favor of Team Secret.
That is what Team Secret wanted. I think it's pretty worth to lose too, especially you still have Tatsuri alive. Therefore, they can get First Blood Tower and at the same time First Dragon for themselves. And we talked about this, that Fennel from time to time, they really do struggle in these dragon takes in Team Secret. What a steal from Trevor there, and actually gaining First Blood Tower adds more gold into their pocket. And for sure, for Fennel, they do want to make this Katarina pick work. Especially, I believe this will be a struggle, considering there's so many air quote cancelers that would cancel out this ult, like the Crescendo, like the satchel that can interrupt it, the apprehend coming from Azar. So for Fennel, they have to find the right timing, and they have a second chance for this as Rift Herald has spawned.
Ooh, it's now up and lose yourself again. You have an adversity just there at the pit, but you have the bouncing bomb coming in from Tatsuri. Final adversity, they do not want to make the same mistake twice. So they are gonna target Tatsuri, but they were able to fall back. You have the ultimate, you have the Hex ultimatum available for Trevor. He can just lock down and everyone, maybe even Shaw at some point. But you have power alongside Rafe just at the sides. The Sonic is not gonna connect, but now Rift Herald is down to half of his health. They are gonna jump in as Vinicius coming in from Azar, and he does jump. That's the one. Then jump in the hands of this, of course, have that's another trick going over for that for the end. On top of that, they were able to get Rift Herald 2 to none plus 1 Rift Herald. That will probably mean 1 turret going over Team Chica, but in the middle you have Azar being jumped in. He was able to apprehend 3 champions, but will he survive? The answer is gonna be yes, because he is still up. He is gonna go all in, but 1v3 not gonna be the time for him to go with the outplay, but he was able to buy time for his team.
Yeah, that was a sweaty 1v3. I mean, it was a little bit possible for him to take one down before he went. But going back into that Rift Herald fight, it really does show how this Varus pick can melt tanky picks like Power with, you know, fat HP on the board. Varus does have that innate HP shred, so it really is such an effective pick, especially when Power just wants to frontline. When he frontlines, he just gets locked in and then gets shredded down.
Let's see. I guess he needs to just get more buff. Could be another chunky boy since we did not see Gaio game number 1, given that he was banned. But now you have the switcheroo for the lanes. You have Chewy alongside James now here at the mid lane, and you have Trevor alongside Tatsuri at the Dragon lane. They're just playing it safe, honestly. Most of the time, Team Secret is waiting for Final Adversity to go with the initiate. They're hiding at the bushes. Does Hamid? Yup, he does have Crescendo. But that is going to be a jump in for the side of Team Secret. You have the Hex ultimatum being popped onto Power, and he does get taken down. Here comes the package coming in from Danny, but he said he was forced to go back to the flash in. Coming over for Tatsuri, you have that beautiful hook shot connecting onto that team for Trevor, but the passive, it is have a triple coming over for this Varus. Goodness me. Now you have Shaw forced to go back, popping in that Death Lotus, but he was the one that met his death end on the brown side. You have Azar being able to take out, clean out the towers, the outer towers for the blue side. That's going to be a team ace from our official mobile partner, Oborino 5.
That was a 4v5 situation, and the thing was, Fennel was the one that asked for that fight because they went over to Team Secret's first tier tower at the bottom portion of the map. So all these fights that they have been losing time and time again has been contributing to this gold gap with Team Secret. It's slowly closing into a 10k gold lead already, but take number 3 here on this Dragon.
Ooh, Trevor does have smite. He does have the jumping as well, but that's going to be blue team being able to secure that Cloud Dragon, but Trevor was able to hook shot his way to safety. Yes, he is now, so that's going to be the passive proccing as well, but no one died for the side of Team Secret. What was that? Yo, okay, the pokes from Chewy, the damage was enough to get 2 or 3 bars from Danny, and now this Corky is just forced to run away. Now you have Azar popping in that Decimate. They want to get this last outer mid lane turret. No turrets down yet for the side of Team Secret. Baron is now up. Seems like Team Secret was able to get the early game that they needed, and now they are in control of the tempo.
Yeah, super duper in control at the moment, as Chewy's poke really does hurt any of the squishies, and the autos hurt Power as well on this Garen. And now they are hoping to siege this bottom tower, as we can see a 4-1, a 1-1-3 actually being performed by Team Secret. And in the meantime, though, I think Trevor might be in a little bit of trouble, but I guess he's fine, considering he still has that hook shot. Oh, it missed.
Oh, it did miss, but now it's gonna be jump in for the side. I thought they were gonna jump in. Looks like that is gonna be a no. Fennel, they could wait for Team Secret to initiate. They said they were the one that jump in. Has to be a kick connecting on Ozar, but there is no follow-up. You have the pokes, you have damage, but it is not enough given that Team Secret, they are tanky and they have sustain from James as well. You have the heals, you have all those extra damage, you have the moonstone being popped. Looks like Trevor will be popping his tactical sweep, and that's gonna be outer mid lane turret down. You have your Herald being summoned at the mid lane too. And now Rafe as well as this Danny, they're forced to keep their eye on the Rip Herald, which gave time for Team Secret to rotate over.
Look at that crazy. Chewy already has his chain of corruptions online, and Power still doesn't have his Demacian Justice. In the meantime, it is going to be a siege package.
Special delivery jumping in, but what is gonna happen instead? That is gonna be a flash into the side of Team Secret as Double coming over to Azar, but they are still in it. They want to smell blood. Azar popping in that recall. Looks like they want to get the outer turret instead. Two champions down from Fennel Adversity, and Team Secret looking very powerful at this point. You have the bouncing bomb being popped, but yeah, Fennel Adversity, they're gonna go to dive. Pinasi Vinicius coming in from the side of Fennel Adversity, but you have that, of course, Apprehend connecting, and you have Azar at the front line. Now that is the G being popped from Rafe, but no! The skills, the range from Zig was the one that actually got the best of him. That's gonna be the Noxian Guillotine being popped. That's gonna be a double kill being secured by Zig, and now he is actually dominating. Azar does get person down. Shaw already popping the death blow, so that's gonna be a lot of close. A lot of damage being dished out by Chewy. He was able to get away. Lose yourself, not being able to finish off that kill. Tatsuri just recalling at the mid lane.
That was such a long, prolonged siege, basically. They moved from the mid lane, then bottom, without going home at all. Fennel, I believe, was sent home once before engaging into another fight with Team Secret. So this is how far Team Secret is already into this game. I mean, on the gold board, it is quite obvious, but the fact that they keep overstaying without outrightly getting punished right there and then, Team Secret definitely has a comfortable lead, and again, this Varus pick, there is no backline access whatsoever, and very excited to basically talk about the draft as Team Secret looking towards getting the Baron for sure, as that could be their next win condition to sort of remove more towers away from Fennel.
And they heard the Riku. They're already having first dibs at this Baron. 3 champions right there. You have Hamas and Tatsuri just there to protect their teammates, but the damage as well as the Hatla is gonna be too much as needed to jump in for the side of Fennel Adversity, but here comes the Musa. Will it be enough? The answer is gonna be no, because you have the crescendo connecting onto one gauntlet coming over for Tatsuri. They're gonna jump in. You have that initially that pull in from the side of Team Secret as we a double could be secured for the side of Barrett. That's gonna be a flash in, but now you have the Hex Ultimatum connecting on to Lose Yourself, and that is gonna be him meeting his death. Another Team Ace being secured by Team Secret. Looks like they want to end the game, and this is gonna be it. Game number 1 going over to Team Secret.
Crazy finish. What a strong start here in the playoffs. They're looking very confident. They're like, a little bit of a shrug on their shoulder. And it was such, again, a huge statement for game number 1. Again, it's a BO3 series. And that draft, right off the bat, picking up something that, again, we've never ever seen before in the Icon series, which is the Varus AD carry. Whew, Team Secret, they're looking like they can play anything.
Phew, this is game number 1, and I can already feel the heat. Instead, I know our setup is supposed to be cool because of the weather, but man, the team's just being crazy. It was a 4-17, again, a win for Team Secret. I guess you said this, they did not have Adversity did not have that much backline access, so they cannot actually take Chewy should he try to go with the pokes. At the same time, even though they will plan to penetrate the backline, you have Tatsuri, that obnoxious amount of damage. You have Trevor, very mobile, and you also have Azar with the Apprehend connecting onto the Noxian Guillotine. So it's a lot of CCs, a lot of bursts that they have to go through before they reach the ADC. But let's not forget, you also have James on the Sona, Shendo, speed boost, and all the heals. And out of 17 kills, James had 17 assists, 100% kill participation.
That is absolutely insane. He was there in every single action that happened. And for Chewy, he is just lacking 1 kill so far for the 100% kill participation as well. So it's absolutely crazy to see how much of a gold lead that happened at the end of the match. I believe it was a 20k gold lead, and they made again, they made something work. They made a new pick work. And we mentioned they were like this creative team with this creative draft. And it was just so amazing to watch.
Yes, and this is gonna be the Oppo Reno 5 play of the game, that very first Dragon Steal from Trevor, which basically just snowballed because they were able to get the shields that they needed and wanted. Shaw, though, really stepped up there, was able to get a kill. But the problem is when you're a Katarina left alone, no one is there to protect you. Power is nowhere near you. You're basically gonna be the main target for Team Secret.
Yeah, Katarina it requires a lot of setup, I suppose, to make it work. Especially, usually we get to see teams sort of play around it. You play with a Jarvan, you play it with a Wukong. We didn't get to see that setup, so Shaw was most likely hoping to get that snowball earlier on into the game. And I gotta say again, this Varus pick is just so good. The fact that in the draft, they picked it last, which we will discuss later. But the fact that it has this innate shred especially when you're up against this power on a Garen. His HP is unfortunately he's just gonna go low and low. And this fight right here, they were trying their best to sort of take advantage of the fact that Team Secret hasn't gone home yet for a reset. So basically, Fennel on paper could have had the advantage item-wise, but gold-wise, Team Secret was already pretty much ahead, and the rest of the squad were basically complete at that engage. So it was definitely hard because when we look at CC, when we take into account CC, there is no CC to hold people down for that ult of Shaw there. So I think that is the number one struggle. Team Secret can just basically walk away from the range of Shaw.
Also, there were times that Rafe was not able to get anyone from the side of Team Secret with his kicks from Lee Sin, and Corki just being caught off guard time and time again. That basically translated to Fennel adversity kind of struggling. However, they had a very good start. They were calm, they were collected. I guess things just started to go crazy, or chaos just went up the moment Trevor was able to get the Mountain Drake. And you did say this, whenever the first dragon is up, that's where the first 5v5, 4v5 will happen.
Yeah, it looks like, Fennel is basically having to still fight with this dragon demon. Well, inner demons when it comes to the dragon fights. I think that's a better term. So, Team Secret are just very confident all around team. From the laning phase, it looked like it could have been close where Shaw is able to assassinate Tatsuri, but the Ziggs Katarina matchup, he really does play that well, not going in and staying in the lane dangerously low to get assassinated, playing safe, going back to recover, and then going back into the lane for full health, and therefore destroying any sort of build-up for that kill potential in the lane. And again, this composition basically is just so good from Team Secret. They basically took advantage of the fact that Fennel adversity didn't have much CC on the board to offer. Therefore, it's so hard to do the punish play because Fennel adversity has that potential. They're really good at punishing aggressive plays.
And the master of the match, why am I not surprised? They have Tatsuri on this Ziggs with that barrier and that flash Rabadon's orb, as well as Echo that is gonna hurt a lot. KDA of 16.00, kill participation 94%, damage per minute 2,122. You felt that in every bomb that he would throw out.
Yeah, I believe, once you're caught in the chain of corruptions, it's just so easy for Tatsuri to funnel in all the bombs in the world on whoever is caught up in that very tangling CC. And Tatsuri, we mentioned he played the lane very well up against Shaw on the Katarina. Very patient play as well. And was able to take down towers with the squad and stay alive basically with his prime positioning. So what a statement from Team Secret for game number 1.
Really, just telling most, well, not all the teams, but Fan Adversity that they're here to control. And looks like in game number one, they were able to do so. However, to the fans of Fan Adversity, do not fret, do not worry. Sit back, relax, because this is a best of three. Your team still has the chance to win game number two, and push it to a game number three. In line with that, Miss Riku, what should Fan Adversity do?
Whew, I think it's not like a single elimination. Once you lose this series, you drop back, you drop into the lower bracket. But that's the thing, though. The lower bracket, the first round of the lower bracket is a BO1 series, so you definitely do not want to stay in that bracket for sure. So I think they should fight fire with fire, creativity versus creativity. Play something that they've never encountered before, because that is definitely what we're seeing with Team Secret, basically surprising everybody with these picks. So teams have to evolve within the series. They have basically no time for day number two to day number three to come, because again, in our first day, two teams will have to say goodbye. But that's the thing about Fennel Adversity. It has adversity in their name. They are very, strong-willed. They are, not discouraged easily. And I think that is what we saw in the latter parts of the game in game number one, where they, let's catch them off guard. Let's just try still to keep fighting. And I think that is a very, very good sign, especially when we're looking at, game number two, where they have to force it into game number three.
And well, in line with what you said, maybe they can put those ganks or those surprise attacks in the earlier parts of the game, maybe towards Tatsuri. That's a possibility, because if you're gonna look at their draft, it's pretty good. You see the logic, and it's all about those pickoffs and them being able to secure one kill and then following it up with another. So here are the picks and bans from game number one in order. So there is that, and the last pick is going to be Katarina, because they want to make sure that there's no solid CC to actually stop Shaw. Instead, whenever Shaw would pass Death Lotus, he would just get bombed out of the map by Tatsuri.
Yeah, that's the thing, though. I feel like, we mentioned in the draft earlier that we don't get to see the Galio pick most of the time. So now that the Katarina was picked into the draft, I guess they were sort of anticipating that they want less counterplay into the lane, so that's why they removed the Galio, which we don't get to see. But unfortunately, we get Katarina picks recently, back in the Mindanao Group Stages, hasn't really worked well, because again, requires a bunch of setup, so that we're looking at CCs just so that again Shaw would be able to get a more comfy ult, and then basically let everybody eat all of those blades. But the thing was, I think the thing that basically ruined their plan as well was Team Secret's Varus pick. I was wondering why the AD carry was being picked last. Like the AD carry and the support was being picked last, because usually we don't get to see that too much. We usually get to see first rotation, get the Kaisa right away, at least for the Mindanao or the latter stages of the group stages of the Icon series. So it's so refreshing that they waited for Fennel Adversity to keep picking these champions that has no backline access whatsoever. They're like, okay, we're free to pick up this Varus. Perfect. They have a Garen. We can definitely just shred them to pieces with, again, Varus's innate HP shred. So I think it's a very cool way to look at Team Secret's draft.
And you talked about the innate HP shred from Varus kind of works similar to a Corki. So maybe that's why Team Secret was able to pick this Varus and insert him into the draft. And of course, top of that, they also have, hey, why not get someone that can sing really well, but at the same time can heal? We're not talking about Seraphine, but you have James on that zone earlier on. Crescendo, even though he was not able to get 4-5 enemies, 1 or 2 is enough, because it pretty much translates to a sure kill for Team Secret. So that is a Crescendo well spent.
Yeah, it was basically very, very hard to sort of eliminate Azar here on the Darius, just because of the additional healing coming from the Sona. So whenever James and Azar would basically come together, we get to see all of his guillotine being so maximized that he was able to get what, 3 or 2 resets on that one team fight. So it's just so hard to punish a Darius whenever there's like other sources of healing to keep him alive.
Actually, it made me think, what if there was I don't know why, but I just thought about a Diana, popping in that Moonfall connecting onto the Death Lotus. And then I realized, how about no? Because at the same time, I think Diana is not gonna have the time of her life, and you don't really know where to place her because Katarina is a mid laner. Diana mostly played at the mid lane, but that's a possibility. Also, can I just say that Riku cut her hair a handful of weeks back. I had my hair cut and I now have bangs, now new color. Also, Chewy has a new hairstyle. What is it with playoffs and people adjusting their hairstyle?
I guess, I don't know, maybe the summer heat, or maybe because it's playoffs, it's actually a good start to sort of change a few things like hairstyle or fashion or something like that. But going back into the draft, I think the scariest pick so far, which I'm absolutely surprised that wasn't picked up by Fennel Adversity, was the Camille pick. Camille is such a strong first pick in anywhere, red, blue, mainly blue side basically. So for Fennel, prioritizing the Lee Sin here, I mean, Lee Sin can still be pretty strong, but I guess it was, Rafi's comfort pick. He was very confident with that pick, but I feel like, Camille is just such a scary pick to sort of let go of.
So maybe that's something that Fennel Adversity could either ban or pick up for game number 2. I mean, again, we do understand that Rafe may be smart, comfortable with the Lee Sin. I kind of see the logic too. If Camille is gonna pop her Hexic Ultimatum, you can just kick her out of the ultimate and just save yourself. But we did not see that happen, given that Camille would most likely target tower. Make sure that Garen is away, will not be able to soak in the damage or even save his teammates. So yeah, that has been Team Secret being able to read the lineup of their opponents and them getting their win conditions in check. But for Fennel Adversity, I believe they can just tweak their draft a bit, play it a bit more safely in the mid game. Maybe they can go aggressive in the early game up until the 4-minute mark. That's just me.
Yeah, that's the thing though with the Katarina pick. We've seen it struggle a little bit because basically Katarina isn't able to contribute too much, as again it requires resources. We've seen Katarina pick work once you build around it. Once you pick up a Wukong, maybe a Jarvan for the Katarina, basically a setup, but there was no setup, so it was kind of extra harder to make the Katarina pick work for Shaw. So perhaps we get to see more of that Shaw play, being on an assassin, being on a utility, maybe, as we're going to be seeing Fennel Adversity on red side this time around.
Ooh, Team Secret now on blue, and looks like, let's see who will they ban. They're still gonna stick with their Rengar. They can still ban Gragas if no, they're blue side. There is a chance they can pick that up, but let's see if they are gonna adjust. Fennel Adversity still sticking to that Akali pick. Maybe they can open Galio this time so they can get it for themselves, and that is gonna be another Gragas ban for the side of Team Secret.
I think this is gonna be a Camille ban this time around.
Nice.
Because Galio, not a lot of value, I suppose, if you do want to sort of cancel out Shaw's cancel out the lane of Tatsuri rather for Shaw. But Tatsuri is gonna be falling back into this Ziggs pick, and no questions asked of course. It has shown how fast it can accelerate a game. So for Fennel, do they pick up a Kaisa Braum in this rotation? No. Looks like they're going back into this Corki for the side of Danny.
At least though, for the changes, you have a Tonky Boy or BP frontliner to actually protect Corki. And first pick Ziggs, we see the logic. Tatsuri, he was the master of the match. He was the MVP. But now Trevor locking in that Lee Sin alongside a Galio, most likely going over to James.
Yeah, I mean, for Team Secret, for some reason, you start to question all of these picks. Like, where is it actually going? Because it's Team Secret. So this Galio can still be, I don't know, maybe they can go double mage, Galio support, Ziggs bottom. I mean, for some reason, it is a possibility when we look at Secret, but of course, they're still going towards this Varus pick. That Chewy picked up, that was just so good. Again, with shredding, there is a Braum on the opposite side of the spectrum, and now a Darius once more being added. So instead of a Sona support with added heals, a tanky, okay, Fennel, Jax being picked up. Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
I love it. I love it. It's very interesting. We mentioned fight fire with fire. Jax is now being on the board.
But however, I believe Jack is the kind of champion that you kind of need to babysit him in the early parts of the game. So maybe Rafi will just keep on going to his lane. Maybe that is a possibility. But this is going to be the draft for game number 2. You guys see that swirl? Because these players will slowly take us and bring game number 2 in a bit. Still, YFX was not broken for Team Secret. They only tweaked the support and that jungle. So let's see how will they perform this game number 2.
Team Secret, one game away from going forward to the next bracket. Fennel adversity, of course, fighting for their life here. Trying to avoid that BO1 lower bracket, as again they want to take this into a game number 3. But going back to what you mentioned, you are as power will definitely, you mentioned, need resources, so it is perfect too because Shaw will be on Oriana, therefore canceling out.
Oh, okay. Hamas at least gonna be the stuns connecting, but he still was not able to be taken out by Fennel adversity. Maybe Chewy decided to play aggressively. I mean, Gaio can afford to take a few hits, but Zar against Power here at the Brown lane, nothing too different. They're just gonna clear the minion wave, but I like this Oriana pickup. Gives more space for the side of Fennel adversity, and now they have a shockwave should they want to initiate. I can already imagine shockwave connecting, Power jumping in, and if ever someone is gonna be at the side or back lane, you have Rafe.
Exactly. It is, the additional shields can help Power survive a little bit more when, a Jax goes in. Usually a Jax, once he goes in, it's a little bit difficult to go out, and I think that is the reason why you have Lose Yourself as the Braum for that tanky disengage.
Ooh, you have Hamas just checking if anyone is hiding, but now you have Vi. I'm not sure if they're gonna target Trevor or maybe the Scuttler. I think they should at least go and get the Scuttler, but Trevor is gonna get that non-contested now at the mid lane. Tatsuri just having pokes here and there against Shaw, but there's gonna be a jumping for the side of the Baron lane. Power received a significant amount of damage that is gonna connect. It did jump in, but there is no follow-up, and damage is not too great just yet. But when in surface level, they are pretty close. You have the explosive minefield being picked up, but not picked up, being used by Tatsuri.
Yeah, a little bit of wave clear. So this lane is just a wave clear battle. Oriana between Shaw and then Tatsuri. So I feel like, the action is definitely going towards the top lane and the bottom portion of the map.
Ooh, I see the taunt connecting. Here comes the follow-up. You have the Unbreakable being popped, but that was not enough to actually take down Lose Yourself. He most definitely did not lose himself there. You already have the Ignite as well as the heal being used by James and Shui.
Yeah, that is the thing with a Galio support, especially when you carry Ignite. The dynamics of a dual lane changes. Might as well take advantage of how aggressive you can be because of that taunt, because of, again, the magic damage that Hannes has on this Galio. So I think it's absolutely huge. I guess this is the debut. In the meantime, this is the debut of this Face Rush Jax that we're seeing in pro play, at least for the Philippine Icon series. So it's really nice to see that these pro players are just, going at it with the experiments that came with 2.3 and then putting it into application for, the tournament.
I vaguely remember Outlaw saying that Jax is not that mobile. So now that there's Face Rush, maybe that's something that Fennel adversity saw. But now you have the Winter's Bite connecting. Still, not much damage, no follow-up as well. Just slowing Tatsuri down. Rafe going in and trying to get his red buff. You have Jax still being shoved under turret. Dragon is going to be up in 21 seconds. You already have Galio alongside Lee Sin behind that Dragon pit.
Yeah, there is going to be, again, a battle of lane priority, I suppose. In the mid lane, there's a lot of wave clear to go around with, but we can see that the mid lane has already resetted.
Yes.
Already, sorry, I saw the port back blinking for Azar there with like easy taunting power right in front of him. So in the meantime, it looks like Power will be the one last to reset his lane, I suppose, or rather go back to buy some items for himself. We'll have to see, as so far, no one is in the position to actually take this dragon just yet.
I guess they just want blood. They don't want to get objectives earlier on, or they're just making sure that when the adversity will not be able to time their recalls or resets. And again, Trevor, whoa, another Rift Scuttler, another non-contested. So that's gonna be more gold, more EXP going over to his side. Rafe level 6, Trevor now level 7.
Yeah, still, no one would love to get that dragon first, as they do want to get a pick first, because I think for the side of Team Secret, they do have the capability of doing so now that they're going to be seeing the roam, or rather, it's going to be a 5v5 as Power still sticking towards the top lane.
They should secure this just because that is going to be a turret down on the side of Team Secret. If ever that's be the ultimate coming in for the side of an adversity, but you have this strong initiative coming in for the side of Team Secret as the unbreakable. But now you have Danny alongside, of course, this Rafe. They're forced to go back. And adversity, it was a good call that they did not force any fight, but like that is going to be the stuns connecting, and that is going to be Power just popping his flash to make it to safety.
Yeah, he dropped the ignite and then flashed away. Figured it's not gonna be enough. Afraid that he was gonna be low enough for that guillotine to kick in and just burst him down to pieces and ruin this Jax plan pick. And I think it's a very, very good call. You do not want to put Jax behind, especially you picked up a Jax. You do want to get him ahead as well and sort of farm into the later stages of the game. It's like the kills are definitely gonna be an extra bonus for him, especially he did manage to get that first blood tower, especially all by himself as well.
You have Trevor there being very disciplined with the objectives. Glacial Fissure is not available, so that's something that Team Secret would note of. But now Explosive Mines will be popped as well as the Bouncing Bomb. You have Danny at the side. Will they be able to go with this? The answer is going to be no, because that has been secured by Trevor. Taunt's not connecting. And Team Secret, they decided to just play it safely. They got the objective. Let's just fall back.
Yeah, good call coming from the side of Team Secret. You absolutely have no reason to fight anyways. You do have that Ziggs. You are going to be after these towers as well. And basically, if you're not in the position, if you don't have your front line, especially Azar being missing on that fight, it's definitely too risky. We talked about backline access. Now they do have, as Rafi has that lock-in, easy lock-in towards the backline with the assault and battery. Batline. So I right now, I think Fennel does have a better chance in sort of eliminating Chewy right away.
Yep, so that's probably why we don't actually see Chewy getting that much kill 7 minutes in. Still playing it very safely, even though Galio is a pretty sturdy wall to get through. But now there's no focus on clearing out the wave. James checking if anyone is gonna be there. Hero's entrance is available, so let's see if will be pop as well. That is gonna be Lucas popping the Gisha Fisher. There is no follow-up. The follow-up was actually a tad bit too late. You have the taunts connecting, and Rafe a tad bit late to the party. You have the assaulting battery. Let's see the flash up by Chewy. Let's see, they're gonna be able to for that. The answer is gonna be no. So no casualties still. But now Trevor jumping in. That is gonna connect. But now you have the bombs coming in from Tatsuri at the mid lane. 2v1. Azar's upper hand did not connect. But at least he was able to get out of there alive. Now Tatsuri being focused. That is gonna be the jump. Yo, he was alive. A flash in for Shaw. They have the third. He can save. And if you're gonna connect, that's to be a yes. A first blood being secured by adversity. And now they have the mid lane to themselves. And that is gonna be Trevor executed in some part of the map, but now for adversity, still holding their ground, was able to get another turret at the mid lane.
We're looking at a potential game number 3 right now. This is 8 minutes on the board with even gold across these two teams. And so far, this has been working. You know, Power hasn't been behind when it comes to gold. He is behind in the lane when it comes to gold. It's actually Azar having that 1k, roughly 1k gold lead. But if Power is still able to get these kills in the later fights, I think it can potentially balloon up, and Team Secret may not have an answer for against Fennel adversity. But so far, it has been pretty much even. There's these little things where Tatsure was basically sandwiched. He was not prepared. He was sort of tunnel vision onto that river fight, and we'll have to see of this part 2 fight of the dragon, as Team Secret won their first dragon earlier, which is the ocean.
Mount Drake is now up, and Fennel adversity already given the dragon a start, and that is gonna be, well, a significant amount of damage being dished out. Trevor, that would connect. Let's see if they're gonna jump in. That is gonna be a no, because Red Team was able to go with that. So that's gonna be 2, 3. Connecting, and that is going to be the John coming in from the side of the Secret Half-Years, and that's going to be the rooted for the side of Rafe, and now, oh no! SCB the stuns connecting, but Azar still going at it. Tatsuro was the first one to actually fall down. That's going to be a knock up coming from the side of Team Secret, and they were able to get one kill, but now Shaw, double kill, going over to his Oriana, but now Danny was able to get a kill, killing spree coming over for side of adversity, but at least they have Rafe, and here comes with the re-engage, and he does become golden. Shot will connect, but he was able to flash out, and here comes Shaw with the shield, and
the great escape by Danny over here. As the carry survived, Danny and Shaw survived that whole ordeal. In the meantime, for Team Secret, I guess they're satisfied with this consolation prize, having opened this mid lane to create an even space across this map. And Fennel played that fight so well. I mean, Chewy was basically all alone. James was separated into the fight because they needed another layer of engage, which is the taunt from this Galio. So once that happens, Chewy can be vulnerable.
Now that Tsuri is just alone at the mid lane, you have to alongside him now, but when the adversity, they are, I guess they could be towards the Baron side. You have 3 champions up top at the Baron lane. You have Rafe. The Assault and Battery is available. He will probably reach level 10 in a bit, but now Power versus Azar. Azar is just gonna play it out safely. They do not want to give out any unnecessary kill for the side of Fennel adversity, given that in the previous clash, they knew who to target and they knew how to just separate Team Secret from each other.
Exactly, they're doing a good job sort of splitting up the fight, separating. Trevor, though, stuff like that a little bit worrisome, just because that there is a lock-in with Assault and Battery. They have the adequate amount of CC. Shaw,
Oh, nope, not gonna connect. Okay, looks like he'll be able to get out of there safely. But now you have Chewy. He does become golden. You have the end stream popper. They actually get Fisher connecting onto me. You have the big final bomb connect, and Chewy was the first one to actually fall down. Now for the adversity, they want to jump in, but Hamed was able to dash out. Let's see, Team Secret, what are gonna go? What they're gonna do with the engage? Apparently, Trevor will not force any fight at all. That is gonna be only Chewy down for the side of Team Secret. Team Secret, for adversity, they can go and maybe try to take Baron, but you have Power going with the reset, and package is now available for this Corky. Danny being much more comfortable than he was in game number 1.
yeah, definitely. This has been such a close game. I mean, after looking at game number 1, looking at Fennel right now, they have resetted, they have stabilized, they have confidence, especially when it comes to patience in finding opportunities where Chewy is vulnerable. That's already basically twice in a row where Chewy was not in the best position, and where Fennel basically took advantage of that. If this sets a trend, and if this definitely continues, Fennel will definitely win this match up against Team Secret. And for now, though, sure.
Woohoo! He's being chased by James, but that is not going to be enough. Oriana was able to survey her way out of there, but here comes the other members, the other champions of Fennel adversity. Only 3 champions from Team Secret at the mid lane. They could force a 3v5, but looks like they're looking on taking this dragon instead. Baron, though, is alive, and now Team Secret making their way down to where Fennel adversity is. They could force something here that is going to be coming from the side of Danny. Oh no! But that is going to but here comes coming from the side of Fennel adversity. But Chewy being penetrated right in the back line, but now Danny was the first one to fall down. Shaw does become golden, but now here comes Azar. Shaw was forced to flash out, but here comes Trevor. He becomes golden as well. That's going to be a double kill be secured by Azar, and he is still chasing right at his problem. That's going to be a triple kill being secured by Azar. 3-0 in favor of Team Secret. Danny did try to do something there, but he forgot there was thought was available for Hamas, and that translated to them being able to get the Baron.
This is like all according to plan. Team Secret, you mentioned 3 people in mid, while the rest, Trevor and as well as Azar were split pushing those 2 lanes. They had the waves in their favor, and it's like prepping towards Baron. If they win a fight, they are going to be comfortable in taking objectives like a Baron right after. So it was the perfect setup, and they basically sort of took advantage of, Danny's way of utilizing this package aggressively. If you bump into a taunt, it is basically game over, and you lose that AD carry for yourself.
Also, that was just this Darius being very crazy, able to get that triple kill, and even though that is the bleed popped as well, but now Fennel Adversity, they need to recuperate, and maybe they have in mind with the taunt coming from Hams as well as mobile coming from Trevor. Maybe they could go with the pickups for now. That is maybe another turret being taken down from their side. They are Team Secret now has the gold lead. Shaw with the shields. It is going to be enough, but Tatsuri, woohoo! That is a lot of damage being taken by this very cute and very small Ziggs. But you have the unstoppable, you have the unbreakable rather, and that is going to be the Mega Inferno Bomb being popped by Ziggs. He is just going to go with the recall. Hamas and Chewy holding their ground. Chewy coming in with the pokes. You have Trevor just hiding in the bush there. He does have Guardian Angel, so they could play it out aggressively should they want to.
Yeah, they are taking advantage of this Baron buff. They're maximizing its full use for sure, as Trevor is fine for now. I don't think Rafi wants to go for it because the rest of the lanes are already falling apart. So you do, especially, a few patches back, the cooldown of Assault and Battery pretty much got increased. So you do not want to just use it just because a target is there. You want to think about it a little bit more, especially now that you're looking at Baron empowered minions, and now you do not have any second tier towers already. It's just these, base turrets left.
Woohoo! You are right. Just base turrets left for the side of an adversity. We have a ward there in the mid lane from Team Secret too. So yeah, this is just after one flash, they were able to utilize and just steamroll from there. However, for an adversity, they have a Vi. They have a Jax as well. So Rafi could be extra careful with the next target, and Van Adversity could just go with the follow-up. Power stuns is actually very useful because I can imagine either Trevor or Azar jumping in, maybe even Hamas, and the moment the stun connects, Van Adversity can just rain PCs or their damage onto the target. But now 60 minutes, almost 70 minutes in actually, you have Team Secret just charging into the side where Fennel Adversity is. Hamas spot having their eye there at the moment as we jumping through the side of power, and that's even a taunt connecting onto, and you have Danny. He does become golden. Hamas does get first down as we become forced to say goodbye as well. But you have the shield, you have the sustain coming from Azar, and then you have the auto attack by Azar, but now you have Rafe.
Trevor
Tightened down by Chewy, and Trevor is right there at the base now. You have losers of Unbreakable being popped. You have Shaw there as well as he coughed the side of Trevor, but still was not taken down. So he is just gonna hold his ground. Azar does not have his ultimate anymore. You also have a minion wave looking in for the bot lane or the dragon lane, and Team Secret, they really want to make sure that there will be no more turrets left for Fennel Adversity 17 minutes in.
That was insane. The fact that it was a 4v5 situation, and yet Team Secret still won that, despite the fact that, Chewy was having a hard time landing all these autos and pokes because I believe it was Power, or rather it was Rafi that was basically there in the back line trying to assemble a flank just to sort of create chaos on Chewy's positioning. But it didn't matter. They were still able to, survive that storm. 4v5 at that. Now no base for Fennel. Now Baron being started.
So they have to commit at least one champion at the base. That is going to be taunt connecting, but Lose yourself does have, does have that stand behind me. You have the buff connecting on the tower, and he just eliminated. But now, Danny was the first one to actually follow that Rapids coming over the side of Trevor and Team Secret. They are within as we have flashed in on through with Hammers, and now he was able to get 2-3. Trevor at the side, targeting that adversity, and you have Azar at the front line, making sure no one will come anywhere near them, and that's Team Secret focusing on the Nexus and then bagging game number 2.
And they head straight to the next bracket of this tournament, of this playoffs. They now send, Fennel Adversity down to the dreaded BO1. And it's very, very exciting to see how it was so even at first, but because of a couple of fights, because of how they're not able to focus on, prepping the lanes to make sure that towers will not fall down if they do lose a fight. And Team Secret just did an amazing job with these 4v5s, with these split pushes. Team Secret is such a versatile team. It's just absolutely insane to watch them play.
And every time you see an initiate from either Hamis or Tatsuri, you just know somewhere in the map, Team Secret will secure that follow-up. Currently, the Jax pick did have a lot of promise. Sadly, Power was not able to do what his team expected. And Shaw actually performed really, really well in game number 2. He was able to get a double kill in the mid game, but afterwards he just had a handful of pickoffs. And when it just comes to 5v5, that's where Team Secret shines. And Trevor, we did not feel this Lee Sin in the early to mid game. He was doing his part as a jungle though, but during the late game he just focused on the split push and apparently was able to clear out the towers. It was Hames' flash in and taunt though. That's personally one of my favorite plays in game number 2.
Yeah, Hames is the way that he restrains himself from using his taunt prematurely, just in case Power comes in, just in case Danny uses the package aggressively and then is greeted by a taunt. So Hames' decision to whether reserve that or use it to get an engage for the squad is just really beautiful to watch in a low-key manner, I suppose. But yeah, I think Shaw on this Orianna really worked out, basically sort of canceled out the lane with that Orianna pick, and because of the face rush, it was pretty much hard to catch him. The solo kill as well from Shaw on Tatsuri was really good.
And here is the Oppo Reno 5 plays of the game. Shaw just jumping in and flashing in. This was honestly a mistake for me from Dan. He would pop package. The intent is good, and you know that he can at least whittle down the HP bars of Team Secret, but it tends to happen that comes time at the worst timing possible, and Team Secret was able to turn the tables. And yeah, a lot of good plays for the side of an adversity though, and I like how they were able to adjust their draft too. And by the time late game started, you have Chewy from game number 1 translating into game number 2.
Yeah, Chewy on this Varus pick twice in a row. Again, without Hames' help to peel for him, he still manages on his own pretty well. I think it was Rafi to try to sort of isolate him, but Tatsuri was also there as well. And the fact that Team Secret, again, with this 4v5, they got away with it. Despite seeing, a gold being equalized at 8 minutes, 10 minutes of the game, even Fennel Adversity having a little bit of lead over Team Secret. It is just Team Secret with such beautiful execution in team fights and as well as these mini skirmishes with the split push.
Man, it's just them being able to balance all of these things at once. And you know what? It actually made me very curious. I want to see how pro teams does their shot calls. I hope there's maybe at some point in time we can hear them do their shot calls. But yeah, for series number 1, from the adversity, they performed really well. I said this earlier. They adjusted their draft. They were able to get their adjustments in. You have Shaw, not Orianna. They actually got enough CCs. But what happened there was towards the latter part of the game, it was just Team Secret being able to get their win conditions in.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it they persevered, but I bet they really were very patient. Again, they knew that they didn't really have to do anything in the lane at all.
Oh, and master of the match is going to be Azar. Still on this Darius. He did pick up Darius in game number 1 as well. Now, you have this Darius Face Rush, if I'm not mistaken. Barrier Plus, that also has the Triforce in his belt. You can just see how aggressive this player is. I guess that's one of the reasons why he tends to be highlighted time and time again whenever Team Secret would have a game.
Yeah, his Darius pick is just so scary that you'd be forced to back away once your health is dangerously low, because you mentioned Azar is such an aggressive player. He is not afraid to use his flash just to get an apprehend, just to get that guillotine on the fights, just to get that reset. And I think that is one of the scariest things for Azar, especially the way that he uses this Darius pick.
Made me realize, are there any of course it's gonna, but what are the other picks that Team Secret has? And towards Fennel Adversity, they are going to be dropping over to the lower bracket, which is going to be a best of 1. I think that's during the 3rd or 4th series of the day, or maybe 5th or 6th. But yeah, we're looking forward to seeing how will they perform still. But for now, for the fans of Team Secret, GG's, WP, GGWP, because the team that you are supporting was able to win their first series with a very dominating 2-0.
Yeah, the Kings of the North definitely opening this playoffs with a bang, with, you know, a debut of the Varus pick. And just as we mentioned, they're moving forward towards this upper bracket. Very interesting to see who will they fight next, considering that we'll find out soon, because I believe on the next series, it's going to be Omega Esports versus RRQ. Whoever is going to win that match will be their opponent moving forward towards that semifinals. Upper bracket.
Yep. So upper bracket really showing up, and you have a lot of strong teams in the upper bracket, but I really am looking forward to the other series for today. Example, you have Liyab versus Amihan, Fire versus Air versus Wind. So yeah, and again, the patch 2.3 is literally fresh. It's just been up 3 days ago. But these pro teams, they're playing as if they've been studying it for 2 weeks.
Exactly. The sudden, a lot of these face rush champions coming in, and then suddenly out of nowhere we get to see a Varus. So it has been proven to be effective. I think it's because, you know, we've been seeing a lot of compositions where there's a lot of chunky boys, a lot of tanks. So that's probably it. So very excited. It's considering what a huge and dominating start for Team Secret.
Yes. And we know that you guys enjoyed series number 1. We, of course, have series number 2, but we'll be jumping into a very, very short break first. You have been your casters. I'm Yukon. Alongside me is the dashing, the beautiful, the smart Riku. So sit back, relax, and wait for the panelists to come back.
Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
And what is your secret, Team Secret? Because they are starting out oh so strong and they take the first series of the playoffs 2-0 against Fennel Adversity. Team Secret will win 100,000 Globe Cup points, and Fennel Adversity, they will get another chance, but they will take a tumble down to the lower bracket. Now, before we get in depth into our series discussion, let's take a moment to thank all of our sponsors for bringing us here to Freljord, where it's nice and cold over here. So thank you so much to PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country, for bringing us to Freljord. Thank you. Thank you so much. And of course, thank you so much to Mineski and to Globe, because with Globe Telecom, you can hashtag reinvent your Wild Rift journey like never before. Explore the path of ascension when you top up on Wild Course at Kodashop via Globe.
I will share you two secrets, my friends. One is it's the birthday of our host right now. Happy birthday to Mika Pals. Celebrating her
guys.
special day right now. Happy birthday to you, Mika. And yeah, enjoy the rest of your day. And the second secret for you trying to get to the pro ranks, all you have to do is to get your hands onto this, right? This is the Oppo Reno 5, our official mobile partner. Picture life together and experience the world of Wild Rift with us with all new Oppo Reno 5. Enjoy all-day gaming with long-lasting, fast-charging battery, a powerful processor with a smooth 9 Hz refresh rate. Get the ultimate gaming experience with the all-new Oppo Reno 5 4G for only 18,899 and the Oppo Reno 5 5G for only 23,999.
Wait right there, because it's not just two secret. We also got the secret of the handsome, at syempre nandito din ang sikreto ng mga gwapong gamers. Kahit buong araw na naglalaro, hindi mukhang na GG. Fresh pa rin, at para fresh all day, bring your clay game with new Master All-in-One Clay Face Wash. It cleans 99% of germs, controls oil to 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. All-in-one, bring your clay game with Master. Sikreto ng mga gwapo.
Look at that flex. Look at that flex from Autolus right there. Hey guys, don't forget that you can up your game even more as Virtual Hangouts Go Esports brings events and programs like no other, starting with apprenticeship programs led by the pros, stream takeovers, and local and international tournaments. All you have to do is download the Globe One app and click on the Virtual Hangouts tab to get updated and get hashtag OL Together now on the latest happenings on Globe Virtual Hangouts. Now, thanks to all of our wonderful partners over here at the C Icon series, we actually have something to give back to the community as well. You could put some Wild Course in your pocket by the end of the broadcast week. Osiris has the details on exactly how you can do that.
Of course, thank you to our official mobile partner, Oppo. You can get a chance to win 380 Wild Course just by tuning in, and all you have to do is like and follow Oppo Philippines Facebook page, like and share the stream with the caption of the team you're rooting for. So you know we got all the teams, we got all the brackets locked in. Make sure your post is on public. And with the hashtag, of course, that's hashtag Oppo Game On, hashtag Oppo Reno 5, hashtag Picture Life Together, hashtag Oppo A94, and hashtag Live Life at full speed. So that's 5 hashtags, and a total of 4 winners will be announced later at the end of the live stream. So make sure you tune in.
And that's not all. We also have 15 lucky winners of 790 Wild Cores. I have even more Wild Cores than you do, Osiris.
Oh.
We have 15 winners for that. All you have to do is actually join us on the panel and share with us your predictions and game analysis of today. Just make sure to like and follow the PPGL page, like and share the live stream as well with the official hashtags SISPH, that's SISPH, SISPH Playoffs, C Icon Series PH, and PPGL Wild Rift. During the broadcast, just comment your gameplay analysis along with your Riot ID on the stream chat. Looking forward to reading those as we proceed along with the event, because the best comment will be pinned after each series. A total of 15 winners will be announced at the end of the Grand Finals broadcast this June 6th.
And of course, calling out all top fans out there by PPGL, you get the chance now to win PPGL merchandise. Want the hoodie? Well, all you have to do is to follow the instructions here, how to get the badge. All you have to do is to make sure that you interact with the PPGL page. Always like, share, and comment on our post, and post a photo of yourself virtually chilling out with the PPGL team while watching the See Icon Series PH playoffs. So the post must be public, and of course, you have to tell us which two teams you are looking forward to meet in the grand finals. That will happen on June 6th, by the way. Make sure to include the official hashtags, hashtag SISPH, hashtag CICAN Series PH, hashtag PPGL Wild Rift, and hashtag PPGL Best Fan 2021. 5 lucky winners will be announced at the end of the grand finals broadcast this June 6th. So, what are you waiting for? Head over here to Facebook to join our raffle.
Yes, indeed. And hope you guys will stick around with us up until the very end to find out who takes all of that sweet merchandise and wild course home. Now, of course, jumping into our series highlights from Team Secret versus Fennel Adversity. Now, this is really, really a treat, and we got to see some of the new routes in action as well. Otlus, what were your thoughts on this? Let's start with game one.
Face rush, wow, oh wow, it was put on the Darius in the Baron lane, and you can see why it was there. This is actually the series highlights in where we can see Azar trying to survive against 3 people, but this is actually a good counterplay. Noxian Guillotine denied by Shaw, and that is the Stasis power. But overall, we saw the full composition here by Team Secret. 3 players going for the Airy rune. We have Joey on the Varus, Ham is on the Sona, and also Tatsuri with Airy as well. So you can say that they are all in when it comes to poking. And one big takeaway that I have in this game and overall in the series is Team Secret's not hesitating to put Azar on the tank to supplement their playstyle. So take notice, player teams, because Team Secret is not playing around and is willing to go all ham on the poke department.
That was just the first series of the day. I'm sure Team Secret has a lot more strategies and shenanigans planned for everybody. But going into game 2, we saw that Fennel Adversity, their over-aggression really became their biggest flaw. I mean, Fennel Adversity did have a fighting chance, but we did see some over-enthusiastic plays coming in, which did become their undoing as well. What do you think, Osiris?
Yeah, I greatly agree on you on that part, as that's a fairly bad play to say, because they already got the advantage. They already got the turning point wherein they can bounce back. Remember, they are playing on a Jack, so you wanted the Jacks to go on a scaling point. So it was a good decision for them to drop first the Dragon just to have an opening for the Jacks. But you know, it's something that we need to think about, because there's still no game to rage with. So it kind of needs a lot of time, extra time, I must say, for a Jax to be fully scaled. And this is the part wherein it's a double-edged sword of the Fennel Adversity, wherein the sharp edges put them in a bad spot. So they technically lost some of these fights, and at that point, it was the momentum of Team Secret who run them over, and they kept on winning team fights after team fights. If we are going back into the draft also, you can see that Team Secret first picked a Ziggs, but Fennel wanted to go for a Braum instead of going for a Galio. Because one good tip about the Galio, if you're looking at Zar on a Darius, there's a huge chance that he's going in mostly. So you wanted that extra defense. So with the hero's entrance and even the taunt, just to peel away from the Corki. And Corki isn't really one of the best AD carry that really pops off the concussive blows. So I'm not really sure if that's a fairly a good idea. And they are also battling with a team comp which is composed of mostly poke type. So yes, I understand with the Unbreakable as one of the good options to deny those, but after that cooldowns, you're gonna have a hard time re-engaging. You're kind of missing the part wherein you can save someone. They can run off with a Vi and a Galio just to make sure to reach the back line with a hero's entrance. So yeah, I think it was just Team Secret showing that they're the big team right now to beat with.
Definitely. And I have to say, Trebor staying safe with the Lee Sin pick for now. I actually thought that he was going to make a jump for it and, possibly bring out some of the more controversial junglers. But apparently not yet. He could be saving that for a little later on. But for now, Team Secret leading the way, starting out very, very strong with 100,000 Globe Cup points to their winnings to start everything off. Let's check out the leaderboards as they stand right now for after that first series of the day. And Team Secret just out on top, calmly flexing over there on the top spot with 500,000 Globe Cup points. Now, ladies and
Wow.
gentlemen, of course, this is an overall look at our Globe Cup point system, beginning from North Luzon stages, South Luzon stages, Visayas, and Mindanao as well, up until our playoffs today. So these numbers, the teams look very, very happy indeed, especially Team Secret right there. But of course, coming in close is Omega Esports as well. And please keep your eyes on them as we enter the second series of the day, because they will be up against RRQ coming up next. For now, though, Team Secret definitely leading the pack, definitely happy with that 100,000 Globe Cup points. And they will be, of course, one of the teams to look out for here going into the playoffs. I would say, I still maintain that they are one of the favorites coming into this from the playoffs. And I do think they could possibly land within the top 3 of our standings at the end of our broadcast week. Now, of course, we do have our second series of the day. And this is a very, very interesting one. It's actually the series that I was excited the most for. Simply because these
Really?
teams, yes, because these teams, they've got this sort of mastermind kind of identity, I feel. And, we'll get into that a little later. But of course, we are talking about none other than Omega Esports and RRQ. Now, of course, as one of the teams here at the Sea Icon series that enjoyed a clean run without dropping a single series. And they are definitely one of the biggest esports teams in the Philippines, with quite the impressive debut here at the Sea Icon series. This is Omega Esports.
Like a phoenix, Omega Esports has flown, saying it's time for a new empire. This team has buried demons and has tear down ceilings on the way to a perfect South Luzon group stage record. Monikered as a group of death, Omega Esports sentence each team with pure map movements, solid teamwork, and timely aggressive plays. Up top, we have JLC. Impressive, the Smite God in the jungle, Emperor Arise in the mid, and of course, Timelapse and Stronger in the Dragon lane. Here to conquer once again, Omega Esports!
Yes, and that's the team, none other than the solo player highlight, the Phantom Thief himself. Impressive. This guy is not a big of a stranger towards stealing different type of objectives, and you wanted to watch out. He might be jumping anywhere of that fog of war. Impressive with that really impressive stats, and the name himself showed some big plays one after another, and at that point it transitions to big wins.
Indeed, and as we did have an interview with him in the South Luzon Group Stages, and we asked him why his IGN is impressive, and he said, well, it speaks for itself, and it is true. Now, this guy is so memorable for these steals onto the objectives, stealing dragon after dragon, even some barons as well, and Rift Heralds, and impressive. You mentioned that he might be lurking around, going on to steal those objectives, but the thing is, he doesn't even have to be around. Somehow,
Yeah.
some way, Impressive just manages to steal it. He could be on the other side of the map. He's gonna get it somehow, some way. So this guy, ladies and gentlemen, keep your eyes on him and what he's doing, because he will most definitely steal your hearts. Aww.
Oh.
But of course, they are now up against a name that is known to everybody in Southeast Asia, with a legendary name in the League of Legends scene at the helm as coach. This is the King of Kings they are up against, and this is RRQ.
Discipline, macro, and experience passed on by their coach. RRQ, the Kings of Kings, finished Mindanao Group Stage with only one series loss. The second seed from Mindanao will prove once again that their discipline will net them a win and that their 7-man roster is an advantage that they only have. We have Isilla in the Baron lane, Chaz in the jungle, Best Pose, Helios in the mid, and Marky and Hex as their support. We also have Earl God and of course Ulexite as their sub, with their Indonesian and Filipino fans behind them. Hashtag Viva RRQ!
And of course, for the solo player highlight, we will be having the best pose from everyone, as what Autolus told that it will be Helios, and with that really good KDA 12.08, this guy is flexing a lot of champions. He knows how to adapt for the team. They are also one of those who can play from behind as long as this guy is on check. Not only Helios, Scylla also at the other end of the spectrum, but that 12.08 kill participation with the Annie, Fiora, and Galio, you're surely in for a roller coaster ride of this of his champion pool, even a Twisted Fate that I really love. So yeah, it has been. Helios will be on the mid lane.
Somehow, some way, Osiris will manage to put in Twisted Fate.
Yes,
I don't know,
always,
somehow,
always.
some way. But yes, indeed. And the man with our favorite pose here at the Sea Icon series, the most creative pose indeed. But of course, other players that we do have to keep our eyes on is our Globe Key player clash, and that will be between JLC and Isilla over here. And this is gonna be so interesting to watch. I mentioned earlier that I was looking forward to the series the most, and it's because these two teams, they are, again, the sort of mastermind identity here. JLC and Isilla are a big part of that. And every team that plays against these teams, they sort of end up second guessing themselves, because it seems like every move that they make against these teams, it only makes them stronger. So you're only playing into their plan. So the question that we have to answer here is, who is going to dance to whose tune in this series, and who is going to fall into whose trap? Checking out our Globe Key player clash over here between the Baron laners. What do you guys think? Odalus, we'll start with you.
So many things to say about JLC's impact on the map, not just on the macro level, but also his decision making. He's so good. Now, when we talk about JLC, we remember that he has an Akali pocket pick that really goes on the AD side. 2.3 happened. We know that gets nerfed. So is he still going to pick out the Akali in the Baron lane, or is he going to favor the tanky champions that we know that he's very consistent on? The Garen, the Sinch, the Darius even. And on the other side, we have Isilla. Isilla is like the heart and soul of RRQ. This team wants to play the 4-1 split, wants to play for the side lane. And every time that they get target banned, almost always it's going to be Isilla and Silas champion pool that will be targeted by the opposing team. So this is going to be a very interesting battle. Who's going to win? Mechanics or intelligence? Macro or micro? Who's going to take this? I don't know. Maybe Osiris do know. What do you think?
Well, it's all about not the base. Well, technically, it's all about the base because of the Nexus. But the power of JLC being consistently. You gotta remember, this is John Lloyd consistent going up against Isilla, who can pop off anytime. But we got some exposure of those weakness from RRQ, as we've seen that they drop a few games and they are going at it with the undefeated South. So you gotta remember that the JLC, he may be playing on a passive type or not entirely going for the flashy plays, but this guy is shining in his own way.
That is absolutely right. And thank you for reminding us about John Lloyd consistency. Definitely one of my favorite monikers over here at the C Icon series. Now, another thing, of course, that we do have to discuss is the matchup between these two being so dominant in each of their regions. And each region kind of had its own flavor. So it's a matter of how that will translate, since these teams will be battling each other and crossing over, so to say. You might have been dominant in the Mindanao Group Stages, you might have been dominant in the South, but we are talking about the entire country now, the entire C Icon series, Philippines, and it is going to be very interesting to see which team comes out of this on top. Now let's get into our predictions for our second series of the day. This is Omega Esports and RRQ, and I am actually gonna say that this might be our first 2-1. And I will say that this might go in favor of Omega Esports.
Okay, so you are going for the 2-1 route this time. I'm going for the 2-0 in favor of Omega Esports. Why? Because Omega Esports really has a different read on the map macro when it comes to Wild Rift. They are willing to leave a lane just to make sure no one gets punished, and that's the experience advantage that they have. I do understand, and I do know that RRQ has Marky, has Kaigu, but when we talk about Omega Esports, they have JLC, they have Stronger, both players that are very intelligent, and do not count out that Stronger might pull out the Blitzcrank. Remember, he's a very good Blitzcrank player, and in 2.3 and 2.2C, if I'm not mistaken, the Blitzcrank has been buffed. So unlock the Blitzcrank. Let's go.
Yeah,
Definitely.
and as for me, this might also help a lot into the face rush, as how JLC working his way on the top lane with pretty consistent plays. Even a Singe, I'm expecting for a phase rush if you wanted to go vroom vroom, but you want to go back just to stop it a bit. But 2-1 in favor of Omega. I greatly respect RRQ with their own mechanics, with the minds playing it into the game. But there are times that Helios being caught up, Isilla being shut down, and Marky with his overextension or Ultra Instinct being shut down by different team. So they gotta respect that the undefeated South is playing on a controlled aggression as well. And if they're getting the snowball, they're going crazy. So I think this will be Omega's in the bag.
Absolutely. And you know what? It is really interesting to find out all of these new buffs and new runes coming in to augment all of our favorite players over here. You brought up JLC with a phase rush. That's going to be really scary. And if he does choose that Singe, that is just going to be a disaster.
Rengar, by
so
the way,
annoying.
unimpressive.
And Rengar as well.
Yeah.
Oh my
yeah.
gosh.
And
Could
he is
be.
the one who's pulling off that Infinity Edge with Rengar. So this is something big.
So many possibilities, guys, and we are going to discover all this as we head into our second series of the day. This is Omega Esports versus RRQ Casters. Take us into the rift.
But welcome to the Caster's Desk. It's going to be another exciting series for our playoffs. Day number 1. My name is Riku. Together with me is Yuko. And we're starting off with our second playoffs series. Omega Esports coming off from undefeated win streak, as that's a total of 9 series on the board, and they've only suffered 2 defeats out of 20 games so far. Meanwhile, RRQ, just as the panelists have mentioned, very, very unique as they are running a 7-man roster. And not only that, they do swap in from time to time depending on the composition. Basically, they have 2 AD carries. They have Marky and Ulexite and 2 supports, Hex and Earl God as well. So very exciting to see all of these things come together in this series. Yuko, I have to ask, how do you think this series is going to go?
All right, so to start my statement off for series number 2, can I just say that it's gonna be the undefeated versus the Kings? And we did hear our panelists give their predictions. Honestly, I am gonna echo what Otelo said. I believe it is gonna be a 2-0 in favor of Omega just because of the power and the aggression that they kept on showing us ever since we first laid our eyes on their team before even Icon series started. However, even though I did say a 2-0, I believe it's gonna be close game.
Yeah, exactly. It could go to a game number 3. I mean, series number 1 would look like it could have gone the distance. And now for our second series, yeah, it looks like a tough matchup for RRQ. But at the same time, this is a different RRQ from what we've seen back in the preseason. I believe it was Danielle and Viper in the duo lane, and they basically sort of brought in the 7-man roster. So it's definitely going to be exciting as we are now going into the draft soon, actually, as we are now for Omega. Again, biggest question is, will they be able to still continue their win streak even in the playoffs?
Maybe. I mean, the odds are good, or the odds could be in their favor because we have that Phantom Thief, just stealing the hearts of, literally the hearts of their enemies. That's why he takes them down. But also the hearts of the Dragons and the objectives. So for first game, we have our bans already set.
Yeah, Rengar, just as the panelists have mentioned, a lot of respect towards Impressive here, the Phantom Thief, as now Camille will be open actually as Vi Graga is being removed and the Zig, so no poke composition, but that means RRQ is able to get first dibs on this very strong flex Camille pick.
You know what? It made me realize that, if I'm not mistaken, Impressive was the only player that did pick up Graves in the jungle way back in the group stages. So let's see if we're gonna see another Graves here. But first pick is gonna be Fiora, and they pair that off with a Janna. They want to secure a very a very solid support. You have the Howling Gale, you have the Moonsoon for the follow-ups. But now RQ, they did lock in that Kaisa for Marky.
Yeah, this is the go-to AD carry of Marky, picked almost 100% already when we look at the Mindanao Group Stages. So now you mentioned, Janna being picked up. I wonder if they're going to be picking up a support. Seraphine can still be towards Helios. Helios is that, mid laner that has such a wide and deep champion pool. So we cannot count, Helios up just yet.
Yep, and actually my money is that is going to be a Seraphine mid lane, because if you look at the heroes that these champions that Helios usually pick up, it's just a squishy, intense burst type of champions. But you have Saya being picked up by Omega Esports. That's the first time you'll be seeing a Saya. And now let's see how RRQ will answer to that. They could get a Baron / jungler. I do not know which role Camille's gonna go still.
They can pick up an Olaf. We usually see, when the Seraphine comes in, maybe an Olaf will appear as well. I mean, the Camille can be put still on towards Azilla, but the Renekton is making a debut here in the Philippine Icon series. We get to see a Renekton, ladies and gentlemen. Could be towards Helios, could be towards Azilla. We still don't know.
Oh, lock and have it. I love how RQ is playing with their draft right now. Coach Kaigu with the plays. Goodness me. But now let's see who will be the last pick for our team. That is going to be an Akali. Okay, I literally do not know which champion is going where.
Okay, so for sure it's going to be a Camille jungle for Chaz. So now biggest question is whether or not that's a Renekton mid or an Akali mid, because Helios plays a lot of these Baron laners, picks that are commonly found in the mid lane, in the Baron lane, playing it in towards the mid lane. So it's gonna be so exciting to see this as we head on over to the Rift soon. This is series number 2, game number 1 between RRQ versus Omega Esports. It's gonna be very, very exciting.
Exciting doesn't even cover half of it. And now we have Helios on the camps in the mid lane. So it looks like he is gonna pick up that Akali. So it is gonna be a Baron lane Renekton. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, okay, so for 2.3, I mean, Akali did have a few changes so far, especially to her poke. So more energy, more resources has to be utilized. So not a lot of poke too much coming in from an Akali pick nowadays, but still having the zone away arise really, really well.
Ooh, stronger. That he did get a handful of damage there from Marquis IK and Rain, but still pretty quiet, pretty standard laning. I actually like the Fiora pickup from GLC here, going with the dashes and just poke, just really able to get all the weak points from Isilla.
And JLC is doing a good job with this matchup as well. We the Renekton strength is usually come level 2 or level 3. So managing to poke out the vital points, we know how Fiora level 1s can be insanely hard to deal with. So curious to see how Isilla will survive this laning phase, especially once he gets level 5 on the Dominus. There are a lot of outplay potential and survivability, but there is going to be a gank in the mid lane as Helios is so low. Impressive going to go in as Chaz is there for the counter gank.
That was a good placement for Twilight Shroud from Helios, and he was able to get the Honey Fruit. Had he not do that, he could have been first blood for the side of Omega.
Incredibly close so far, very active, as impressive again on this Lee Sin. He could be going through a patrol route and could actually set up for a dive because Isilla is very low, but Chaz is actually there to greet him, welcome him into the jungle, as that could potentially be a 1v2 situation. Chaz is just so low right now, is impressive. Still no level 5, but first blood will come in for impressive as Arise comes in on the board.
Arise jumped in at the perfect time, and Scylla, well, Chaz did not know that Diana was there at the side. Now you have time lapse coming in with the reset. Still no casualty for the Dragon Lane side, but it's just 2 minutes in. But Omega was able to get 2 kills. That's roughly 1 kill a minute.
Yeah, that is JLC doing a solo kill on Isilla. And look at this, the gold, the level gap. 2 level lead for JLC on this Fiora.
This really goes to show how he was able to harass Renekton or Isilla in the early parts of the game. We now have impressive just there at the sides.
Oh no, the JLC with a barrier, and that is unfortunate as Isilla doesn't have Dominus, doesn't have any defense potential on potential tower dives.
Also, you did mention this, but JLC did have the barrier. That's why he was not actually afraid to jump in and just finish off the kill with that grand challenge. Now, though, at the bot lane, Marquis still just quietly farming. Now stronger and time-lapse both a level 5s. Impressive.
Oh, there is the Dragon's Rage, and now all the damage pouring into Isilla. Poor Isilla, that's the 3rd time he just wanted to go back in lane, and it's greeted by another death.
The crocodile just wants to go to his lane. He just wants to eat minions. Why do you keep killing Isla? Just kidding. But yeah, that just goes to show how Omega know what and which lane to prioritize earlier on, because they're literally not giving Isla any room to breathe.
Yeah, that is how you play around a Renekton. You basically choke him away from resources or just put him down before he reaches into a comfortable stage. And JLC just played the lane so well with his, again, level 1 pokes and just hitting the vital points. And this is the result that we're seeing now. A 2-level lead versus JLC.
And the Triforce on top of that, 0-4 on the scoreboard right now in favor of Omega. Wow, first Drake Infernal. Omega would love to have their hands on this. Looks like Impressive is rotating over to where the dragon is. Saya is right there though. So we'll see where is the stronger rather is going to be there alongside Impressive. But no one from RQ is actually going over to the dragon area.
Yeah, Marky on this Kaisa for sure will still have to wait out for that scaling. So that is the reason why RQ is still not prepared to sort of take these down. And the fact that JLC is so huge, can't afford to do and trade any sort of towers, First Blood Tower in exchange of a dragon. So that is the reason why the lane is intact. Asilla, unfortunately, really had a hard time in the first few minutes of this game.
He did, and he was not able to get any oxygen at all. Also, looking at the Dragon Lane duo for Omega Esports, they have pretty solid wave clear. You also have the knockups from Jana that can just prevent Kaisa or Marky alongside Earl God from actually pushing in further at the bottom lane. Now, Helios, already sitting at the level 7, will be level 8 a tad bit later, but you have Arise just going in with the reset, and now you have Earl God rotating to the upper part of the map because Marquis is there. They went with the switcheroo for 5 minutes.
Impressive! Look at him go as he just wants to steal the Krugs. He's fine for now as, just as you mentioned, Isila just trying to rotate, avoid the Fiora matchup now, and it's going to be satisfied with this. I mean, Renekton does have that innate form of sustain anyways. I mean, he did get buff on 2.3, so I think this is a good call from RRQ. More like they are cornered to do this call.
Also, can I just say that Impressive used his ultimate earlier? That's why now at the Rip Herald uptime, that is something RRQ can bank on. There's no ticks coming in from Impressive. There is still the Moonfall to be worried about though.
Yeah, a lot of kits, a lot of tools for Omega to sort of utilize on the team fights. And for RRQ, they still have to wait. That's the thing. The reason why you pick up a Renekton pick is that it can transition you well, cover early to mid game. It can get incredibly strong, but what happens if the early game doesn't work out as JLC played the lane up so well? Now Omega gets another objective on the board.
Helios can't even roam around and even go with the assassination plays because of this. The translation just hurt the early game of RRQ. But I guess for now, Asila just holding. He's not gonna go with 2v1s, but he is holding out in the lane just fine. JLC protecting his turret. He did go with the dash in, but no, that is not gonna connect.
The rest of the squad is already here. Impressive with the Proto Belt kick to 2. Knockout Chaz is going to be the main target, but the stun kicks in with Chaz very low. And now the Echo being used just to, Encore rather, just to back away.
Very good encore coming in from Earl God. That is the reason why they were able to secure Impressive, because he forgot there was the ultimate, there was still the charm, and he already popped or already jumped in. But at least, even though the roots did connect towards JLC, it's like they still did not want to force that fight. They knew it's going to be very, how should I say this, very difficult or crucial for Mark.
Yeah, I think their target was Marky. I mean, when we look at the Mindanao Group Stages, there were a few instances where Marky may not have the best position, and I feel like, Omega was a little bit excited to sort of pursue that opportunity that sort of presented itself, but good call from RRQ. Again, the ult coming from Earl God was really greatly timed. Chaz is able to get the stun on Impressive. So the punish potential is definitely there in case Omega becomes, just wants to make these aggressive calls.
I think that Omega, they still can't go full on aggressive. It just gives space for Marky to go and secure the farm. Maybe we'll get to see him secure first or second item, core item later on. But now, Dragon is gonna be up, and I believe that RRQ, they're in a much better position to take this time around. But will they though? Because Omega already has their eye on this Dragon.
Yeah, a little bit difficult. A little bit difficult considering that you did rotate Marky at topside, so there is really not a lot of opportunity to attempt a steal or maybe a fight to the Dragon.
I forgot which caster said this, but RQ is the kind of team that doesn't mind giving out dragons. Instead, they will just focus on your turrets. And we can see that now in game number 1.
Yeah, it looks like they are now because the Renekton plan basically sort of did not work out. They are now banking on Marky. So now their goal is to slow the game down and see and deny any sort of additional gold away from Omega and hope to see the monster Marky on this Kaisa late game scaling.
Most probably we'll see that in the 12 or 13-minute mark, but at the same time, they need to be wary of time-lapse. Messiah, when she pops her ultimate, she cannot be targeted, so that's something that can turn the tides or turn the tables around. And again, I said this earlier, you still have the Moonfall coming in from Arise. A lot of AoE CCs for the side of Omega, and should RRQ try to siege or at least go full on 5v5, you have the Moon soon from Stronger.
yes, there is that solid disengage coming from Stronger. So it is a little bit difficult for Helios to find an opportunity, but this could be the deal as the flank is trying to be set up by Omega here near the brush, but they are not going to be too greedy. Again, this is a team where they are the type that, nope, okay, blue buff secured by Chaz over there. But yeah,
Nice.
they are the team that doesn't do anything too extra, but doesn't do anything too less. Just the right call. So now, Baron being secured, I don't think RQ has a chance as Chaz is walking into this. There's the Monsoon as the additional safety of pushing away Chaz. No steal is going to happen as he will fall. Killed by a Rise, and more kills to come as the Moonfall will be activated. On towards Asilla, the dash coming in by a Rise, but looks like they are already too far to pursue this.
You know what? Earl God actually did the perfect initiate there. He was able to charm 3 champions. Why didn't RRQ win that? That's because Impressive was able to zone out Helios on this Akali. Akali was not able to assassinate anyone earlier on, and Marky was too far in the back line. So that was safe call for Omega, and that's one important ultimate down for RRQ.
Yeah, that is absolutely huge for the side of RQ. Good thing, good news though. I don't think there's going to be a fight anytime soon. So the ults that they need in the next fight will be available. For Omega though, this is going to be a 1-3-1 and RQ has to brace themselves against that.
JLC looks like he's gonna lane against Helios against Akali now. So it's like a flashback to what North Luzon is. Helios just clearing out the waves. But yeah, JLC, I'm not sure if I don't think he's gonna commit. He could just focus on getting turrets. Speaking of getting turrets, you have 3 champions at the mid lane. Rico did mention the 1-3-1 setup, but looks like they just want to focus on going in with the siege and get turrets, and they were able to do so.
Yeah, that's another turret down and 3 turrets still alive in favor of Omega. So RQ is definitely forced to just keep defending this. But unfortunately, all their wave clear is pretty much relatively short range. So they have no choice but to back away. Impressive with the Dragon's Rage. Their target is Asilla. Dominance activated already. Impressive joining the fight. And now it's not going to be enough as Asilla backs away.
Still will be forced to go back. So there's no solid front line for just a handful of seconds though. But another turret has been taken on the side of our RQ. We are sitting at a roughly 20k gold lead or 18k gold lead now. But Omega's just lurking at the sides. Encore not gonna connect.
Encore, very, very important ult there that RQ is going to be banking on. But good news, Omega decides to get that reset while still defending all their first-tier towers.
Yup, RQ is still yet to get their first turret. But now Marky, I believe he's scaling. So that is some RQ could just go with the protective queen composition. Later on, they do have the Hexic ultimatum should anyone try and go to where Marky is. We also have Helios that can just zone out anyone from Omega. But speaking of Omega, looks like they will be able to get the 3rd Mountain Dragon still uncontested.
Yeah, full map control already for the side of Omega. The fact that they're able to already push RQ back into their own base just says a lot. Impressive once more, just trying to bait out the Dominus.
Ooh, looks like he was not able to win. Well, he was able to pop Dominus out from Asilla, forcing this Baron laner to just go with the plays or pop his skills out. Were they talking earlier on? Anyway, Baron is going to be up in 7 seconds. You only have Camille up top, but he was seen by time lapse, and Camille just forced to hook shot away, but
Impressive actually gets it in, and the stun does not connect as the hook shot will be greeted.
Oh, no.
JLC with a warm smile, and now double moonfall. And add another kill. Chaz and Earlgod out of the picture, and now it's a free Baron.
he did not know that JLC was making his way there, and Camille no longer had hook shot. That's why he was not able to escape. And Arise juggling that 1v2 was very smart, and that translated to Omega being able to get a lot, if not all of the objectives. And it's 1-8 in the scoreboard right now, almost 15 minutes in. Item check. Rabadon's already up for this. Diana Bork already being picked up by Fiora.
Yes, Derek's to boot, so that means extra safety or sustain or survivability rather in aggressive calls by Omega. But now this is definitely Omega's game to lose, as Impressive or the rest of the squad still trying to find picks here and there. I mean, they have the capability of doing so. RQ's punish potential could be a lot. They do have Hextech Ultimatum and the Encore. We'll have to look at the damage time left. What is that? Look at 1/4 HP already with just a couple of feathers and auto attacks. That is insane. Now they're aiming for the next. Look at the Dragon's Rage, just a 2-man, and the Moonfall, 2-man as well. And now people are going golden. And now the Nexus is exposed. And now JLC just focusing on the game, as that's Omega Esports taking game number 1 up against RQ.
I have no words, because if you're gonna look at that clash or that skirmish earlier on, Impressive jumped in. I thought he was the one to secure the kill. Instead, he was basically a decoy, because the moment Arise jumped in, popped in that moonfall, no one could move. A lot got bursted down. Marky was not there because, as you said, time lapse's feathers, Saya's feathers hurt a lot, and he was just forced to go back and go with the regen. But while Omega Rise and the crew were keeping RQ at bay, you have the other half of Omega finishing out the Nexus. That was a pretty clean game for Omega.
Yeah, that's true. Clean game, nothing too extra. I mean, the last part was pretty extra with the Impressive Dragon's Rage and then the auto attacks coming from time lapse there. And yeah, I think because of the gold, not only gold lead, but the level lead that these players have over RQ made things much harder for RQ to come back into that game.
Also, we did witness Isila being camped out in his lane, made me realize who is actually there to tank the damage that Omega will dish out. Chaz, that is a possibility, but the moment his hook shot or the Hexic Ultimatum is not available, there's actually no one, or he can't actually do much, and there's no one else. Helios, very, very squishy. Marky squishy as well, especially Earl God here. And whenever the Encore is not available, he is just forced to stay at the back lines. And Stronger, 003 on this Janna. I'm very good with the targeting. The slows are connecting, really giving an opening for time lapse to root people or at least whittle their HPs down.
Yeah, I mean, when we look at that game, it looked pretty explosive. I mean, look at the KDA of time lapse. 003, 002. That means all of the action pretty much went up at top lane, the jungle and the Baron lane action for sure, and the mid as well, Arise. And it was just so beautiful to watch in a way where we have never seen that much constant dives. Usually when we think of dives, these are now the highlights that we're going to be seeing. The dives, the favorite plays of this game, brought to you by Oppo Reno 5.
Yup, and that was a barrier play from, of course, Fiora. And this was the moment Esila literally just came back to life. Instead, Impressive say, hey, I'm here. Might as well try. This is going to be the ultimate connecting as well. Good encore, but it's just that Marky was not able to do the follow. I'm not sure if I don't think IK and Rain was available when Omega was trying to go with a disengage. And this is it. Look at Helios. He was about to jump in, but Impressive just greeted him with a no. And instead, Arise was the one to jump in and go with the cleanup.
Yeah, the moonfalls and the fact that Impressive keeps hunting Chaz out in his own jungle constantly made things so much harder. Considering the fact that your only mode of engage for your single target is Chaz. You remove him, you're gonna have to rely on that encore, and it's really hard considering how Omega has been pretty much separate most of the time doing a 1-3-1, so you can't really sort of maximize that encore. And what a game coming from Omega. It was such a huge lead, and the fact that, again, we've never seen a super duper camped Baron lane so far in the Philippine Icon series. Maybe because it's usually not a Renekton pick. Maybe it's the Renekton pick. It's so susceptible to these tower dives.
Yep, and that's basically one of the ways to shut him down. You were the one that said this. Also, looking back in that last skirmish, Chaz was gonna pop the hookshot, but it did not connect because of the monsoon. However, as of the match,
yeah, we have, of course, the master of the match. It's going to be Impressive. His constant ganks on top lane just to assist JLC on the Fiora. just ballooned up in such a huge manner to the point that it affected the whole game state. Everybody else had a hard time, had these, 2-level gap up against Omega.
Ooh, from the Baron lane up until the Dragon lane, you can just feel the presence of this guy. You also said that he just kept on hunting Chaz down. Chaz was not even able to move around the way he wanted to because he needs to constantly look at his back because he, I don't know, could be the senses tingling in, but he feels that Impressive is out to get him.
Yeah, this time around we didn't get to see, the impressive Phantom Thief skills. It's because they had constant control over the dragon. So they had basically a lot of these objectives uncontested, and makes me sad to see that, the debut of the Renekton pick was just so exciting. But unfortunately, Omega basically just hit where the weaknesses are at on that champion.
Does this mean that we won't be able to see another Renekton pick though? I want to see another one. Come on, just to see what is gonna happen. So this is gonna be the Bans and Draft for game number 1 in order. So yeah, Seraphine really was you see the logic behind it, and it did deliver. It just so happened that the follow-up was not there because the lineup, the poke, and the damage coming out from Omega was enough to just take their 3 or 4 bars of their HPs down.
Yeah, pretty much. The individual laning phase of Omega were intact. Arise was doing well on his own, and as well as Stronger and Timelapse were doing well without the help of Impressive, because Impressive was pretty much busy just hammering down the pain on Isilla on this Renekton pick. And that's the thing though, they sort of played into this matchup. They were ready. They wanted this matchup because it was Fiora on the second phase, and as well as the last phase of this Renekton pick. And I mean, they did not get to see the jungler, who it was going to be, because it was the last picked jungler. But either way, I feel like based on what Impressive has been playing, either that could be a Jarvan. I feel like the fate of Isilla, especially if you're up against a Fiora, might be similar to what we saw in game number 1.
I see what you did there. Jungler fate. Nice one. yeah, that is also something that they could have done. So one of the things that I want RRQ to do though is, number 1, try and at least contest Dragon. At least try, right? I mean, I understand that you don't want a skirmish or a fight or a steal to end up badly, but the fact that Omega was able to get all those dragons freely, no contest at all, that just puts a question mark on top of my head. And maybe they just need to add, Renekton did not pop off, but maybe add one tanky frontliner. Could be a Darius, could be a Garen.
Yeah, I think Garen and Darius would be the safe choice. It's more like, you see a duelist on the other side of the spectrum, a split pusher. Would you challenge that lane, or do you want a sure and safe lane that doesn't really win the lane but wins the team fights, is able to cancel out the lane and neutralize at least? But this was definitely what RQ wanted to go and make the Renekton work. I mean, when we look back in League PC, Renekton is such a huge lane bully, and it fits well into compositions where you're waiting for the AD carry to scale up, because the snowball potential of a Baron laner like a Renekton, and the outplay potential as well, especially when you reach level 5, is just so huge to pass on that opportunity, especially if you pair it up with an aggressive jungler like a Camille. Jungle, it works well. I think so far what we've seen in League PC, one of the best pairs is a Renekton and a Lee Sin on the board. So it could be possible we get to see that once more. But Camille on paper works similarly, even works better because your Hextech ultimatum is sure as well with the dive, and you have that mobility. So unfortunately, the level 1 really hurt Asilla up against JLC.
The pokes and the aggression from JLC was indeed too much for him to bear, and he did have to flash alongside the barrier. So let's see what will be the adjustments that will be done on the side of RRQ. But for Omega, question mark. I mean, how they played that game was, we called it clean and smooth. maybe, well, Saya was good as well. You time lapse was just shredding the life bars and making sure that RQ just gonna be forced to back away. But I kind of miss seeing time lapse on Kaisa. Honestly, I miss this champion on that guy.
Yeah, for sure. We might see a Kaisa on time lapse if ever Omega's intention is to be comfortable with a longer game time, I suppose. There's also a snowball potential as well, looking at how Omega played this game. We've seen how much a Kaisa can balloon up fast. And with that said, for RRQ, really props to them though for, having the Seraphine, having this Renekton pick. It's just that we didn't get to see all of these culminate together because first 3 minutes of the game was pretty much Omega trying to seal their win already in game number 1.
Just them saying no, as I like to call it. And yeah, you were the one that pointed this out. There's not much action at Dragon Lane because Impressive would commit or would rotate over to the Brown Lane and just help JLC out. Usually we'd see JLC in a tanky champion or the one that was just soak up on damage. So seeing him now with the Fiora, and he really does deliver. Really looking forward to seeing more of these types of champions for this guy because honestly, towards game number 1, I was about to say that Isilla and JLC have very different playstyles. Isilla, he is the one inclined to be more aggressive, just go with the early poke. But I guess he was forced to tone down just to make sure that his playstyle will match with your Renekton, and instead JLC was the one that made things work.
Yeah, that's the thing about the Renekton. You do need your combos. You do need your level 3, slice and dice. Call of the Meek was pretty much buffed with better healing, better AD ratios as well. So, you slice and dice, stun, Call the Meek, whatever combo is best for that Renekton. So we didn't get to see that because again the level 1 was pretty much baited out already by JLC. He played the level 1 so well, and I think that is the struggle when you're always up against a Fiora. The vital points, the level 1 is such a huge challenge to sort of trespass or to go over just to get your combos on the board. And very excited to see what else is in store because the panelists have mentioned RRQ. Their playstyle is 4-1. Isilla will always go through these either lane bullies or the split pusher. So now, not a lot of banned out champions. Akali has been open, but they decided to put it on towards Helios. Fiora has been open, but they decided to go for the Camille towards Chaz on that jungler. So curious to see whether or not we're going to be seeing something different and maybe shuffle these Baron laners and put that towards Isilla instead.
Coach Kaigu, you're up. So was any other draft you have in mind, right? And for Omega, I don't think they're gonna adjust that much. I believe at some point they could still stick with the Gragas ban just to make sure that RQ will not be able to have their hands on this strong champion. Rengar is still gonna be a ban. That is a respect ban to Impressive, even though this cute kitty cat did get adjusted, nerfed in the previous patch rather. Impressive will still make NP.
Yeah, he played the Lee Sin like a Rengar. Basically, he was on the hunt for Asila's head, for this poor crocodile's head. That is the reason why, I think the Rengar ban will still be intact. The Ziggs ban just in general will still be intact just to slow the game down because Ziggs accelerates the game. If you're the type of team that likes to play the Kaisa, you do want to take that out just to make sure the game is intended to be slower than usual. Therefore, Omega, gotta love their dynamic. JLC there at top side can play tanks, can play again the duelist, the split pusher. So I think that is something, an interesting dynamic Omega brings to the game.
Very versatile player indeed. I'm still gonna say this though. I'm waiting to see if Sport for Omega will pick up Blitzcrank because I just miss that champion a lot. But he is just more on the rocket trap as well as the silence for his ultimate mini damage too. So I'm not sure if the teams will pick him up, but he is an option. I mean, the buffs is gonna mean a lot. Cooldowns has been adjusted too. But yeah, we will have to wait and see if Omega will stick to draft or what will be the adjustments RQ will RQ have. I believe they're still gonna pick up Kaisa Camille is okay too, but now I'm looking forward to seeing what champion will Helios pick.
Yeah, going back to Stronger, you mentioned, maybe we get to see the Blitzkrieg. I think that would be very, very cool with the lower cooldowns on the rocket grab. So I think if they're aiming for a pick composition, I think it would be possible. Just as you mentioned, Helios is kind of hard to pinpoint since he has a very wide array of champions to choose from in the pool. Mostly a combination of Baron, laner champions usually found in the Baron lane, and then a combination of typical mid lane picks. So excited to see what he brings this time around, because the Akali pick was nerfed in 2.3, so not going to be as effective during the laning phase for sure. So interested to see what other things he would like to bring to the table, because this is the last chance. RQ, if they lose this match, this game number 2, they will be sent down in the lower bracket in the dreaded BO1, and they will go up against Fennel Adversity as well. And if Omega wins this, they will greet Team Secret, the Kings of North Luzon versus Kings of South Luzon. So I think that's also very interesting, a match to look forward to. But for now, it is RQ fighting for their life to get to this game number 3.
The fans of RQ, send energy balls, send love, send support to this team, and we're just waiting again for the draft for game number 2. Now that you've mentioned that Akali is very, very weak in my highlight on how weak Akali is was a bit too much, but how
very weak.
how she was limped in the early game, that support your Renekton pick all the more, because you did say they picked up Renekton for the early game up until the mid game as someone that can just wait it out, and the moment late game starts, you're probably gonna have good initiates from Seraphine. You have Kaisa just causing ruckus or chaos all over the map, and you're gonna have Helios, but it just didn't happen. So maybe that's something RQ could still try into game number 2, but maybe with a different draft.
Yeah, I can see the idea is there definitely, and it didn't work out because again the level gap. It's basically impressive ruining their plans, and they have to find an opportunity whether or not they can sort of consume another ban up against impressive. Maybe remove the Lee Sin, maybe remove the Camille on the draft, depending on which side they're going to end up in, because Marky has been falling into this Kaisa, I wouldn't call it a Kaisa trap, but it has been one of those things where if the game is accelerated, then it's hard for you to sort of fight back. Makes me wonder, maybe we're going to be seeing Marky on a Corki, maybe a different type of composition instead.
Wait, I don't remember Marky picking any champion other than Kaisa, right? Okay, this is just me theorizing. But what if Marky is just making us think he only plays Kaisa? What if he has a different ADC or ADR in mind? Am I right? But yeah, I do agree with the Kaisa trap. You're forced to pick it up. I mean, Kaisa is a very, very strong champion. We've said that ever since North Luzon. But if it comes to a point that you're just forced to pick her, and the enemies or the team you're up against just knows how to play around her and has such early game power, just like Omega with the very intelligent plays, Kaisa will just not be the good champion or good ADC. Maybe you can, you're right, pick up Corki, or maybe even, I'm just gonna throw it out there, not forcing teams to pick her up, but maybe no, I was about to say Tristana, but Tristana does have the rock jump just to make sure that she can disengage.
Yeah, the Tristana has been, one of the popular picks in the Mindanao region. We first saw the Tristana, I think, in the Visayas region. So it would be interesting to see if they sort of shift direction towards a Tristana, or maybe a go a la Team Secret, go something that we've never seen before in the Philippine Icon series, like a Misfortune. A Misfortune is great when we look at team fights. It is also great, but you do need to play around it. I'm imagining you need to pair it with an Alistar for better peel. I can imagine you need a Jarvan 4 just to capitalize on the bullet time and maximize that a little bit more. So curious if we get to see that combo. I believe it was Autolus that mentioned maybe a Nami and a Misfortune just for a more oppressive lane. as well. So I think there are a couple of options on the board, but at the same time, it's not game over. If RRQ loses game number 2, they still drop into the lower bracket, which is gonna be something like a last stand for RRQ if ever. But of course, we're still at the present. As we can see, the teams already preparing to enter the rift. Of course, it is a contrast of energy as we see, as chilling for Omega as they are 1 point ahead, and serious faces on RQ side as they need to come up with a plan to take it into game number 3.
Both sitting comfortably, words, Yuko, words, in their boot camps. You have Omega as well as RRQ. So we're just waiting for them to jump into the game. You have Impressive just checking his socials right after getting the first game.
Yeah, again, it is a contrast. Pretty chill for Omega, serious faces for RRQ. Pressure is on RRQ for sure after that game. It was such a convincing win. But from what we saw in the Team Secret matchup, we can still a Team Secret versus Fennel adversity matchup. There is still that possibility of that super close game number 2 that will sort of sweep Omega Esports off their feet. But then again, we're talking about Omega. They are undefeated series-wise. They have played 20 games in total in the South Luzon Group Stages and only dropped 2 games, one against Liyab, one against Sunspark. So exciting to see who else will sort of take that away from them, that win streak away from them.
Ooh, looks like Omega really wants to bring the undefeated streak even here at the playoff. So yeah, the Vi would be open for RRQ, so that's something that could go over to the jungler, go over to Chaz. But I still favor Camille, honestly. If they're gonna go with the switch sides, I highly recommend to not give Camille or Lee Sin to Impressive though, and still stick with the Ranger ban. RRQ could get Ziggs for themselves though. That is something that they could add in their draft.
Yeah, I mean, depending on if they're going to be blue side or red side once more, I guess they can ban out a little bit more ban out Impressive's pool a little bit more, I suppose. But of course, for RRQ, they do want to get that Camille on the board. Really good when it comes to the draft. Very flexible, doesn't reveal too much. The fact that Helios is also there in the roster makes it extra harder to determine which champions are going where. So I think that is a huge edge on the draft for RRQ side. So we'll have to see, because I think the thing about RRQ's composition is that there's so many star players. There's so many players that can play flashily, if that is a word. So I think that is the big difference for Omega. Omega, the same thing. Everyone can play these flashy picks, but they can adjust into tank roles, into more of that utility, just to make room for other players to shine. Big question is for RRQ, can they do the same? I mean, we've seen Esila on a Garen, on a Darius before, so it is indeed possible. So really curious to see what RRQ's decision now for the draft. Are they going to go for something completely different, or are they going to try this again? Are they going for a Renekton last pick again this time around?
I would like to say yes, just because I want to see new champions on the board, but the fact that Omega was able to stop Renekton or Esila from snowballing in the early game makes my mind want to say no. That my heart and mind are saying two different things. So there's that. But Esila could always just default to his comfort. The duelist, he could pick up Fiora if they want to. But you still have the pokes, still have the damage. But I guess the RQ was also not able to utilize the stuns from Renekton. They have good pokes though, and still Omega. Let's see though if they're gonna go a switch with the ADC or what champion will go over to Arise. I honestly was expecting a Gragas for Arise, one of the best Gragas players out there, but instead Omega was the ones that fanned out this champion.
Yeah, exactly. That is the beautiful thing. Again, we talked about dynamics. If Omega Esports wants JLC on this, carry champion, then they put something tanky as well on towards Arise. He can go either Galio, maybe even a Gragas if that is open on the table. But yeah, if I were to make a prediction that we could possibly see for RRQ, I think Helios must bring up this Twisted Fate pick that has served a lot of wins back in the Mindanao Group Stages.
Twisted Fate was open, and I was about to say that why didn't he pick it? I realized, if Arise gets to jump at their face and CC to the ground, there's nothing much Twisted Fate could do. So that's probably why he went with the Akali, because you have to fight a Shroud. He was able to stop Impressive from actually taking him down in the early parts of the game. So the Akali pick served pretty well. It was able to deliver. But yeah, I do agree. Maybe, come on, bring Twisted Fate into the composition. Deal us with your best card.
Yeah, it could be. It is definitely one of their best cards for sure. We talked about how it has garnered RRQ's wins as well when we look at the Mindanao Group Stages. So curious, maybe because it's the matchup. You are going to go up against a Diana. So it is the choice that RRQ wanted to do, which is, this assassin versus assassin matchup here in the mid lane. But unfortunately, due to the nerfs on Akali, it seems that when it comes to priority, Akali pick has sort of fallen into grace, and not the bully that we know and love, and being crazy with the damage with the 5-point strike. So at this point, it's gonna be interesting to see whether or not Omega is just gonna go this route, because they were fine on their own. The rest, the duo lane especially, were fine on their own. Are they going back to the Saya pick that we actually haven't seen since the Visayas region?
That's true. And if I'm not mistaken, in the Visayas region, Saya had a pretty okay or pretty low. I'll be honest, it has a pretty low win rate. So maybe that's why not all the teams were picking her up. But Omega showing us and telling us, hey, Saya is okay. Saya is still possible. Look at this. And they were able to bag a game number 1. No flashy plays though from time lapse, but he was more on the initiator. But yeah, looks like this is going to be the signal for us to jump into the draft in a bit. We talked about the changes RRQ could do. We even talked about the things that Omega can just keep for themselves. We're looking forward to the nimble plays that these two teams will be able to show us, and which lane or which champion will be able to just snowball out first.
Yeah, will RRQ go back to this 4-1 strategy that has worked in the Visayas region, or will they opt for something else? Put, Esila back into this Garen, back into this Darius. So excited to see what the decision is, because again, you lose, you drop into the dreaded VO1, but you'll be able to face Fennel adversity. That should be very exciting. And for those of you who are wondering, yes, we get to see the 2 VO1 series in the lower bracket tonight, so don't have to wait too long for that. Meanwhile, Omega Esports now gonna be on your blue side, RRQ gonna be on your red. So curious as now Fiora being the first one to get banned out.
I literally just said earlier, Esila could still pick a Fiora. Omega be like, you go no. Still saying all those no. So they did ban out that strong ban laner, and RQ answered that with a Camille ban. The flex pick, one flex pick already out in the choices or in the table. Omega, they could still ban out Gragas, and they did.
Yeah, this is looking like a Ziggs open, because the Rengar has to be banned. You do not want to give that away to Impressive. So that means RQ will have to brace themselves from a possible Ziggs comp, possible poke comp from Omega. But in the meantime, okay, let's just open both Ziggs and as well as this Rengar.
So that's gonna be the Janna ban, -1 for the support. Omega, I really want to say they could pick up Rengar, but at the same time, Ziggs has so much power, and looks like that's gonna be the first pick. Rengar going over to Impressive. If you follow this guy, you know how passionate he is with that Rengar pick. If I'm not mistaken, he even had it tattooed on his arm, and RQ answered the Rengar with a Galio or taunt, and they could and they should pick up Ziggs.
Exactly, that is how much he loves the Rengar pick. So this is going to be his debut on this champion, as we never got to see Rengar because it wasn't released back in the South Luzon group stages. So now, you mentioned the Ziggs now open. Galio has been acquired, so that will be put on towards Earl God for sure. But now the Cyan Rakan combo that we see on Omega right now, picking up the dual lane early.
No, Jana, no problem. We have quickness. We have grad entrance. We are going to play it aggressively this time. The Lovebirds now on the side of Omega. So we have a cat. We have two very dashing birds. So let's see who will be the next pick or which animal will Omega Esports pick them around. But RQ defaulting to what works or what feels normal. They have a Vi, which was banned in game number 1. And they now have this Kaisa, of course, for Mark.
Yeah, going default here on Marky for this Kaisa pick. In the meantime, Arise is going back on to the strong Diana pick. And whew, JLC on the Akali, I'm guessing. And look at this comp. This is a murder comp, basically. I don't know what to call it. In the meantime, though, pretty standard for the side of RQ here. Helios now on this Ziggs. They're going to be looking towards accelerating the game for themselves with a strong engage in the form of Chaz on the Vi and Earl God here on this Galio. And is that an Nasus? Am I not?
I think it's a Nasus.
I'm not just imagining things. We're going to have the doggy on the board. It's a Nasus for Azilla. Very excited to see how this turns out, as RQ looking to take this to game number 3.
Right, so I was about to say
It's not
sure.
an Nasus.
Okay, it was a Renekton. I'm so sorry. I was why am I
I was so
laughing?
excited too, don't worry.
Right.
Yeah.
Alright, so we are gonna jump back into game number 2. You have Helios just, of course, popping with those bouncing bombs. It's gonna be a Renekton versus an Akali. I believe JLC still has the edge, but now, Esila, he kind of has some breathing space. Whenever there's a Twilight Shroud or whenever JLC already popped the 5-point strike, he can just go back or take a step back.
Yeah, it's definitely better because, again, we talked about the nerfs on towards the Akali, so the poke isn't going to be as frequent, as much as we expected it to be, especially in the early stages of the game, rather. So this is definitely a better matchup for Esila on the Renekton. You pair it up with an aggressive jungler as well, and you pair it up with an enemy laner that's so squishy. So I can imagine tower dives can potentially happen, and Omega Esports can get a taste of their own medicine.
But for now, though, you have Marky performing really well, was able to at least get a handful of damage onto Stronger on Rakan, and now back at the brown lane, you have the 5-point strike connecting, but Isla still standing, still holding ground. And now you have Vi just clearing out and taking all of those buffs at the mid lane. Pretty normal love taps here and there.
Yeah, a little bit of pain for the side of Stronger and Time Lapse. So this is what a Galio support brings to the table. You can be a little bit more aggressive in the lane, harass a little bit more. Good news for Stronger, or rather that's a double knock-up, just a little bit of tease, but I don't think the taunt will reach.
It doesn't, sadly. But at least that just forces RQ to go back. Rice is placing wards. And you have Asilla. At least he was able to sustain or survive in his lane. Was able to go with the reset. And Stronger being very, very low. Last 2 bars. You have Earl God. Yes, that is going to connect. But for now, Saya as well as Rakan will just play this one out safely. I don't imagine them entering or picking off any fights up until the 7 or 8 minute mark, maybe, just because of course Marky has so much damage earlier on compared to a Saya rather.
Yeah, I imagine level 5 can get a little bit explosive. I mean, there is that hero's entrance can be used towards Chaz on the Vi once he goes in, or maybe for Isilla for that anti-magic damage shield. In the meantime, though, that's going to be First Blood. Stronger is going to be eliminated right off the bat. Is impressive. Will hide in the brushes. There's the root. There's more damage. Flash used by Earl God, and he's safe for now. And Honey Fruit being consumed just for additional heal. Arise is here, though. There's the flash. There's the dash. And the Moonfall, and he explodes. Earl God is no more in this world temporarily. And that is 2 kills, 2 for 2 on the scoreboard so far.
Asila also got taken down at the brown lane because he does not have barrier as well as flash available. So you have JLC just being able to secure that kill earlier on. Yeah, that is gonna connect, but I don't think Stronger will actually jump in.
No support, just gonna try to wave clear, I guess, with a knock-up. But for Omega, will they get First Blood Tower here? That is an early First Blood Tower if they pursue it. And now they're trying to push for it as the taunt kicks in. There is the Feather Storm to dash in. Unfortunately, it is Impressive who will fall. And now the pursuit continues perhaps as RQ wants to get that kill. Satchel, Flash, as time lapse will be able to dodge the skill shots.
Quickness is available for Stronger here, so that is probably one of the skills that can just stop RQ. He does jump in, does go with the shield. Feathers not gonna connect. Infernal Jake is now up. RQ, they're in a much better position to at least try and take this Drake. But looking back up top, DLC just forcing Esila to go back and stay under turret.
Yeah, he does have priority here. JLC already trying to work his way towards his his Triforce. In the meantime, for Esila, still not gonna go for that reset. Maybe not enough for that Black Cleaver. RQ though, first dibs on this dragon as they're now actually getting it with no contest whatsoever. Quickness activated, and there is not going to be any steal as that is a secure. Stronger so low, he's going to be the first one to die as the assault and battery is used, but he lives! He lives, and actually no, just for a second, as now RQ gets their first dragon.
I thought that was a highlight play, Stronger making out of the alive, but apparently it was just to vie with those damage, able to finish off the support. Now Timelapse is alone at his lane. You have Impressive at the sides, though this Stronger did not have the start that he wanted so far. Still pretty early, but RQ could keep his lead going.
Yeah, it could be, as there's Impressive kicking in, as Earl God will be the first one to fall. Knock up on towards Asilla as he slices and dices just for an escape. Dominus actually already activated, and now we get to see as the support falls, Stronger falls once more, but here comes more of Omega as Marky is going to be under tower. That is potentially going to be first blood if they do pursue this right now.
I just said Impressive was not having the kills that he needed, but apparently all it took them was one missing dragon or one dragon going over to RQ, and he was able to deliver. Now at the round lane side, Chaz will be able to take down this turret as well. Even Steven, number of turret takedowns, but when it comes to the gold, RQ has a 2k, roughly 2k gold.
Yeah, I think that's pretty sweet, you know, getting first dragon of the game, and as well as opening up the top lane for yourself, making room for a little, making yourself a little bit more comfortable in taking the Rift Herald, I suppose. But because of that late reset, Omega does have first dibs in this area, and now they're starting it. So far, though, they do not have priority. RQ may look into contesting this, but looks like they are not going to pursue this as Omega Esports even things out with that Rift Herald.
They could put the Rift Herald in the Dragon lane or in the mid lane, but for now, Arise is just going to clear out the waves, maybe go to where Impressive and the Dragon lane duos are, but looks like he's going to go with the reset alongside Impressive, and now Timelapse clearing out the wave. Now we'll reset alongside Stronger. Sadly, they didn't do the couple recall. Oh, I think they did. We just didn't see it. Okay.
Yeah, I think they did. They definitely did. But yeah, maybe the Rift Herald will be released in the mid lane, or maybe when they win a fight. They can possibly start a fight with either the use of Arise on his Moonfall or Impressive with, again, just doing the sneaky things on the Rengar with his ult. Possibly, as now he's trying to hunt, maybe as a 1v1 ensues in the bottom portion of the map, make it a 1v3 situation as the rest of the squad is already on his tail. He's so low, he goes invisible, but he falls anyway as Chaz is pretty low himself. Now, in the meantime, JLC inside the shroud dashes out, but gets stunned. Esila on his tail, and now he's so close to death, but he's not burning or anything. He is still able to survive.
Great escape from JLC with a Striker Flip as well as popping his flash. But now at front lane, Timelapse and Stronger was able to at least push or clear out the waves. They did try to get the turret, but apparently Marky alongside Earl God is right there. Helios Still no flashy plays from this Zig, so he's just ramping up the damage. And now you have RQ being able to get another turret. 1-2 for the turret takedowns.
Yeah, 2K gold lead already for RRQ. And now Stronger just trying to initiate a fight. Oh god, getting the brunt of these auto attacks. Time up so low. Look at the stacks on him. Just one auto attack away from dying. But JLC is positioned here on the side to possibly get a punish kill.
Ooh, will it happen though? But apparently it's not. It is going to be a no for now. And Impressive does hop in or summon that repel at the mid lane, but you have the members of RQ already defending. Apparently, they were not able to save the life of this turret. After summoning the repel, Impressive just goes under radar. Or that is going to be a jumping for the side of course, RRQ. But here comes GLC. He's actually being bursted down. That's going to be a double kill being secured by Marky on this Kaisa. A rampage, in fact. Looks like that is going to be a 2-0 in favor of RRQ. The gold lead, of course, the turret push also delivered, and they were able to make things happen. They were able to make ends meet. Helios able to defend that last turret. It's just 2 or 3 hits away, and here comes Earl God. This is the 9-minute and 30s. Oh, well, just a 9-minute mark. I'm not sure why I was about to mention the seconds too, but now RQ, they are sitting very comfortably with the lead and the skirmish that they just finished winning off.
Exactly. That is another lead towards the side of RQ. I think
Baron Nashor has spawned.
as that's, again, a 3K gold lead.
And now JLC popping that 5-point strike just so you know, make sure no one will jump right at their face. RQ, they are turtling this game out, and so far it is just working well for them. Isilia does not get taken down or does not get bursted down like in game number 1. Looks like Renekton will have a pretty good game too should RQ be able to win this.
Take it into a game number 3. That is the goal, as that is a charge in. But there's the Shroud, there's the taunt. Either way, JLC so low, but here comes the rest of the squad of Omega. Quickness activated, Dominus as well for Asilla. He is so close to eliminating Stronger, and now we get to see Marky unstoppable as RRQ gets a 1-man advantage for 20 seconds. Actually make that, yes, 1-man advantage so far.
Ooh, 4v5, they could get the mid lane turret too, but you have a Rise, and that is the Moonfall rather is available for Diana. Impressive going with the split push, no one eyeing that Baron just, and also that hurt, forcing Marky to just play it out safely or recall at a much safer place. Esila, woohoo, damage from this Saya, the poke from Saya as well, really hurts a lot, but time lapse just decides to go back. This is 11-minute mark, item check right here. Below you have types already available for this Akali. Summoner spells are all up except for Helios' flash. So Omega, should they try to target Helios? But I don't think they will because Helios is mostly alongside his teammates. Chaz inside.
Oh, there's the knockup. They are already on towards Jazz, but the double taunt will stop them in their tracks. Omega has to back away now as they've already unleashed the cooldowns. Look at the damage coming from Helios.
Woohoo, it hurts a lot, and we're just waiting for one good Mega Inferno bomb or one good bouncing bomb from Ziggs. Already wards being placed. RQ, I think they contemplated if they should get Baron or turret, but looks like they have the wave. Might as well go with the turret. Assault battery will charge, but it is gonna be stopped.
Nicely done. Nicely done. Route towards Chaz. He uses a flash, though, to escape, but the taunt kicks in for Impressive. Uses a flash as well. He's going to shield in. He is burning, but he gets the heal on the board. So Impressive still lives, but at what cost, as RQ already manages to get a tower.
Scylla already down, already used his ultimate, and now Omega Esports, they are just forced to see how can they go or what will they trade it at. It's going to be the taunt connecting onto one.
Time left with the Feather Storm and the Root already. They eliminate Earl God. He is gone. No support, no engage already, and now Mark even follows pursuit on that kills. JLC already diving in. He is on a double kill at the moment. Even if he's close to falling, he still did his job. And now is the fight still over? Looks like it is going to be Omega going over for more kills. They find Chaz all alone, isolated. There is the net, the root, as Chaz still has Guardian Angel. The knockup will secure him and pop off that Guardian Angel. Stronger, so low, look at him. They're waiting for him to spawn back, and another delayed kill with only Escilla on the board. Does he want an assassination to time-lapse? That is the question, as now Omega, after that one fight, is able to sort of stabilize and take back this game into a 1k gold deficit.
Stronger, able to make things happen with that beautiful initiate, and Omega just delivered or did or went with the fall off. JLC bursting 2-3 champions down was cherry on top of the icing as well. Now, no one is still going to where the Baron is, and Dragon is still up, but now RQ, they're forced to play this one out conservatively because right before the good clash that they had in mid, they were just the ones dictating the tempo, but now they are defaulting back to what happened in game number 1.
Okay, taunt used. No one will get caught. JLC zoning out Chaz and as well as Helios. But look at that. 2 fights are secured as Arise has already eliminated Earl God. No support, no peel. Marky might be all alone in this, but they find JLC a little bit too close there in that fight. Now, with Chaz being netted, will there be more auto attacks? Stronger with a knockup as well towards Asilla. Remember, he has no dominance already. Marky though with the auto attacks. There is golden for Arise. We'll have to see if there's going to be a punish. The poke coming from Arise has worked out. Look at this, a 1v2 situation, a 1v3 situation. Stronger the only one left, unfortunately, but I don't think he can get away. But actually, he will. He eats a honey fruit. But RQ though, third dragon for them.
That was what happened when they were able to box Arise in. He was not able to do anything. And the first kill that each team had was Omega being able to take down Earl, but RQ being able to take out JLC. So taking down Akali at the expense of a support, at the expense of a Galio that already used his ultimate, as well as the taunts, they would gladly take that trade any day.
Yeah, because they do get that third dragon on the board for them. This is I mean, you already pretty much are reaching that late game point where Marky will be unstoppable, will be hard to kill. And now you get 3 dragons on the board for yourself as well. So this is a complete topsy-turvy RQ's game to lose. And now Stronger will fall into pieces as no support, no main engage for your squad. That means a possible Baron, but RQ still waiting for more picks, possibly. As Impressive activates his ult, just trying to hunt down targets, just trying to scout with JLC. And at the moment, looks like it is going to be Impressive. Might get caught in all of this, actually forced to use a flash. That is a flash that you might need on the next Baron fight.
Oh no, that is 2 minutes of Impressive not being able to either flash in or flash out. So RQ, these them playing out slowly really was able to turn the game to their side, but now they're charging mid lane. Arise is alone there, but now you have time lapse alongside. They were not able to defend this turret at all.
Unfortunately, that is, Omega having to see the towers fall slowly, especially Helios is on this Ziggs pick. Thing is, RQ still a lot of respect against Omega. The fact that they did not want to pursue the Baron just yet. They want to make sure that Impressive is down before anything else for sure. But Omega doing a good job slowing the pace of the game.
Ooh, they're trying to prolong the game as much as they can. Maybe they're just waiting for a time lapse to be able to go with the free hits, and GLC already has sufficient damage. So they just need another good initiate from either Stronger or Impressive, and then they can make things happen. But RQ, they are making sure that there will be no openings, no mistakes on their side, so they can push this to a game number 3.
Yeah, RRQ can definitely seal the deal. They are, I think, 1 Baron away from taking this game for themselves. They have huge siege. They have the Ziggs. They can knock down towers fast and reach the Nexus. So that is the reason why Omega is also very careful. They do not and cannot afford any sort of mistake whatsoever because there's only these base turrets down. Impressive on the hunt already with the rest of the squad. Remember, this may be a 4v5 situation as JLC is quite far away. They engage on Chaz, but he still has already Guardian Angel on top. So this is going to be a failed attempt of Omega to find something to happen.
RQ also being able to remove the wards that Omega placed. So Omega, they're forced to go back and just wait for another opportunity to actually go with the hunt. Literally, because Impressive is on this Rengar.
Yeah, it's so hard to be on the hunt now. As RQ, 18 minutes into the game already, you're at a point where all of the members are going to be in the same proximity, are going to be together. So it's so hard, especially if Earl God is with you, you jump in, but you get taunted. So imagine all of these, what? Okay, JLC initiating the fight though, as he is going to be starting the fight with Impressive as well. But JLC explodes from all the damage in the world as RQ is in the lead with this one. Omega Esports want none of it as they want to keep kiting. Earl God, pretty low at the moment. Time lapses, positioning is very key. But remember, it's a 4v5 situation. They don't have JLC anymore.
Yep, and the Moonfall is also available for Arise. They could have popped it, but I guess they just don't want to go with that high risk, high reward kind of play. Now RQ already having this dragon for themselves, but Omega, they could and they should go with us in here.
There's an Elder Drake, half HP already. Oh dear me, as that's a killing spree. Stronger is gone. That's a 3v5 situation that RQ is definitely not prepared for. And Impressive just wants to assassinate Escilla, but that is going to be the Guardian's Angel popped in. Look at that time lapse, still has more life left, but no, Impressive the only one left, unfortunately, and that's 2 members still alive. But good news is they still prevent the dragon take.
And that just means, well, earlier time lapse, you did say this. He has very good positioning. He was able to root and dish out so much damage that 2-3 people champions from RQ was forced to bow down, and that delayed the Drake take further. So now we are at the 20-minute mark. Man, no one is still taking objectives. They're just focusing on clearing out the waves. 14 and 18 on the scoreboard. However, goal advantage still on the side of RRQ. They have the initiative potential. They have the assault and battery from Vi. Should they see either Stronger or JLC away from their team. Now, I believe Omega, they should and they could just clump together and maybe force a 4v5 or 5v5 clash. But they need to be very wary of Marky.
Impressive, unfortunately, misses the initial route, I suppose, or slow. So with that said, an opportunity wasn't there. There's the assault and battery, just as you mentioned, focusing on Impressive. He's so low at the moment, but the quickness for the response, JLC just trying to find an opportunity. Mega Inferno Bomb will be dodged by time lapse with a Feather Storm, and the route will connect towards Asilla. But this is going to be round number 2 for this Mountain Elder Drake, as now we can see how low Marky is, but I believe he can just auto-attack and heal things back up, as we can see already over here. With Ocean Drake, it's definitely going to be helping them on that sustain. Right now, looking pretty dicey as the ult coming from Impressive already activated. He's looking towards the sides, but no time left. Is all alone. There's no peeler. There's no AD carry already for Omega. And now, as we can see, Omega is falling into pieces one by one. 2 kills already over towards RRQ. They are still complete. JLC forced to pick up the honey fruit, forced to pick up the pieces, but the taunt will kick in. And this is a 1v2 situation. He's gonna dash. He's gonna flash. He is gonna die though, as now Impressive is running away for his life. But at the same time, Baron is up and running.
Well, RQ going over and already eyeing that Baron, but they need to be wary of where Impressive is. I thought he was gonna recall, but are you gonna try and go with the Stealer, at least with the assassination? Already popping that ultimate. Here comes Stronger, already available, already popping his quickness rather, but looks like they got spotted out by RRQ. They're still boxing in.
Okay, he's going in. That is not going to be a steal, as that is a secure by Chaz. And unfortunately, Impressive will fall once more. RQ, they're looking to take this into game number 3 as they march down the base.
Looks like they're marching very confidently to quickness unavailable, but you do have the ultimate coming in from Saya and now Omega Esports. They are just forced to defend this one, and Ziggs able to speed things out, already making that turret go bye-bye at the mid lane.
A very fast tower, as we mentioned. As long as you have that Ziggs, getting the Baron buff will just make things even harder for Omega. RQ aiming for the Nexus, aiming for that game number 3. Incredibly close now, as that's still 10 seconds on the clock for impressive, but RQ wants to play safe. They want to take this slow and a sure finish.
This made me realize something. In the Mindanao, we talked about the meta being late game. Most of the games are the late game. And Omega, they are powerful in the early game, but
that's a triple knock up, and they're able to eliminate a Rise and Stronger in one sequence, and unfortunately, that is going to be game over. Time lapse, the only one left alongside Impressive to defend this Nexus, but the Nexus is so squishy. RQ has Baron, RQ has the win, and we're looking at a game number 3, everybody.
first game number 3, and yes, I was about to say this, if we're gonna talk about the RRQ or the Mindanao meta, it is just prolonging the game as long as you can. 20 plus minutes in, and against Omega, that is more they're more used to just playing out these fast games or up until the 15 or 17 minute mark. It could be uncharted territory, and still space given to Marky. I have to say, the Ziggs pick working really well for Helios. Also there's a time whenever Stronger would jump in, he would have a very good initiate. But that is also the opening for Earl God to jump in and do the taunts.
Yeah, that is, I think, the biggest struggle as a Rengar, or maybe as this composition in general. We're talking about Akali, Rengar, and as well as Diana. You jump in and you get taunted. You're greeted with a taunt. So this Galio pick may not look like a contested pick, but it does help make things difficult and serve as like a soft counter to some of these assassins, especially if a composition consists of these, 3 assassins on the board for the side of Omega. So RQ played that really well, and, believing in the Marky Kaisa pick to sort of scale into the later stages of the game, bringing the Mindanao meta over here at the playoffs.
11-1 on this Kaisa. Marky was just a monster in the late game. Pretty much how Kaisa is a monster as a champion when the late game enters. We did say time lapse did hurt, pokes damage from Saya and all that, but if there's no frontliner or there's actually no opening for Saya to go or do the free hits, then I guess that's another champion in your belt.
Yeah, RQ play this game phenomenally, and they take it into game number 3. I think it's a shocking thought. Knocking down Omega, definitely part of the top 3 favorites coming into the playoffs, to knock them down into a BO1. BO1 dreaded elimination. Imagine BO1 is all you got. That's all your safety net when you drop down into that lower bracket. But of course, it gets better. I mean, after that 2 first lower bracket rounds, there is going to be the BO3s coming after that. So a little bit of good news after the tunnel when you see the light. But after that game, for sure, Omega is sweating a little bit.
That's true. And to think that Impressive was able to get the Rengar pick, which we all knew he was very comfortable with. I really thought that he was going to deliver. But for now, here are the opening 5 plays of the game.
Yeah, it all started with this impressive gank on the bottom portion of the map. It looked pretty solid so far for Omega, with all these tower dives and everything. But it all went awry when it came towards the dragon fights, and as well as some of their aggressive plays. They basically didn't get to accelerate the game too much, and Marky was able to scale into the later phases of the game.
I actually thought that this would be a game under 20 minutes because I saw Ziggs, but apparently RQ just said, nah, let's just play this safely. And most of the time, they would just be very much satisfied with pickoffs rather than full-on team aces. That's why they would just pick fights in the dragon or in the mid lane. Impressive was also not able to penetrate the back lines the way he wants to because of the stronghold that RQ has.
Exactly. I mean, this composition in general, it's RQ's composition. This is for them to win. It is, if you engage on a 5v5, it is going to be the advantage of RQ. They have everything on the board. They've got both all of these really strong magic damage, AD damage, and as well as two potential frontliners, and as well as Chaz for this engage. So for the side of, Omega, they were looking into getting picks or looking into snowballing early, but this was definitely the last stand where Impressive tried to get a steal, maybe slow the game down even more, but the fact that Omega, or rather RQ, got all the dragons made things a little bit more harder to take this game back into their own.
I see it now. In that Baron lane, I wouldn't call it a full-on fight though, Impressive was not able to pop his smite. RQ said, we know what you're trying to do. So the moment you jump in, either we're not gonna hit the Baron or we're just gonna CC to the ground. And that is why instead, he was the one that got bursted down. Sadly, Stealer of Hearts was not able to steal the heart of that Baron. So this is gonna be the first game 3 for the series for the day.
Yeah, playoffs looking pretty hot right now as master of the match. We'll go to Chaz this time on his Vi.
Ooh, KDA of 10.00, kill participation 80% damage, so it's roughly 1,000. You have the usual flash and smite. This is a very conservative Vi in my opinion because he won't usually pop the assaulting battery aggressively. Instead, when there's just 1 or 2 champions, Omega, that's detached from their group, that is where they will go and initiate. In the early game, he was just very much focused on getting the farm in, getting the items in, but the moment he got GA and he did get that Triforce, it's a go time.
Yeah, it was, again, the Renekton and Vi story, I guess, for the first, 4 minutes of the game. He did try to sort of alleviate pressure away from Isilla on this Renekton pick. And hey, we get to see our first Renekton victory in the Icon Series Philippines. So this is a huge step, more open picks that RRQ brought to the table. And now with this Vi pick and Chaz, this is definitely for game number 3. I have a feeling it is going to be the battle of the junglers. Who will have the most felt presence from the very beginning of the game.
And to think that Vi was banned in game number 1. Now I see why. Deserves a respect ban, honestly. And yeah, Rengar, I wouldn't say Impressive's Rengar was not good in game number 2. It just so happened that, again, it was not able to snowball. There weren't much openings. But I guess Omega could still pick up Rengar if they want to. Here are the bans and the picks in order. Yeah, time lapse, even though he had so much damage, was not able to deliver that much stronger. In the latter parts of the game, he would just go with the high risk, high reward, but it became high risk, no reward because they would just get bursted down by RQ.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's kind of funny how we mentioned how, Omega is, the dynamics change. Everyone can play flashily and someone can be a tank for the team for them to be a little bit more a safer comp, if you will, in these 5v5s. But look what happened. It's different. Everyone was playing flashily. Everyone has these champions that require resources to work, and this type of comp will unfortunately not do well in 5v5s or in dragon contests. Amazing. This is amazing during possibly maybe the laning phase, maybe during skirmishes, but never as the game progresses. That is the reason why we see Omega struggling so hard in RQ's comp, because again, the Renekton super incredibly strong early to late, but he turns into this tanky frontliner for a Kai'Sa as when the late game comes, because they really don't have to look for damage anymore. Renekton can just go build 2 damage items, and then the rest would be something more tankier, maybe a Sterax. So this is what happened. The composition favored RQ's long drawn fights, long drawn games.
Yep, Renekton just eating up the damage. And yeah, I guess with that in mind, or with that RQ's first game win, Omega, I guess they should just go with what should they tweak in their draft though? Arise, I believe we will still be seeing the Diana making it work. GLC, Akali was good, but time and time again it would get bursted down given that he would try to go the back lines. Maybe a different support for stronger, something more tanky.
Yeah, maybe bring back the Darius, maybe bring back the Garion. Where did that all go? I think it has something to do with the fact that when we look at the South and North Luzon teams, there are just so many talented Baron laners that we would think that maybe it would be a waste to put them on tank duty when they can do so much more as assassins or as split pushers. So I think I see why that is for sure. For Omega, maybe the Rengar unfortunately did not work out because of that Galio pick. We saw that the first phase is the Rengar pick, and then the second phase as a response would be the Galio. So I think it's an absolutely good soft counter to these really aggressive melee assassin picks.
And alongside Galio, they did pick up Zig. So whenever there's going to be someone from Omega jumping in, Satchel Charge, or if anyone will just try and chase Zig's Helios, still Satchel Charge. And he was just able to dish out so much damage, placements from the bombs on point as well. And yeah, Marquis, no need for introduction. We even saw how amazing he was in the Mindanao Group Stages, really sticking with this Kaisa pick and making things happen. He just needs enough time to just take out 2, 3, sometimes even 4 champions from the enemies. He just needs to be very well protected. And he did. To think that he had 3 protectors, bouncers, walls, I don't know. You have Renekton, you have Galio, and you have Vi.
Yeah, you've got a very good amount of peel for your late game. So it does work well for the side of RQ. I can imagine that we get to see a similar draft. I think it just also shows how for Omega, if Impressive doesn't get an early game for himself, it seems that Omega struggles a little bit transitioning towards the mid to late. But this is considering the comp is like this. This comp is so hard to pull off as the game goes by because it's just so hard to assassinate someone when everybody else is just pretty much clumped together as a group. And we're talking about maybe post mid game to late game.
Well, Omega, they can still, if we're gonna talk about how RQ was able to prolong this to a late game, maybe Omega can just draft I wouldn't say fully commit an early game because that's scary, that's too much of a risk, but maybe have 2 or 3 champions that's just very strong or has at least very strong lane presence for the early game. And yeah, still stick with the duelist duty for JLC. Maybe wonder what could have happened if he was on this Fiora instead, because apparently Asila is gonna stick with this Renekton pick.
Yeah, I think they were scared with a Fiora plus a Ziggs rotation on the red side, as they really did want Impressive on the Rengar. And for RQ, they threw the gauntlet. They were like, hey, go ahead, pick up the Rengar. We're fine with it. We've dealt with it back in the Mindanao Group Stages where it was constantly pick over and over. So I think RQ has that in the bag already. Makes me wonder what Omega Esports will do in the next game number 3, because again, we mentioned you don't want to drop into that lower bracket, but at the same time, RQ, if they do win game number 3, they will face Team Secret tomorrow in the next bracket, in the next round of the upper bracket. So pretty interesting stuff. Staying in the upper bracket though, more chances for you to sort of have a little bit of safety net when you drop towards the lower bracket, and it's way sooner and closer for you to get towards that, the 2 slots that we're talking about to represent the Philippines in the Summer Super Cup.
Man, and talking about Summer Super Cup, the grand finals, we have an amazing series today, by the way, just in day number 1. We're looking forward to what changes will happen in day number 2. It is just me thinking ahead, but that is literally a lot can just happen. We saw Omega lose game number 2, and RQ is a very strong team. I saw that happening, we saw that happening, but seeing it happen right in front of our eyes with this very smart draft, and Coach Kaigo most likely is going to be the voice behind all of this, it just makes me excited to see what more will happen in store for this series, for this game.
Yeah, for Omega, we mentioned, they've only suffered 2 defeats so far in the group stages. Now make that 3, including the playoffs. First, against SunSparks. Second, against Liyab. Third, against now RRQ. Now, what do these 3 defeats have in common? And it all boils down to the draft. Remember, when they went up against Liyab, it was a Shyvana top. It was a double smite. It was a Graves in the jungle. And unfortunately, it didn't work out. So I think the draft is such a huge, huge factor for Omega to have a comfortable game, for them to do the usual Omega things, which is just full control in the game, very, very aggressive when given the opportunity, especially impressive, primarily towards impressive. So yeah, excited to see how the draft is going to go, because RQ really played this draft really well in game number 2.
Speaking of impressive, I remember seeing that to win the early game, or at least have a good foundation for Omega in a certain game, let impressive go crazy. Just go, release the Kraken or release the kitty cat, whatever it is he's gonna use. But in retrospect, I always said that for RQ, let Helios do his thing. Apparently, it's let Taz do his thing, because you are right, it's going to be the battle of the jungler. So let's see who will be able to deliver in game number 3, which we are just waiting to happen. And I'm very excited. Will we see adjustments from Omega? Will we see RQ still run the same draft? We've seen teams do it, same draft, but a different game.
Yeah, like don't fix what is not broken. I guess I can imagine it going towards more an RRQ, because Omega definitely has to make something different happen. Maybe replicate what they did in game number 1, because that was huge. 20k gold lead over RRQ, and now RRQ takes that away from Omega, making it seem like game 1 didn't exist. That dominating performance from Omega felt like it didn't exist after game number 2 of RQ's victory. And I can imagine that not a lot will change for RQ. Maybe just the marquee on the Kaisa again, Esila back on the Renekton. And I think the biggest factor will be Helios. Maybe we get to see something different, something we've never seen before, because Helios, again, he played his debut game in the Visayas group stage was a Fiora mid. So I think that's going to be super interesting. If they want to win for sure, then pick something that Omega is not going to be prepared for.
I do not know why, but I immediately thought of Annie when we talk about unexpected picks for Helios. Of course, Annie still has a different draft before you can incorporate her in, but that is something that Helios did play. So the difference between the game number 1 and game number 2 win is game number 1, Storm, Stomp, Snowball. Who is Baron? What is Baron? But now for the side, for game number 2, it was more dissected, it was more slow paced, and it was more computed, if I can use that term. It was just RRQ making sure, playing it out slowly up until Omega could not do anything, could not even win any skirmish, could not even win any clashes. So jumping into game number 3, maybe we will not be seeing a Rengar. Not sure if he is going to be banned though, but looks like Omega still going to be at the blue side.
Yeah, it's good. Omega's going to be staying on the blue side. So now this is a different scenario, as Vi is going to be the first one to ban. It's not going to be the Fiora ban, unlike what we saw in game number 2. So one of these champions will eventually be opened. Although I'm not going to be surprised if a Ziggs ban happen on either side, actually, leaving open either a Camille and a Gragas, possibly. I feel like it's impossible that Gragas would be open at this time.
Wait for it. It depends if Omega is gonna ban it. So they could pick it up for themselves, but okay, they're taking the time. Let's be Galio ban. So there's a chance that Gragas will be open. Camille could be open too, as well as Ziggs.
Yeah, Omega banning at the Galio means they are aiming for something pretty fighting close quarters here. Either respect ban onto Earl God, but now that means Rengar is still open. That means Ziggs is open. Omega can get the Ziggs for themselves, but they have to sacrifice the Rengar being on Chaz's hands, if ever, and as well as the Gragas. So biggest question is, what do you want to prioritize, as the Gragas will be the first one to get picked? And now, Ziggs is open, Rengar is open.
Ziggs or Rengar could be the first two picks for RQ. Will not be surprised if they pick that up. But we forgot Fiora is open, and now that is going to be their first pick. They could accompany or pair this off with a Rengar, but that means they will be giving the Ziggs to Omega. RQ is taking their time. Let's see who will be their second rotation pick. Oh, okay, that is going to be Kaisa. Already getting that from Mark.
Yeah, of course, the default of RQ, especially when Marky is on the board, as they will take away a very strong disengage rather, away from Marky. So I really, really like this hover. We'll have to see if they're going to be last picking their AD carry, because Ziggs is already available and open. That RQ decides not to take their priorities is over this Kaisa instead. So I think this is pretty solid. Now we still don't know if this Gragas is for Arise, if it's for Strong, or rather if it's for Impressive or JLC. We'll have to find out soon.
Leona being picked up by RRQ here, and J4 making or having his debut here for the playoffs. And okay, Omega picking up that Ezreal works really. Oh no! Okay, you know what? Set aside Ezreal. Kha'Zix being picked up by Omega.
What an absolutely crazy pick from Rengar, now Kha'Zix. I mean, his isolation radius has been buffed right now. So I think that is what led them to pick up this Kha'Zix. But in the meantime, RRQ, Jarvan, now Twisted Fate, Helios. We talked about it in the game number 1 draft. This is what Helios picked up in a lot of the games in the Mindanao Group Stages, and it equaled them into a victory. Now Chaz on just Jarvan 4. But Kha'Zix makes his debut on the playoffs in the hands on such an amazing and talented jungler, such as Impressive. We'll have to see how this pans out. Gragas open for the first time in a while. Very excited to see how this Game 3 will end. Is it going to be RQ moving towards the next stage of the upper bracket, or will RQ be the one?
Looks like you know what? I'm very happy. We get to see a Gragas, we get to see a Kha'Zix, we also get to see a Leona, and Helios is now back with his champion. I wouldn't say it's his signature champion, but he is now using this Twisted Fate yet again. So this is all or nothing for these two teams. Looks like they will just lane to where Escilla is, just to make sure that Fiora will not be able to get the snowball that she needs.
They're going for the lane swap. Very interesting. I think it has something to do with, again, Kaisa can play defensively or offensively in the early stages of the game, depending on who your support is. But with the Leona on Earl God, I think they do want to avoid that matchup. But RQ says, okay, never mind, we're going to chase you and and put that matchup on Baron lane with you.
4v4, it's going to be, 2v2 rather. It's going to happen at top part of the map. I don't expect to see Impressive anytime soon though, so the Kha'Zix just take some time to scale, honestly, but Arise will be able to evade those cards from Helios. The moment the gold card connects, could mean death for Arise. Escilla being targeted by JLC, but you have the dash in as well as the dash out in Fiora's disposal.
There is a form of sustain for JLC on the Gragas here at least. So Escilla. Helios though, a little bit low over this the matchup between Arise over here, because again, a ton of poke on the side of this Ziggs pick. So it might set up for a potential visit from Impressive on the Kha'Zix. Hold that thought as top lane. Stronger, very low. Forced to use a flash. Time lapse with the shift. As Impressive making his first visit already. Electrocute, procking Marky. Banking, actually getting out the heal from RQ. So I think that's a pretty good win, as Flash is still kept by Impressive.
That was a good unbreakable as well by Braum protecting his team. And also I realized one of the things that Omega Esports could do though is if there's anyone isolated from RQ, let's say Helios was low, you saw Impressive rotate over to the mid lane. I believe he was about to jump at Helios, but I guess Helios was able to get the honey fruit. That's why Impressive did not proceed with the gank.
A little bit difficult to overcommit on a pretty much. Sorry, I had to giggle a little bit as Omega doing their best to avoid the matchup. So that is the second lane swap on their side. RQ just gonna stalk them like a Rengar, like a Kha'Zix basically, and get the same matchup on the board.
You want to switch lanes? No, because we will follow you. And that's basically the right thing to do for RQ. Just keep on pressuring, keep on making this uncomfortable laning for Omega because that is an Ezreal, a very mobile ADC. Ouch. The turret barrage, that hurts a lot. And you have Braum, that is a beefy frontliner.
There's the Zenith Blade and the stun connecting. Earl God, though, is going to be pretty okay. I think that's a pretty sweet trade as well. Yeah, I think it's because versus an Ezreal, of course, Ezreal doesn't have a lot of wave clear options. You do only have that Mystic Shot? Not a shock. Maybe Time-Lapse will be shocked as the gank happens there in the Solar Flare. Activated Cataclysm used, but too late on towards that exhaust. That's a 2-kill lead already on RRQ and First Blood, and there could be more. As Impressive actually lurking a little bit nearby, just probably wanting to clear the waves. But you know what? Jarvan, very, very strong jungler. Now, boom! Oh, Mega Inferno Bomb will not eliminate Earl God.
Sadly. So close though. Too close for comfort. Impressive. I believe he was gonna try and clear out the waves, but he cannot jump into 4 people. He will just get boxed in. But now Drake is up first. Drake is gonna be an Infernal Dragon, and RQ just going back to their lanes. You have Isilla being very comfortable with this Fiora, taking out the minion waves and maybe trying to secure at the very least with this turret. So RQ able to get that First Blood. Will they be able to get Dragon though?
They are able to secure the dragon with no threats whatsoever from RQ. Satchel will be used to get away from the pit, but yeah, Omega at least is able to get that first dragon. So trying to equal out the playing field despite RQ getting that First Blood and getting an extra kill for the AD carry.
Ooh, Arise. Got the wave. Not trying to challenge Helios or whatsoever. Satchel has been used though. Now J4 just eyeing his next targets. Where could he go? He will most likely go back to Dragon Lane a tad bit later. But now you have Time Lapses being pressured by Marquis here. Mystic Shot is going to connect. You have the Essence Flux there as well. But Marquis still able to withstand the pressure and the damage that Time Lapse was able to dish out.
Whew, I mean, we can see why now they wanted to avoid the lane at all costs, and now they're getting strong-armed by Marky and Earl God here on this Leona and Kai'Sa pick. So with that said, First Blood Tower, more gold in RQ's pockets as we see a 3k gold lead so far in favor of RQ. Now, biggest question is how they can do this Rift Herald fight a stronger. We'll greet Chaz a little bit. Putting in the stun stacks, hopefully, is impressive. Now first dibs on this Rift Herald. Now, RQ, though, decides, and both Omega decide to put...
Ooh!
There's the leap. Going in, Chaz already half HP. Now they're searching. They secure the Rift Herald, and now explode. Chaz explodes from all the damage in the world, and now more kills go over to Omega as Helios still pretty safe for now, looking for that gold card, but they funnel in all their damage, and Earl God disappears as well. Does JLC want more? As he is surveying the area. Wait, hold that thought. In the mid lane, impressive now. Hunting for the kill. They want Marky at the moment. He's pretty much isolated from everybody else. Time lapse super low. He wants the auto attacks. Impressive is here though for the finish, and now more kills over to Omega.
3-0 in favor of Omega, but still
on top lane though. Demacia has been, as a rise will fall as JLC now very close to his death. He's gonna drink a little bit, but the flag and drag combo will knock him up. JLC though has nowhere to run. In the meantime, Omega topside uses the Rift Herald to break open the mid lane.
The moment there was 2 or 3 champions from RRQ at the brown lane, Omega thought, you know what? Let's just get this mid lane. And you now have 2 turret takedowns for the side of RRQ, while Omega was able to get one. And going back into that Rift Herald take, the moment Helios popped his ultimate, his Destiny, that was, I guess, basically the go signal for Omega. They were able to isolate targets. Marky was not able to do anything that he wants there, though. So that could be why RQ was not able to deliver. But now Marky already able to buy his board, Blade of the Ruined King. 7 minutes in, almost 8 minutes actually. Still pretty low kill count for these two teams. But RQ still securing that 2K gold lead.
Yeah, still pretty strong for RQ there. Mentioned, the itemization, Omega with a rise so close to his Rabadons already. So he was already painful to begin with. Stronger, though, might be the one who's going to get isolated as Impressive will try to join the fight. He's backing away, though, because Stronger, it is too late. Impressive with a hop down towards Chaz just for a little bit of poke. But that is going to be a temporary 4v5 for 16 seconds.
I actually thought he was gonna jump in, but wait, still could happen.
JLC with the flag and drag again gets knocked up, and the Mega Inferno Bomb will do a little bit of damage. Impressive trying to find the right target, trying to find Marky, and it eliminates him. There's the hop, but Chaz incredibly low, and he still lives. That's going to be a double kill for him. He is on a killing spree, but it's still not over as Earl God is just one auto attack away, and Time Lapse takes his life. And now that's going to be a 2 for 2 in favor of no one.
And because RQ was still able to answer to the aggression Omega had, impressive though at the back lines, he is just forcing it, and that is okay because he was able to get the kills in at the expense of his own life though. But safe to say that now on this Ezreal, Time Lapse seems to be much more comfortable with this ADC. Was able to get the last kill for the side of Omega before they went over with the reset, and now next Dragon is up. But RQ, they want to get this. Will Impressive go with the steal? He does have Smite, but he's far away.
Yeah, a little bit far away, no vision whatsoever on that river. So, well, there was just a little bit, but they didn't have information whether or not it was go time if they were comfortable. Now, Omega hoping to get a pick, or rather, hoping to get this first or second tier tower in the mid lane, and they do succeed. In the meantime, though, for itemization, I think, Ezreal and as well as, Impressive Time Lapse. Hold that thought. There's the Cask Unleashed and the Mega Inferno Bomb as well. Look at the root coming from the side of RRQ for that Solar Flare, but it's used for disengage. Look at the low health targets. Impressive is just gonna hop in and out for more damage. There's the grand challenge being initiated. Now he falls as Chaz is so low as well. But that makes what? More towers in favor of Omega.
And also the reason why Earl God was the first one to fall down is because he did not have flash available. He does not have ultimate as well, and that just became a very juicy target for Impressive. Also, I realized Ezreal plus Ziggs, they take down towers pretty fast.
Yeah, that's true. With the Ziggs, for sure. Well, look at Time Lapse moving forward. Don't think they were able to steal. Actually, yes, they weren't able to steal that Scuttler. It was secured by RQ, was secured by Chaz. And yeah, especially with a Ziggs pick, it is definitely very scary to sorta lose a fight with your minion waves pushed not in your favor towards you. You are definitely going to be losing a tower or two.
Omega Esports, after getting those wins or those objectives, they were able to close the gold gap with just a 500 gold lead in favor of RQ, but they were able to get 4 turret takedowns. And
oh no! Impressive!
Oh,
he was
no.
looking around, he wanted to be the hunter, but he became the hunted. And now no jungler for 29 seconds.
That was a very good face check from RQ, but sadly that was I guess an overstay for Impressive. I know he wanted to go with the hunt, but RQ, this point into the game, they would want to group together. They want to go with the 4-1 setup, and because of that, they were able to punish the jungler. Now RQ they could get this Baron non-contested.
We'll have to see a Stronger leading the charge. There's the ult knocking them down. 1/4 HP already towards the Baron, but the fight already ensues as Cataclysm activated. And as we can see, a elimination. JLC is able to eliminate Marky again right off the bat. Chaz super low already, but now that's a double kill for Esila though, as he takes this fight back into RQ's hands. It was a 1v2 situation and he still lives. That's gonna be a triple kill. Impressive with the cleanup though. There's the slow kicking in. Impressive possibly still has more hop. No, that is gonna be a no. But now that's a 1-4-2. Oh wait, no, that's a 3-4-2-3. 3 for 3. I'm so bad at counting in favor, I suppose, of Omega, as they still are able to deny out that Baron.
And Impressive came in at the right time. Marky was able to jump into the back lines, and Stronger was able to pop his passive instead he was still taken down by Esila. So 30 minutes in, 9 and 12 on the scoreboard right now. RQ, they're just a little bit, but they're kind of struggling now with trying to take the objectives, just because Omega Esports, this is their time. You have damage, you have the initiate even, and the explosive cast from GLC can just come from nowhere, especially Impressive. He can come from nowhere. Time lapse is just probably going to be at the back lines with the Mystic Shot as well as the True Shot Barrage. Speaking of those skills, as well as Ezreal alongside Omega, they will get this Dragon. None? Okay. Uncontested, and it's going to be an Ocean Drake, but you have RQ at the other side of the map.
Yeah, and this is the fact that the mid lane is still pretty much intact for Omega. It is the complete opposite. The state of the mid lane between these two teams are contrasting. The base is open for RQ. Omega still hasn't dropped their tier 1 tower, and they are doing a pretty good job sort of slowing the pace a little bit more, considering the fact that RQ has been winning these fights. And so far for the 80 carry gold, it has been even so far. And because Omega seemed to look at the game where this could go the long haul, we're seeing, the Muramana being built by both of these players coming from Omega side.
Oh, even though RQ has the gold lead right now, I believe the lead is still in favor of Omega, because look at the mid lane. That is the shortest lane towards your enemy's nexus, and there's no more turrets for RQ. So if ever Omega is at least able to get 3 champions down from RQ, they could just push this at the mid lane.
It is definitely a possibility, especially they have a Rise with them. They have a pretty good, a huge amount of wave clear, which is the bouncing bombs, which is JLC's casks. As right now, Omega though, wanting to keep their lane intact. I'm gonna get the stun in, I suppose. Timelapse gonna be okay, as he does have the arcane shift for safety.
I did get a little bit scared there. I thought he was going to be caught out by either Leona or Kaisa, ultimately being popped by Twisted Fate.
Oh, Destiny. Yep, and that is going to be JLC being the first target, first victim. Esila is able to escape out of that, while RQ is pursuing the Baron. Impressive is nowhere near the Baron.
Yep, that is a smart call, but now you have Stronger. They're at the Baron area as well. Would they go? Is he going to go to steal?
Look at that.
What?
The time lapse is right on towards Earl God's face. Stronger is going to tank pretty much everybody else, but no support anymore. And at the moment, Impressive arrives in the scene. They're after Marky. Look at the low health targets, but both fall down, as now the minion wave is slowly marching towards the mid lane. But look at that. There's only 3 members on the side of RQ that has the Baron buff.
And also, that was a very good evade or a sidestep from Chaz. Mega Inferno Bomb did not reach him at all. I was about to say Omega did a good performance buying time for Impressive, but after getting 1 kill, Impressive just kneeled in front of RQ even. So still, a lot of things can go haywire, a lot of things can still happen, but this also RQ just holding it out. Now you have Helios gonna be level 14 in a bit. Chaz, though, just still on level 13.
Yeah, it's such an incredibly close game, and I feel like the possible next fight could be that Elder Drake, which served to be, Omega's coffin in game number 2. So for RQ, they'll be happy with this current game state. As long as Marky lives in these fights, I think they have a big chance in creating space And as well as the Grand Challenge being used, but unfortunately it's a 1v2 situation, so don't want to risk that.
3v4 and 2v1 at the Baron lane. I guess that's something that Omega will just bank on, but let's see how things are gonna pan out. Next dragon is gonna be up in 19 seconds. Isilla, I thought he was gonna go with the reset, but apparently still gonna stick with the 1-4 setup. Gonna get the neutral jungle creeps from the Omega side. RQ, I thought they were gonna position or prep for the next Baron, but looks like they're still gonna hold their ground at the mid lane. I guess they're forcing this because they knew they don't have any more turrets at the mid lane. Impressive is just there lurking at the side. Elder Dragon is now up. Keep your eye on Isilla. He is still making his way at the Baron lane.
That's the thing. Even though it is a 1v1 situation for JLC to sort of, scare away Asilla, it is Helios that can join anytime. There's the body slam, there's the cast. So Asilla eats a little bit more of the tower hits, but look how powerful he is. But here comes Impressive diving in. Flash being used, though. He is so far away from this Elder Drake. But it's going to be that Zenith Blade kicking in, and the Helios coming from behind, and now they are having their heads over towards time lapse, and he's going to be the first one to fall. Make that stronger come second. Impressive. So many low health targets on the side of RQ, but again, they deny that Elder Drake take once more. Is Impressive finding more targets? That is the question. Earl God is not seen, actually. He was hoping to cancel ports on that brush, but RQ that is a telegraphed play from a Kha'Zix. RQ expected that, eliminates the jungler. Now they have a reward, which is the Elder Drake.
3-0 in favor of RQ. You have the bombs from Araya, but he can still be jumped in. The flag and drag is going to be connected. You have the TPs for the side of Omega.
That's now JLC with a teleport body slam towards Helios, but there is no choice for the Elder Drake but to go towards RQ. In the meantime, Asilla is having the time of his life, split pushing. The teleport being used, though, that means RQ is satisfied with just saying, okay, we're just going to go back. We need to push the wave in the middle.
In the previous Dragon fight, I actually thought Time Lapse was gonna go with the free hit because he was in a very good position. But Helios, on this Twisted Fate, was able to stun Time Lapse plus the damage, and that's why he was just forced to pop his zone, as he was not able to take anyone down. The moment the golden Ezreal became gone, it was just a free kill going over to RRQ.
There is the shield. There's the Mega Inferno Bomb. 1 for the HP already towards this Baron. But unfortunately, Impressive is nowhere near that side, as now they actually get to eliminate Asilla right off the bat. Look, Arise, JLC low, they fall. And now RQ just trying to clean house as Marky's still pretty much safe. But now look at that, a 1v2. Look, Marky's damage is insane. Guardian Angel popped, actually, and as no one can go near Marky as his damage. But look at that, Helios and Marky the only ones left as they pursue the mid lane. 30 seconds for the rest of RQ to spawn. It's going to be a 2v3 situation versus that Baron buff. Are they looking to end this? Are they looking to assassinate? They still have time left, still alive. But look at Stronger. He's pretty much super low at the moment, and he still lives another day. The minion wave at the top portion of the map is building towards RRQ.
Marky has so much damage, and here is another 20-minute game. Impressive, though, will get that buff before he recalls back to safety, and that's a lot of minions that you have to clean house in your base. It basically bought time for RQ to just go back. I thought Omega could just siege or just snowball in the mid lane, and just, dead times are quite high from Helios and etc. But the nice split push, or at least the turrets that Isilla was able to take down earlier, did deliver. Now they're gonna go with the 1-4 setup yet again, given that Marky's damage is pretty much good for, 2 champions.
Exactly. This is huge. Okay, Destiny popped just to see if they can hunt a target. Impressive will just hop away from danger. But it's just so insane. Teleport now being used, or rather Destiny being used at the top portion of the map, just to see if Helios can push a little bit more. But this is a 1-3-1 that Omega may not be prepared for.
Ooh, Asilla still going with that split push, 1v4.
Yeah, it's a 1v4 situation. Look at that! Look how Arise is so low. He gets to take one down before he even pops that GA. But look at that, the rest of RQ already marching towards the base. As we see Helios already clearing the waves on topside with the 1v1. Unfortunately, I don't think it's going to work as Isila actually lives and eliminates Impressive. That's going to be a 3v4 situation that Omega is not going to be prepared for.
Oh,
the Nexus is half HP already. Chaz already hitting the Nexus. And there you go. RRQ sends Omega down to the LB bracket. Look how much they're happy. People jumping. RRQ, they deserve it.
Can I just say that this is the first reverse sweep of the day? You have was that Marky? I think that was
Yes.
Marky being very happy. And what a game! At some point, if I'm not mistaken, or a rapid fire can already available for Helios. That's why the gold or the yellow card, the moment it connects, you say bye bye. Also, the priority of Chaz on that Nexus, yes, he was taking damage. Yes, it hurt a lot, but it was worth it. All those micros that formed the macro, and Isila just being a hard-working split pusher, even though Impressive is an obvious threat for the side of RQ, it did not matter the moment they hit their online times. Look at the graph. Red to blue, blue, and then it consistently became red. That Twisted Fate pick here really working wonders.
Yeah, it definitely is working wonders. And RQ taking the Mindanao meta of 20-minute games and beyond to the playoffs. And when we look at the South Luzon to North Luzon, this wasn't the game style. It was 15 minutes. Usually you get to see the game end, and this is uncharted waters for Omega. RQ did a phenomenal job just, banking on Marky, planning, just countering any sort of what Impressive wants to play in the jungle. Maybe Rengar, maybe Kha'Zix. Fine, go play those. We're going to be playing this, putting Marky time and time again on this Kaisa pick, and we're just going to adjust in whatever you decide to play. RQ, what a statement. Sending Omega in the BO1, by the way, in the dreaded BO1 lower bracket.
Yep, they'll be up against most likely Fennel adversity. Also, can I just say, was that a cell phone that RRQ threw at the side?
I have to watch the clip again.
Right? So, okay, we said this earlier. Whenever you win a series, it is 100,000 Globe Cup points. So RQ said, it's okay. Let's just throw that phone out. We have 100,000 Globe Cup points in our pockets anyway.
That is true. I mean, what a double whammy for them. 100,000 Globe Cup points plus beating Omega, who, by the way, was undefeated series-wise. That's 9 series back-to-back in the South Luzon Group Stages. Now, meeting RRQ denies that, takes away that streak away from them.
So now Team Secret will be up against RRQ afterwards. But yeah, that was... Okay, most of us, if not all, actually voted for Omega.
Mm-hmm.
But seeing RRQ now, they are in a different league. Just after 2 days of the patch, they were able to beat this tight-knit group. And late game, you really need to watch out for RQ. The amount of global presence Helios has as well on this Twisted Fate, I will not be surprised if teams will ban out this champion from this guy. And Chaz stepping up so well, Marky being very patient. You have a very good support player as well, and it just translated to them being able to defeat the undefeated.
Yeah, they are basically ended Omega's undefeated streak. But now let's take a look at all of that action as we take a look at the play of the game, brought to you by Oppo Reno 5.
Woohoo! There were times that Omega was able to win the skirmishes, but RQ, their engage was just too strong. And correct me if I'm wrong, but this could be the first ever win on a Leona so far in the Icon series, because Leona has been picked up, let's say 2, 3, 4 times at most, but she did not have a good game, did not have a good debut even. But apparently, it only takes one Earl God to have this W on Leona.
That's true. It only took one RQ getting the first Leona win, getting the first Renekton win in game number 2, and this is an absolutely a very very RRQ game, you know, having to prolong the game as much as you can. And the fact that RRQ survived all this despite not having the Nexus, no towers, no base towers anymore in the mid lane. 12 minutes beyond that is absolutely insane for them to survive that long.
Ooh. And these plays of the game really shows how powerful and how much RQ just stepped up. Even though Impressive was there at the side, they did not care. Also, another thing I want to bring up is they tend to give or at least have a bait whenever they want to secure an objective, just to make sure that Impressive will not be able to go with the steal or will not be able to do cleanup. If by some point Impressive can do cleanup, it won't be in his favor.
Yeah, it looks so difficult because again, they picked up what a Leona as well to sort of counter that. So it kind of acts like a Galio. You enter the fight, then a stun will pretty much greet you on top of a solar flare. So this 1v1 too, you know, Asila won this one. It was so tragic because they basically used all of their resources to pop out a Guardian Angel on Asila while their base is falling into pieces. So RQ looks like their 4-1 strat, Asila on a split pusher and the rest to basically help out Marky, peel for him basically, is working like magic for the RRQ squad.
Magic is gonna be the term for it indeed. And that was just series number 2 of day number 1. Just woohoo! Intense games, and just you finally feel it. This is the playoffs. My bangs are waving around because I'm just that excited. And really amazing plays for the players so far.
And of course, we've got Master of the Match. We've got another Jungler MVP. We've got Chaz here on this Jarvan 4.
Ooh, KDA 9.50, kill participation 86%, and you have damage per minute is just 603. You have the smite and the flash yet again. This J4 Cataclysm would always catch at least one champion from the side of RQ. Both use offensively and defensively, so it just depends on what the situation calls for. And this is just Chaz being able to win that jungler fight or the jungler matchup, and RRQ capitalizing on that. RRQ being able to assert dominance in a team that we thought were gonna dominate.
Yeah, it's all about, you know, having to adjust for the squad. We've got Chaz who's able to play almost, you know, everything to set up for the squad. Name it, Gragas, Jarvan 4, maybe even the Lee Sin back in the Visayas group stages. And this guy has it all. Played the tank for the squad, got all of the objectives like the Baron, most of the Dragon, I suppose, especially the Elder Drake at the end of that match. And again, he doesn't hesitate at all to sort of engage for the squad here on this Jarvan 4 pick. And RQ, what a win. What a day number 1, actually.
2-1, and that was a reverse sweep. So that's really something. Just again, stakes are high, teams are crazy. What is 2-0? I honestly thought it was gonna be a quick game, or maybe 15 to 20 minutes, but RQ said, joke's on you, we're gonna prolong the game. And we said this earlier, Marky just waiting for his power spike, and Earl God being a real god in that support role. We also have Helios with the of course the pose where we all just copy. And just them again asserting dominance. Their draft really improved a lot, so I'm looking forward to seeing what RQ has in store for us.
Yeah, they have to go up against Team Secret tomorrow, but of course Omega still has another match as they did drop in the lower bracket, but that's still later tonight. We still have another series, 2 more actually, at the upper bracket, which is the next one, Nexplay versus VVV. That's gonna be super spicy for sure. But of course, before we proceed to our 3rd series, we're gonna head on over to a short break. And we come back, it's gonna be the panel greeting you over there. First, lastly, we are your casters. My name is Riku. Together with me is Yuko, and we'll see you in a bit.
Everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and clear my throat.
Welcome to Wild Rift.
The King of Kings put a hard stop to the undefeated South. RRQ takes the second series against Omega Esports 2-1. They will get 100,000 Globe Cup points. Omega Esports will drop to the lower bracket, and RRQ continues on to the winner's circle. This was such a good series. This was so good. And, we got a Renekton, we got a Kha'Zix, we got a Rengar, we got all the animals coming in, we got all the hunters coming out as well. But you know what? Even though Omega was out for blood, RRQ was playing the patience game. Patience is a virtue indeed. When RRQ is behind everything, we saw how, they really played into the late game and really revolving their whole strategy around Marky as well, which, paid dividends to them. We'll start with your thoughts on this, Autolus, going into game one.
Okay, so game number one, it was not the best debut for our good friend in the Baron lane, the Renekton, right? We saw multiple times that JLC was able to complete a solo kill, and plus, Impressive is going to be there to support a winning lane, and that they did, right? So starting the game with a 0-3 Renekton, you can see that Esela had no choice but to turtle it out and to just wait for mistakes to happen. Unfortunately, it did not happen, and Omega just made sure to pounce on every single mistakes that RRQ had for game number one. Good for them though, because game number two and game number three is a different story.
Yeah, definitely. In game number two, Riku brought this up. RRQ, they were really playing the late game, which was the complete opposite of what Omega Esports usually does. And, gave Marky a lot of space with that Kaisa. And there was this little, nice cha-cha between the two teams. But RRQ was able to secure the lead, especially since they had all the dragons on their side, all of the objectives. Osiris, what are your thoughts on this?
Well, second game, I was expecting that Impressive is going to take this game with the Rengar. But, you got to respect with all of the lockdowns, as what the casters told us, that it has been the taunt coming in from Galio, and you got the assault and battery. You can't really touch anyone at this point. And knowing that Marky is on the safe side right now, he isn't pulling the trigger, as what we've seen on the group stage, that he's going over with the killer instincts. So a good adaptation or changes from RRQ, and they really indeed played it well with an old school lineup. We've seen this mostly the hero's entrance into the Vi combo, so making sure that they got every chances to take down and not having the stacks of the bone tooth necklace. It has been RRQ from the early game.
Checking out our series highlights right here. I was so scared for Marky in game 3 just because Omega Esports, they were starting to catch on and they were so focused on him, especially Impressive. His homework was Marky, and RRQ needed the best security on this guy. But there you have it. The RRQ really, really played into their late game, and really Marky was just so painful later on into the game and later on into the series as well, and RRQ just really played towards their comfort. We did mention this a little earlier regarding Omega Esports' draft. It seemed like there were some parts where it became apparent that they maybe weren't as comfortable with some champion picks. What are your thoughts on this, Autolus?
I believe this is actually an all-out comfort, especially when looking at the junglers. When we talk about Impressive, it's all about going in and just outplaying the opponents. It's just that RRQ, we tag them as the most disciplined, if not one of the most disciplined team here in the playoffs, and they are really deadly when they are unlocking the 4-1 split strategy. We know how bad Esila is. Bad in a good way, right? So how
Yeah.
mean Esila's Fiora is, and when you have Helios to make sure to put in the support on the Baron lane or on the split pusher, it just turns the tides onto their favor. Also, want to give a huge shout out to Chaz, the best jungler or best tank jungler that we have here in the playoffs. Of course, also Earl God. Earl God was just out of his mind this series.
Definitely. Osiris, do you have additional thoughts on that as well? Do you think that Omega Esports could have done something a little differently, especially going into game number 3?
Game number 3, going back into their draft, Lee Sin is open, and that's one thing that they can do. But they wanted to discover some different places, and I'm not sure about that. That they wanted to go for the Kazakhs. So sticking with the supposedly with their own guns might be a different story, but they wanted to put the Kazakhs in, and it didn't really pave the way into their opening. And what happened was, I know that it has been a discussion with the Mana Mune with the pickup coming in from Kazakh, which is fairly early, because he wanted to take that ability haste. It's a budget meal ability haste for the reason that it's mana, money, and also Mura, mana. No, kidding aside, it is really efficient in terms of gold that you wanted to pick it up early, and it favors also the types of Varus and Ezreal if you want to pick up those early game damage and pokes. So maximizing that Muramana is something that you need to watch out for, because it seems that this will be maximized mostly at playoffs. And one big loss about what happened is that they let Helios on that Twisted Fate. He's roaming around, he's detecting the invisibilities, he is looking for the right targets, and Isilla with the Fiora. So they didn't shut down the split pusher, and at the same time, they got the Destiny that puts them in the right spot.
And this is exactly what we saw coming out of the Mindanao Group Stages as well. We know that
Exactly.
RRQ is very, very comfortable with this kind of strategy, with these champions, and this kind of playstyle. Omega Esports, though, it is not the end of the road for them. They will still go down to the lower bracket, where they will compete in best of ones later on. Now, checking out our leaderboards right now at the end of our second series of the day, with RRQ's brand new and shiny win right over here. RRQ will take that second spot with 475,000 Globe Cup points. One Globe Cup point, so just to remind everybody once again, is equivalent to 1 peso right here. Team Secret still on top with 500,000 Globe Cup points. Omega Esports not too far behind with 450,000 Globe Cup points. Now, of course, later on, we will be checking out VVV Esports versus Nexplay Esports, and they will get to make their plays over there for those top 3 or maybe top 4 spots going into our standings. But before that, of course, RRQ, the first to defeat the undefeated South here at the
Yes.
Sea Icon Series summer season, which is quite a feat indeed. They proved us all wrong, because I believe that most of us here, most of the broadcast talents here, were in favor of Omega Esports just because they were so dominant coming into the South Luzon group stages. But RRQ really proving us wrong, really showing us that no, this is how we play. We are confident with this, and definitely making them a contender for that championship title over here. And now, of course, we will be proceeding to our third series of the day. Another good one. This is VVV Esports versus Nexplay Esports. Now, of course, first up, we do have a team that surprised everybody in the Mindanao group stages. And it was very, very, very close, but VVV Esports, they did pull through. They came, they saw, and they most definitely conquered. This is VVV Esports.
They came, they saw, they conquered indeed. VVV snagged the first seed off of Mindanao in the last day of group stages. Not afraid to bring out their Rengar, they are here to hunt down their prey and seek revenge against NXP. Nasjo, Baron, Renzi in the jungle, the twins, Dragon and Demon Kite as their carries, and Dampier as their support. V for Vendetta storyline incoming. Give it up for Benny Vidi Vici.
Yes, and Benny Vidivici isn't going to be complete as one of the pieces or one of the hearts. The heartbroken twins is here, and I believe that the AD carry and even the Dragon Lane are the ones who's really integral part into this lineup. So I'm really loving how VVV is showing their own style, and you gotta know that these guys are aggressive with how well they are playing across the map. You got the aggression, you got the play, and even having Renzi at their backs. Well, Nasjo is chilling at the Dragon Lane. Baron Lane, because he knows that anytime, he might not be the ones who's being flashy. He is the one who's supporting the team. So you got them here on to the other side of the spectrum as the one who's supporting the Dragon Lane. Yes, we are not going to see Hero as the captain isn't on board, but I'm sure this will be a smooth sail as how VVV goes.
And the VVV Esports, they are the underdogs here. But what strengths can they bring into the series to withstand the titans that are Nexplay Esports? Oddloose, we'll start with you.
Okay, so they did say in the interview that they wanted NXP and they got NXP, right? Now, just to give out some information to our viewers, Nasjo and Renzi wasn't actually part of their previous roster. So they have retooled, including them here actually. So we have Dragon and Demon Kite as their retainers, and they really are seeking revenge, and they want their reinforcements to do the trick for them.
Yes, and let's see the solo player, the Demon with the golden heart. Demon Kite right here as our Dragon Laner. You got that KDA of 7.88 and a kill participation of 19%. You know that he is delivering those damage blow by blow, and this Haymaker will put you to sleep as the damage per minute is 1038. Isn't going to falter behind with his twin, as Dragon is also putting a lot of their power.
And, in case anybody is just catching up with us here at the playoffs, it is because, these two twins, Demon Kite and Dragon, have the most awesome names. Their names are actually Dragonheart and Golden Heart. And, it was just a whole thing that we were so amazed with that in the Mindanao Group Stages. But of course, VVV Esports being the conquerors here, it is going to be a true test for them coming into this third series of the day, because they will be fighting against a team that has been making waves in the Wild Rift scene since the game began. This is a team that many would say are the strongest team in the Philippines, and they were the champions of the preseason, and they are coming for that summer season championship as well. This is Nexplay Esports.
ZOGs and the Giants of Philippines Wild Rift. Nexplay Esports have secured titles after titles. After dropping their tiebreaker to the eventual Kings of the North in Team Secret, NXP called in reinforcements and now has a coach to help them win. Arisen in the Baron lane, Joshi in the jungle, Chule in mid, Uzi as a Dragon laner, and Disaster as their support. Looking to dominate VVV once again, your fan favorite, Nexplay Esports!
For the solo player highlight, we will be showing none other than the mid lane, the himself, Chule, delivering a lot of big plays. He may not be the ones you're looking into at Nexplay, but this guy, he is moving under the shadows of Joshi, under the shadows of Uzi, and he is making plays of his own with all of those sets, and you can see that he is delivering with the Oriana. He got the Ziggs and mid lane Gragas. You have the people who can utilize the maximum potential of the big guy, but the Oriana is the one most fearless mid lane as he is setting you up for a big that sentence. You can see that the skill participation 17% and on the damage department 1380. Chule is in just to make sure that you're going down.
And of course, our Globe Key Player Clash. This is a clash that we have been talking about for a while. In the Mindanao Group Stages, I believe every time we would focus on Renzi, Just She's name would come up as well, because we are going to be going straight into the jungle for this. This is going to be very exciting. Just She as one of the best junglers that we have seen so far here at the Sea Icon Series Philippines, and Renzi as a ridiculously strong Rengar player right here. Autolus, I want to get your thoughts on this. What do you think is going to happen as we step into the jungle?
I'm just getting chills here, Mika, because this is
I know.
very exciting. We have
Yes.
Renzi going frenzy with the Rengar, with the Lee Sin, not really going for the first item, safe item of a Guardian Angel, just wants to dish out the damage. We will see how VVV will unlock their crazy jungler. And on the other side, we have Just She. We all live in his league. This is Just She's league, right? So when we talk about Just She, he is going to dictate the tempo from the get-go. He's very good on his Lee Sin, Just She Sin, as Osiris wants to call it. So yeah, whoever goes on top during the early game, I think will definitely help their chances to win the series and the games.
I think it's going to be, they are going to set the pace for this. They are going to determine who will come out on top in this series. Osiris, really quick thoughts on this Globe Key Player Clash before we head into our predictions.
Well, if you're going to call it as not as the Justice League, it's just Cheese League right now, and the V for villains. This is really a good for both teams, and
Go!
this is all about the jungle. They're going to set the tempo, and this will be an integral part right now who's going to be ahead.
Definitely, and you know what? Well, I do think that VVV Esports can definitely keep up with Nexplay Esports. I do think that Nexplay Esports, they have just been such a favorite and oh so strong and dominant throughout the Sea Icon series. I think it's going to go 2-0 in favor of Nexplay Esports.
I'm going to second the notion here. It is going to be 2-0 for Nexplay Esports.
Yes, we maybe failed at the prediction last time, but I'm giving it all for next play. But you know, VVV show us that you can conquer even the greatest mountains, even the tyrants of the walls of Freljord right now. And this will be a treat to watch.
Oh, no spicy picks this time. Okay, no
Mhm.
spice.
Nope.
Staying a little safe, but of course, you know, again, VVV Esports, I do think they can definitely stand up to Nexplay Esports. It is just a matter of how long they can weather this storm, because Nexplay Esports, they are definitely like a Category 5 monster here in the Sea Icon Series Philippines. We are gonna step into the rift for our third series of the day. This is VVV Esports versus Nexplay Esports. Casters, over to you guys.
Thank you very much, everybody, panelists. And we're now here at our third series of the day, Nexplay versus VVV. It's going to be another exciting series, as we just came from an upset. Omega down now at the lower bracket. And we'll be seeing who else is going to get thrown into the second round of our lower bracket matchup. Nexplay, we're talking about our pre-season champions. But at the end of the day, they are still that second seed in the North Luzon group stages, as they have been dethroned basically by Team Secret. In the meantime, for VVV, you know, they had an incredible run for the last 2 to 3 days, especially when they fielded in Hero in that support role as their shot caller, as their captain. But now, yes, Infinity, I know you're super excited for this matchup. You were saying like, oh, so excited, so hype for the past two series that we saw. What are your expectations? Because the panel is all like, Nexplay 2-0, Nexplay 2-0, Nexplay 2-0.
Now, I think it's gonna be a battle of the draft right now for VVV and both NXP as well. I think they're gonna fight on to certain champions that can show up today, especially on certain roles. Coming into the series, they have similar champions. Both Lee Sin has been picked up by both VVV and Nexplay Esports. And it's gonna be very exciting because Nexplay Esports has recruited another key member for their team, which will be a coach for their team. So I'm excited. Will their draft change today? Will their game style change today? Or will there be an upset once again? And that is something that I'm really excited for on how this would turn out.
Yeah, anything can be possible for sure after what we saw in series number 2. But yeah, looking at the roster now, again, Nexplay, this is the longest running roster as, again, this formed back in 2020. This original rotation that we see right now on your screen has been together basically since December 2020 as well. So this is, the synergy is intact. They know each other. They know their habits, their play style. So, and I think that is one of the biggest strengths of Nexplay. In the meantime, for VVV, they recently just formed right after, Hero. They basically built around Hero as the core after his stint in NXP last year.
Yeah, I think it is a matter of choosing your poison here for now, as we're now jumping into the draft of game number 1, VVV Esports up against Nexplay, removing Olaf immediately from VVV.
I gotta enjoy every single series. We see something different from the Kazakhs, from so many things like the Varus and Team Secret. There are new things that we could possibly see in the draft now.
Definitely, and now, after Olaf being banned out by VVV, we have Camille, Jana, and Fiora to follow through. This leaves the Gragas open for VVV Esports to pick up. It is now going to be a deciding factor for VVV on what they want to prioritize, because it's not a matter of, oh my god, they left this champion up. It's a matter of what you want to leave open for the enemy team to pick up. With VVV picking up the Gragas, there will be a potential for NXP to pick up the Gaio, going to be open for their team as well. The Jana, not the Jana, but the Braum for NXP. The Ziggs as well is going to be open for them.
Yeah, the Galio Ziggs combination on their second rotation for the draft is actually very possible. Chule has played it in the past as well in the North Luzon Group Stages, so I think it's possible. We've seen how a Ziggs can just exponentially, destroy towers in a split second, so I think there's a lot of value out of that. Now, do Demon Kite fall back into this Kaisa or the Corki? Basically, when we look at the Mindanao Group Stages, there were only 2 AD carry picks, Corki or Kaisa.
Yeah, it was the mainstay from Mindanao region, and VVV Esports can pick it up. I think Demon Kite has been very comfortable with Kaisa in the past, now being picked up by them and synergizing with the Braum for their team. NXP with their aggressive play in the past, as you stated, the Ziggs is there as well. Vi will follow through to make it a counter against Kaisa onto the Assault and Battery to secure the lockdown onto it. Question would be, what will be the next one? As ADC will still be open for NXP to pick up. Corki is there, Saya is there. Who will be the priority of NXP?
Yeah, it's looking to be the usual matchup that we saw back in the Mindanao Group Stages, a Corki versus a Kaisa. Meanwhile, for VVV's composition so far, there's a lot of mystery. We still don't know if that Gragas is going mid, jungle, or top, but with the reveal of this Diana, I like that this is a takeaway away from, I suppose, Nexplay, but they do have their mid laner already, and a Wukong for Renzi.
Now, who will be the support for the side of Nexplay Esports, as Galio might be there, Renekton being followed up. So this is going to be very exciting for NXP. We see the Lizard once again will be a dominate of a champion to come through into the series, and we've saw it in the past. But now, it's going to be the fight of the Kings, who will be on the top for this series.
Very curious to find out, as this could be a potential upset. We're looking at Nexplay, your North Luzon seed number 2 versus the Mindanao seed number 1, VVV. Excited to see who will drop towards that VO1, or who will be setting their foot towards that upper bracket.
As we now jump into the Rift game number 1, VVV Esports versus Nexplay Esports. Chule up against Dragon in the mid lane. To Ziggs versus Diana. Range versus a melee champion.
It is going to be Dampier playing on the support role, so no hero for the side of VVV. Has been an interesting point of the squad where VVV we're doing half and half, the shot calling of Dampier or the shot calling, or rather shot calling of hero from time to time.
Definitely, and I see that happening. The shot calls are going to be very important, especially with this, on how Nexplay Esports has been very aggressive in their previous tournaments, in their previous series, especially in North Luzon, wherein they're playing hyper aggressive, diving under the turret, and that is something that we could expect once again coming into the series. Are they going to be hyper aggressive once again to VVV Esports, especially with the Galio available for NXP, now level 3 already? They could bring it up into a fight against VVV. Actually going for the taunt, just a little bit of a trade-off in terms of damage there in the Dragon lane.
I think it's absolutely difficult for the Corki, for Uzi to do something with the Galio at this level, but so far they're congregating in the middle of this river.
The flash for Flash gonna be forced out by both NXP and VVV. The taunt will not connect. Corki tries to go for the Valkyrie out, but a Wukong will be there to put him down. That's gonna be the first blood for VVV, but trade off. Demon Kite will fall down. Galio goes for the knockup. It's gonna be the stun connected from the Diana, forced to back away as NXP will go back home, and VVV as well, but 1-for-1.
Look at this, 2 minutes into the game, we're seeing VVV wanting a potential dive before level 5 happens, and NXP, they are used to, they are used to being in control of the game. They are the ones who are controlling the pace. So this is absolutely very different, and VVV is doing a good job sort of throwing off Nexplay.
Yeah, as similarly, a throwing off will be the mindset here for both VVV Esports and Nexplay Esports, because they want to play the mind games against the enemy team. If you force out bait, if you force out mistake, you can capitalize on it and utilize that aspect to demolish the enemy team. So I think mind games will be a huge chunk into playing this part out. And I want to look at the Baron lane, Renekton versus Gragas. I think we saw how Renekton has been played in the past, very, very stable in the early game, trying to just sustain himself to gain the 2-core item power spike to demolish each and every lane. An alternative in the past for Fiora as well to go for the 4-1 setup. But here onto the bottom side, it's gonna be the taunt connecting onto Duasol, and Barry connects onto Demon Kite. Demon Kite will fall down. Moonfall will be there though, as Corki will be traded off to follow through onto Disaster. It's now gonna be the 1-for-1. Dragon will make it back. It's a 2-for-3 in favor of VVV, as Diana will survive that engagement.
What a wild 3 minutes of the game. Again, this is just fight over fight over fight so far. And I think, Dragon got the best end of that deal because, having one of your carries get these kills over your jungler, especially if it's on a Vi, it's not necessarily like a Lee Sin or something like that. I think it will exponentially help VVV, especially when you want to take advantage of these killer moonfalls and when Dragon decides to engage.
But now here onto the top lane, it's gonna be a little bit just of a trade from both Baron laners, Nasjo and Arisen. But Cloud Dragon will now spawn up in the Rift. Go for the recalls for now for both Baron laners. They want to fight this up. This will be the Cloud Dragon, gives you extra movement speed if you secure it. We have a 2-man roam from NXP into the mid lane, while the rest will follow through. Vi is just hovering around the map. VVV is waiting for the Red Bush to happen.
Yeah, just wanting to get his blue buff before anything else, as VVV does have first dibs already. The thing is, I think the biggest struggle that Nexplay has to play into is the fact that there is 2 modes of disengage, which is the cask, which is as well as Dampier's ult on this Braum. So Nexplay has to choose their fights correctly and time them correctly because it is going to be a struggle. That is the reason why they are sort of baiting out VVV to start the Dragon instead of them.
Definitely, a time mistake is a position mistake that could lead the enemy team to follow through, and that will be somewhat the name of the game for today, especially how we saw how the Dragon keeps on being baited out to then go for the steal, but now it's gonna be the Moonfall connecting onto two. Arises will be there to try to delay the fight as Ziggs will fall down. BBB will take one, but he will fall down as well as Renzi, the jungle, will crash and will be eliminated by NXP. And now it's a Killer Instinct in. We'll get the kill onto Renekton. It will be the 2-for-2 as there will be a stand for VVV Esports and NXP in this game, wherein no one will get the lead as of yet.
Yeah, it is going to be that even mark but VVV already starting this Dragon though, as you know, Dampier basically zoning the rest of Nexplay away.
So Dragon fight, VVV Esports, Vi's there. Vault Breaker in. That will be forcing away VVV Esports to go back onto the hill. And NXP opting to go into the mid lane to try and get that first blood. They're gonna take it home. 2k gold for NXP as they take it back. Rift Herald will now be the next step here, as NXP will look to it. No information for VVV Esports to try and go for the contest.
Yeah, they realize that they can get two first things. First Dragon, first Tower in their favor as well. So might as well just sort of split and give away that Rift Herald instead. And I think it really affected, but the tower dive's happening.
Explosive cast will now be casted by VVV Esports Nastro to try and just confuse NXP and jumble them around, as NXP will be forced to back away. VVV will take the trade onto the Cloud Dragon.
Gotta love this start for VVV, I suppose, for Nexplay. They attempted Nostros Life, but unfortunately, again, we mentioned the cast makes things a little bit difficult. Dragon's response at topside made Nexplay not risk the call anymore. But then again, for VVV, this composition is just really good because
Justchi, Vault Breaker in, over the hill, but opts back away. We have a safe play here from Dragon for now. Hovering into the Baron lane, but 4-man roam from NXP. Dragon doesn't know that there is 4-man looking to kill him. The taunt will connect. Assault and Barrier will come through, and Diana will fall down. And Braum will not be able to go for the defense against NXP, as that will be a kill for Nexplay Esports.
the important piece of your comp is gone. Dragon on this Diana complements the Cyclone of Renzi so well. So we'll have to see as they start a fight.
Wukong comes in, but opts to back away. They're falling back. NXP is very dominant recently, and 2k gold lead is not something you can belittle, especially into the 8-minute mark. And now, it's a standstill for now. To play of the objectives. Who will get more turrets? As of yet, the Dragon will not spawn up. Baron Nashor will spawn up in 2 minutes. So it's still far away. So I think it will be the play of skirmish, ganks, and turrets.
Yeah, VVV, they really defended top lane their hardest. And with that said, I think they're trying to time where NXP is just trying to do their best, push that tower while the Dragon hasn't spawned just yet. So this is the perfect timing. They kept the package because they want to pick it up once another possible fight ensues. In the mid lane, though, I think VVV wants exchange top lane from mid, but it's a little bit difficult considering that they do have a decent amount of wave clear in the form of disaster here on this Galio.
Yeah, and the Ziggs is there as well to just go for the bombs, clear out the waves alongside with, as you stated, the Galio was there in the mid lane. So VVV Esports wasn't really able to capitalize their man advantage in the mid lane as NXP has gotten another turret in the Baron lane. But VVV, you know what, let's opt to go into the top lane for now, try to make it back as a 3-man roam will be available. But NXP, having the knowledge that VVV Esports has 3-man roam in the top, they're pushing in the Rift Herald in Dragon lane.
Basically getting another tower on the board. VVV, though, their response is, okay, we're going to exchange that with another tower as well in Baron lane. So I think it is pretty even. Now, how does VVV fight against this second charge? Because a dive may happen.
Renzi's there, just hiding, but they're forced to back away. NXP will change route into mid lane.
This is This is a disengage. Are they going to engage? They are.
Oh, they are going to go. And Explosive Cast will just bring them back in. Galio, Hero's Entrance. But Moonfall will be there and catches off one. Dragon will fall down. Justy will fall down as well. It's a 1-for-1. Astro a little bit low HP there as Horizon. As well, Renekton. Back safe. Blizzard will just come in through. But Killer Instinct with AK can rain. Putting Chulei's life into a very low state. But no follow through. No movement speed will come up. NXP will go back into another turret and another kill against VVV.
I think it's such a struggle to play a Diana in this kind of composition, especially when we're talking about 5v5s against Nexplay. You will be greeted by a taunt. You will be greeted by basically a stun from Horizon on this Renekton. So I think it will be crucial for Dragon to pick a certain timing or let Renzi initiate first before anything else. I think that's what indeed happened. But at the same time, Dragon basically explode after everything.
It will be melted down. NXP will secure the Infernal Drake, but Taunt will come through into one. Mega Inferno Bomb will deal a lot of damage, but we have gold in here from Just G. He will fall down though. Jungle will be obliterated from VVV Esports as they will get the double kill from Demon Kite. Killer Instinct in, as now that will be the triple. Make it a quad as another man falls down. It will be the teammates from VVV Esports with a misstep from NXP.
This is crazy! VVV now getting their first ace up against Nexplay, the second seed of the North Luzon Group Stages. And now for VVV, they're knocking down this Baron. It is still pretty even. Well, not a significant gold gap just yet, but it will increase once they do acquire this Baron as well. Little bit. Nexplay though, that was their fight. They were the ones that started that fight, unfortunately. I am guessing they really did want to take advantage of the composition that they have. Corki, we're talking about first, 2-item power spike. Triforce IE, might as well use that. Renekton, early to mid game, incredibly strong. That is the reason why they want to go for that, especially have a Galio. You have such a solid way to engage. Biggest problem is for VVV, Dragon's Moonfall, Renzi Cyclone are just super good. The fact that you have 2 disengage breaks the fight of NXP, splits them into half, which, basically VVV was able to burst people down. Like right now, maybe?
Another gank, Justy will be forced to flash away under the turret into the top lane, but the smite will just slow him down. Taunt will connect, Mega Inferno Bomb will damage through, but we have Dragon goes golden, and that will be another turret for VVV Esports, and they're falling back as they're happy with a tier 2 turret.
Very happy indeed as they are able to whittle away again once more these towers away from Nexplay, and things are not looking too good because VVV, they have a pretty good late game 5v5 on the board. Demon Kite will be absolutely massive on this Kaisa eventually. I mean, Dragon is a huge problem already to begin with.
Now it's 2-man roam once again for VVV Esports. Justy will go in and go for the Sword and Battery onto Renzi. Renzi will go Cyclone, saves his life a little bit much longer. Galio Hero's Entrance zones out the enemy team, but Renzi comes back in as that will be eliminated from NXP. But now Taunt will connect onto one as Gragas goes for the body slam as we have Disaster falling down to the ground. It is going to be a 3-kill from NXP. Nastro will be the only one remaining. Flash for Flash will be forced out away. NXP will go back, and there will be a 4-1 trade in favor of NXP.
That was a very aggressive play, despite having information where Nexplay is at, despite the fact that not everyone from VVV is there. So it was a little bit impossible to sort of get a pick right off the bat and then run away, throw away any of your disengage tools. So for VVV, I guess they can, air quote, afford that mistake, but the fact that the gold lead is not significant just yet makes them a little bit scary, makes Nexplay a little bit scary, rather.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's just a matter of time right now. It's the gameplay. As we saw a while ago, the late game was played out by another team, and now I think we can see it once again, especially with Diver Champions. As you stated a while ago, you have a lot of disengagement from VVV Esports with NXP. Composition having the dive, right? You have Corki, you have Renekton, Vi. Ziggs is not, but Galio will be. So it's a 4-man that will be diving composition from NXP to dive in against VVV. But they have the Cyclone, they have the Moonfall, and they have the Explosive Cast to try and disengage against NXP if something occurs that will be detrimental to their team. And now speaking of, Mountain Dragon will be started away by VVV.
That's going to be the second dragon for VVV already. So, you know, Horizon chose to just get that split push on the board just to create more space, considering that they already lost their second tier tower anyways. So might as well. They're not confident with these fights so far. I thought there was going to be a dive coming from NXP, but because VVV is pushing towards mid lane, I don't think NXP can afford to try and get a pick, as they might get punished.
Definitely having a misposition and having too aggressive in this state of the matchup will be very devastating, as they're looking at right now. Every single member of these two teams have their ultimates up. So you have a lot of disengages from VVV Esports to disable how NXP will be diving against them. So this will be much more clever for NXP to fall back away for now, wait for the right opportunity for VVV to make a mistake, for them to now come in. But Just Chi is walking into a trap. It's a 3-man roam for VVV Esports. Just Chi goes golden. Mega Inferno Bomb, zoning them away. Assault and Battery in, but the Baron Spit will fall, and that will be the hero's entrance. Going for the 2-man knockup. Cyclone will be there as well. TPs are now coming through from the Necton. He will come into the fray as Killer Instinct will be forced, but Demon Kite will go down, as it will be VVV Esports not getting the good end, but the fight will not be over. We have Dragon going in for the 2-man Moonfall, takes another kill as Necton comes into the backside, gets another, and Nastro will be the only one remaining. Buddy's have to go back away as he will be saved, but not for long, as the Mega Inferno Bomb came from the heaven top and go to the ground and finish him down. It's gonna be the team ace.
And that's the thing that we were talking about. NXP's composition is incredibly strong, especially if you're in close quarters with Horizon, especially when he's on his Dominus. And now they're on towards the Nexus.
They're trying to finish the game. 16-minute mark, 600 HP. That will be game number 1. NXP will take it home for the very first match. And this will be VVV falling down.
Gotta love them showing off their victory screens for all the audience to see. As Nexplay, it was a sweaty and close match for them, but they were able to take VVV down after one fight in the Baron.
Yeah, it's a mistake that changes the whole game, especially how VVV Esports was on par against NXP throughout the whole game. But this one occasion changed everything for VVV Esports and NXP. But I love how to see it just trade from one another, especially into the early game. The first Baron came through to the side of VVV Esports, wherein they were able to utilize it and take the tier 2 turret in the Baron lane. But I guess it wasn't really that enough, because NXP was able to bring it back and get another ace to finish the game.
Yeah, it seemed like it could have gone for a VVV side. I mean, the fact that they can just wait for the game a little bit more. I mean, they had the upper hand. Horizon will on this Renekton, you know how Renekton's will eventually fall off. They're gonna get squishier, and VVV got a little bit too excited there, especially that they have been winning so many fights in a row. So I think that is what happened. Look at the I think we'll get to see that in the replay later. But the fight where it was just 3 of them or 2 of them in the enemy jungle of NXP, where they were outnumbered, despite having information that most of the NXP members were there, they were gonna get outnumbered eventually. But, you know, they wanted to pursue that fight.
Now let's look at the Oppo Arena 5 play of the game.
This is such a very aggressive play coming from VVV. I mean, they had the capability. They do have that Diana roaming. They do have Renzi with the Cyclone as well. So very, very understandable that they want to just reel in this aggression twice, I guess. Take it up another level. But the problem is that, you know, there's just so many champions that will be in the range of the dominance of Horizon, and it's just easy, a sequence of skills, basically Call of the Meek or whatever. Just so easy to get that heal on the board makes Horizon survive the fight as long as he can. What, Dragon having to go in, Nastro having to go in, Renzi having to go in. So if everyone is going to be in close quarters of that Renekton, he's just going to keep surviving as long as he can.
Definitely, and it complements how Nexplay Esports has drafted alongside with Renekton, right? So if VVV came on top of each other, NXP could just go in with a Gatling gun. They have Galio to go for the taunt and Hero's entrance, and it happens time and time again that the zoning capabilities of NXP was just there. It was just the right amount to try and punish VVV Esports. And this is where everything kind of changed out, wherein the Assault and Battery connected onto one but went into the Dragon's Pit. But when you have those kind of semi-global ults, that Hero's entrance came in from Disaster to try and zone out the enemy team and save Just G's life, that is just so phenomenal coming in from NXP.
This one.
That was just amazing.
It was amazing indeed, because that was what, a 2v3, 2v4? Up until they decided to clump together in one single area. And of course, it was Chule who was able to deal the final blow after being shown the corgi butt. And now, after that, one snap of a finger, it was NXT taking game number 1.
Yeah. I actually thought he was able to survive that, but ultimate surprise, surprise, we have Ziggs coming in with the Mega Inferno Bomb. So that was just amazing, and considering that they already have the wave control in their favor, they were able to push mid and finish the game just punching the Nexus base, putting it down into a low HP. But now here, the master of the match will be Chule on the Ziggs.
Yeah, Chule's prime positioning, again, he was at the last minutes of that last fight, he was the last one. There's so many last. He was the last one that it was able to survive aside from Horizon, and as he was kept alive, therefore he was able to march down the mid lane and just destroy all of the structures in the way towards that Nexus. And Chule, a very, very formidable, scary Ziggs player for sure. And what a start for NXP. That was a sweaty game for NXP, though.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you saw how close they were in like the first 12 minutes of the matchup, 13 minutes as well, 15 minutes. That is where everything changed up for the side of NXP. But prior, they were close in terms of their gold, in terms of their objectives, and turrets all around the map. They were just trading off against each other. So it was really close up then. That was just so intense, that's so toe-to-toe. That makes me excited for game number 2. What will happen next? Are we gonna see a difference in terms of draft? Are we gonna see a difference in terms of their aggression in terms of this game number 2? Are we gonna see the same thing wherein everyone's just trading objectives, trading kills, and trading champions?
Yeah, because this game for VVV and NXP, it was a little bit balanced. A little bit of a ton of action fights, but at the same time, a ton of trading objectives elsewhere in the map. They wanted to get a tower. Okay, we're gonna get another tower at the opposite area. So I really, really love how Nexplay used the Renekton in this part. I think we've only seen 2 teams played out the Renekton so far in towards this whole day. But so far, I think Horizon is the one that is able to sort of maximize the power of a Renekton. You saw how, despite it being a 1v3 situation, but VVV decided to just clump together near the range of everything from Renekton while he was in Dominus and basically bursted everybody down from one skill, from one Cull of the Meek. So VVV should definitely watch out for Horizon's Renekton, and as well as the Ziggs that can, punish mistakes with not only kills, but also towers.
Yeah, and they're like playing chess at this point. I mean, NXP, the king will be Ziggs, right? And the rest will be sort of the frontliners trying to protect that king. So I think that is what NXP has did, especially with the Galio, with Renekton. They're really playing it defensively on how VVV Esports could have an opening to punish NXP by them, because they're depending their damage onto both Ziggs and the Corki alone. And Corki is such a mobile champion that you have the Valkyrie to set up. You also have the special delivery to come out onto a certain team fight if you are in danger, and also go for some sort of the knockback in some sort of a little CC against the enemy team. So it was just really hard to penetrate through onto defensive lines of Nexplay Esports. So they were playing it very safe. They were playing around the Ziggs instead of playing individually against VVV.
Exactly. The fact that, they've got a Galio and a Renekton, I think this is a field day for them because when you look at VVV, they've got, 4 melee champions? So this actually works for them to maximize their power and play right into their taunts and everything else on the board for NXP. So, I mean, on paper, it looked pretty good despite the nerfs on towards Diana, especially the damage on the Moonfall. If you pair that up with another setup, which is in this case a Monkey, a Wukong for that Cyclone, I think it could have worked out pretty well. It's so hard when you have a Galio on the opposite side and a Renekton.
Yeah. Renekton, so tanky. And we saw how it was played out in a different region on how it was such an alternative onto Fiora with a 4-1 setup, dominating lanes, and even the damage was absolute. So I think it's such a champion that is also in the fringe edge because it's not that dominating and it's also underwhelming at the same time, if that makes sense, wherein there are certain strengths and there are certain weaknesses that Renekton has innately built into the champion. But now, we talked about that NXP was very dominant in that draft. Now let's look at VVV Esports, how they pushed through in game number 1. They had all of Fiora banned away, and NXP answered with a Janna and Camille. Now, VVV had the choice to go for the Gragas or to go for the Galio, but opting to go for the Gragas instead. Very flexible of a champion. And now, Rico, I want to hear your thoughts on what you think was really the composition, what VVV Esports is thinking based on their draft in game number 1.
I think they wanted to opt for possibly, Dragonheart just roaming with Renzi here and hoping to snowball and bank on the strength of Dragon. But it worked out. I mean, we saw first, 3 minutes of the game, Dragon was able to get a 2-0 kill, all for him. And your late game insurance would be this Kaisa, which is Golden Heart, Demon Kite rather. The man with the golden heart, Demon Kite. So I think on paper it looked really good. They were on their way towards that because they had a 30k gold lead. They actually acquired a Baron, but they got a little bit too excited, forgot the fact that Renekton was still pretty strong at that time, and they were still not in a comfortable lead yet. They cannot afford any mistakes because it was just a 3k gold lead. One team fight could make it a disaster because there is Ziggs on the opposite side of that map.
Yeah, poking all around against VVV Esports. And as you stated, I think it's a pretty good draft, to say the least, for the side of VVV Esports in game number 1. They're playing alongside with the Wombo combo situation, right? They have Wukong, they have the Yana for the Moonfall, they also have Braum and Gragas. So simply, they're playing like a Wombo combo setup wherein there are a lot of big AoE CC totals wherein they could utilize this to affect how NXP was able to do so. But there is Galio against the enemy team, right? You have some taunts that disable certain ultimates, such as that of a Diana, to follow through against NXP if you're trying to charge it off. So I think it wasn't really able to penetrate against NXP into trying and crush down on what they have prepared. And now, considering that they also have Kaisa alone to be their range champion, it's a range advantage for NXP coming into game number 1.
Yeah, a ton of pokes for the side of NXP there with the Corki and the Ziggs. And the fact that, VVV was running a double magic comp with this Diana and the Gragas. So the Galio pick actually worked well whenever Renzi decides to go in. The magic shield is that extra value when you're up against VVV for that comp in particular.
Definitely. And now, will they leave the Galio open for NXP once again for the side of VVV, or will they ban it away and try and force out a different champion instead? And now, we talked about the whole draft. I want to talk about the bans currently. Olaf Fiora for VVV, they're targeting onto Baron Lane and even the jungle of NXP as they saw how these certain roles have played in the past, especially onto Just G, which was really aggressive as well. For NXP, banning away the support in Baron Lane as well. Camille, Janna, very flexible, and Janna is a very dominating support recently in the current meta. What are your thoughts about it, Riku?
Honestly, what I would always say when I see an Olaf ban, I would always say, give that up. That can be, you can use it on a different champion. I don't know, to remove instead. Maybe use that to remove the Galio, I think. But if you're going to be playing a Diana, of course you want that Galio open. The thing is, this is different. This is a different case though. You are up against Nexplay, and Nexplay, Just G is a very good Olaf player. We've seen them play, the Seraphine mid with Chule and as well as that Olaf. So I think that is what VVV is, anticipating. We've seen this sort of composition back in the very, very first the premiere of the Icon Series Philippines group stages, basically back in North Luzon rather. So I think VVV is sort of preventing that comp to come out.
Yeah, it's a composition that is very, very devastating, especially how an Olaf works. You have the Ragnarok to just go for the anti-CC and coming to the backlines and punish the key champions for VVV Esports. And as you're seeing right now, they're opting to go for like the AoE, the CC composition that will be countered away by an Olaf if it was left open for the side of Nexplay Esports. So maybe that was also some of the reason why they banned away these certain champions against Nexplay Esports coming in from game number 1. Now, let us set some expectations. We saw how NXP was very close for VVV Esports in the first couple of minutes in the game. Now, I want to hear your thoughts, Rico, on what you think will be sort of the standard that VVV Esports needs to accomplish to try and punish NXP Esports and follow through with their advantage from the early game.
First of all, I have a feeling we're going to a game number 3. Second, expectations for VVV. I think they might consider, after getting a lead, especially if their composition calls for a more later game centric comp, I think it is fine to be a little bit more reserved. I think it's fine to play a little bit slower, because it felt like they were in a hurry, and too in a hurry, to the point that they were punished, they lost their gold lead. So I think playing a little bit more reserved after getting a good lead, especially if you're leading up to a late game scaling composition.
Now with the expectations locked in for both NXP and VVV Esports, let's jump into the graph for game number 2. Janna banned away immediately, targeting onto support against VVV.
Trying to remove that away from Dampier, and in general, a very good, I think one of the most contested enchanter supports at the moment. Either you pick a Janna or a Braum, basically, or a Galio. So VVV is still banning out that Olaf. So it might be a Fiora Camille ban despite the switch of sides. But this time around, Nexplay deciding to keep things open, because again, they're on blue side, so they don't have to ban the Camille, they don't have to ban the Fiora.
Yeah, the Yana being banned away, you still have an option to go for the Fiora if it was there. The VVV banning out away, you have the option to go for the Gragas, to go for a Galio, whatever that may be. Those flexible champions are gonna be very expected coming in for the side of NXP, with Camille having a priority right now leaves a lot open for VVV Esports to pick up, such as the Galio and the Gragas left open.
Yeah, I think the Gragas, Galio could be potentially strong, but now you don't have the Diana on the board. So not sure if that would be at most valuable, as depending on what composition they would desire to run. If VVV is going to be expecting a lot of melee champions from Nexplay, I think it is the best move. Now, do they lock in the Kaisa Braum that they default to Uzi from time to time? And the fact that I think Uzi plays a Misfortune as well, but I don't think it's going to pop anytime soon from what we've seen so far, and we're going to default to the Corki, and the Ziggs, of course, is open as well.
Yeah, but this will be a match between VVV Esports, potentially even a Galio going into mid lane, because they have their Gragas as well going onto it, but might be a support as well. Rengar being locked in by VVV Esports. They have another champion to pick up. Varus being locked in. They're opting to go for the poke from Varus' champion, and it is gonna be fast, it is gonna be quick and efficient for their team.
Now another Renekton coming up for Horizon here. I mean, it worked out pretty well in their favor. It works out well because it's looking to be these three melee champions on the board. Once you go near in his dominus, it will be very hard to basically kill him. Now, Alistar, just for an extra poke, I'm guessing just to push away Renzi here on this Rengar.
Definitely, especially how Rengar just jumps in, and Alistar will be the answer and will be key to go for a disengage against VVV Esports. Also, to note, TF was locked in by Veni Vidi Vici. So Alistar could be there to make a headbutt if Destiny will come through to the backside.
Absolutely exciting stuff here as it is a very close. Look, a fight again.
It's 3-man roll from these two teams. VVV Esports going very aggressive. Early game, no kills will be done as of yet. Everyone will fall back.
VVV definitely one to take this into a game number 3. They were so close in game number 1 too. And now have to face the preseason champions, or else they have to go downwards to the lower bracket, the dreaded VO1, and they have to fight whoever wins the Amihan Esports versus Liyab match tonight. So with that said, you know, a lot of poke, just as you mentioned, rather coming from Demon Kite over the Varus pick has been picked up by Team Secret at the beginning of the day. So excited to see this iteration though with Dampier on this Galio, as it is a ton of range on the board for them.
But Rengar will be here, jumps around onto Justy just hook shots away. No kills will still be done. Renzi will not be able to stack onto the passive.
Justy's still lurking around though.
And the wards actually gets information for both VVV Esports and Nexplay Esports. The gold card will be ready. Connects onto Renekton. And we have the All-Star going for the headbutt against Renzi as well. It's a 4v4 coming right into Riverside. First blood will connect onto NXP as Ziggs will take the first kill. Flash will be forced away by Dampier to go back away. It will be a 2-for-no trade for the side of NXP.
What a start! This is something that you don't usually see. Sometimes the action starts around level 5. Sometimes, if there is a Rift Scuttler fight, one concedes eventually. So, Nexplay and VVV, their playstyle is very explosive. They want to keep fighting, hoping to see if one can snowball and have a good start. Nexplay gets the better end of that deal for sure, as Dampier staying a little bit, waiting for the taunt.
Disaster playing very defensively, especially how VVV Esports has played in the first 2 minutes. NXP has the knowledge that they're going in for the hyper-aggressive type of play. So like the roam here coming from Nexplay Esports, Disaster trying to secure the safety onto the mid lane, especially with Rengar there. This will be the main target because Chule's only capability to escape will be the satchel charge. So Disaster there means that it will be safe for Chule to just free farm into the mid lane.
Exactly. Chule has to be careful with these flash gold card to set up for any sort of gank from Renzi. So you mentioned just that satchel. At least Chule does have those defensive summoner spells on the board with the barrier and the flash.
Definitely. And now it's really a standstill at the moment. VVV Esports doesn't want to take risk as of yet, especially the 2k goal lead from NXP in the first 2 minutes of that matchup. So I think this is much more clever to play into the mid-game, late game, especially how Renzi will scale out in the mid-game to get kills and stack up onto the 5% damage bonus per trophy, per unique champion killed. And with 3 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock, we have the Ocean Drake spawning up in 20 seconds. Resets will now be expected from these two teams.
I can't imagine, Renzi starting a fight first. This heavy cross-map play composition with the Destiny and the Hero's entrance can be potentially deadly for Nexplay if one is isolated. You mentioned having to build those trophies for Renzi for sure. So I assume that would be the play in mind. Destiny and Hero's entrance are two good global skills that they could use for, again, allowing Renzi to get more control for himself.
4 minutes in, Ocean Drake will be alive. Control is indeed going to be important here. VVV Esports will get the knowledge. Ward will be placed. Rift Scutter will be prioritized by NXP for now. But VVV has another thing in mind. They have their sights onto the tier 1 turret into the Baron lane while NXP takes the Ocean Drake.
They will be satisfied now for VVV to get that first turret blood in exchange of that Ocean Drake. NXP, this is the name of the game anyways. They are also waiting for Uzi as well to get that Triforce on the board. Actually, almost in, already completed. So Uzi, really nice spike over there as well with the Black Cleaver on Horizon. Still waiting for that other Triforce spike as well coming from Just G. So I assume once all of these things are assembled, I think it's a pretty good, items to have already to start fights.
Yeah, it's an all-rounded item that could give you extra HP for sustainability. But here into the bot lane, we have Chain of Corruption connect onto Renekton, and Horizon will be obliterated for VVV Esports as they take their very first kill of Game 2.
There we go. That is what we expected. Destiny, maybe let Renzi enter the fight first. Destiny gold card and Viola. You get an easy pick. But the biggest problem is, of course, you abandoned your mid lane. Chule is on a Ziggs. You have fast wave clear. You have fast turret take. So that is the exchange that I am not sure VVV was ready for because that's mid lane open.
Definitely, the map control is now in favor of NXP. That was a bot lane. For mid lane, when everything will now crash down, Rift Herald will be alive. VVV Esports will take the dominance onto the riverside, but Hexic Ultimatum will connect onto Rengar. Rengar is jumping all around, trying to go back to safety, but Camille will fall down, though Justy will be annihilated, and VVV Esports will take the Rift Herald for their team. Now Nasjo trying to walk back away, but the headshot will be there. The headbutt as well will be the double kill from Nexplay Esports. Chain of Corruption will connect onto Corki.
Dragon.
Corki will try and get it down. 1 HP for Dragon with a gold card there. The bomb will not connect as Ziggs will fall down to the hands of VVV Esports as there will be a trade. Horizon will come in to go for the support. Flash will be going for the side of Nexplay Esports as Renzi just jumps around, plays around, gets around. But here we go. Just Chi will be there to conquer, and NXP will take the trade off for this match.
A 2K gold lead after that fight as well, after getting another turret down at the top lane. So definitely Nexplay is sort of getting what they need because not only are they getting turrets, but they're also getting kills. And we mentioned this, they're more comfy now because of the item spikes that they have acquired. Meanwhile, for VVV at the moment, still hoping to get that Muramana fully stacked for Demon Kite before anything else can hit.
Hexic Ultimatum onto the bottom lane against a Varus. Varus will be deleted, and now it's gonna be the two-man headbutt coming in from Nexplay Esports from Disaster, and Galio will be annihilated and raised from the face of the earth as NXP will take on into the tier 2 turret, into the Dragon lane. They have secured another source of gold for their team. It's a 4K gold lead.
That is crazy. That is the thing about having a Ziggs pick. Hold that thought.
Gold card, connect onto Renekton, and now Rengar jumps in. Alistar will be deleted, and NXP will lose one member, and Rengar will take home a trophy in their favor. 5% damage bonus in his pocket.
Rift Herald unleashed in the mid lane now. That means VVV is able to exchange and finally open up the map a little bit for themselves.
Now, Rift Herald comes through. Turret might be secured by VVV Esports, but you know what? We have Nexplay Esports here we're talking about. We have the clear of the wave. With a blink of an eye, it's gone, and VVV Esports was not able to take a turret for the Rift Herald.
They resetted quite late as they did want to get that mid lane tower. So that's the reason why now NXP has first dibs. Now half HP.
Gold card is going to be ready to go for the stun. Galio comes through, but we have a good headbutt coming in from the Alistar to try and delay the knockup. It's a hero's entrance being cancelled out. Nexplay Esports will take one. It's a 1-for-0 trade-off. Rengar will come in. It's Hextech Ultimatum going in for the jumble for VVV Esports. Hook shot in. The Flash will be forced away by Dragon to try and secure more kills. But Julie comes in and gets the trade. And that will be Demon, the only one remaining for VVV Esports, as NXP will have 2 more in their team as they look to go mid lane.
Wild, and it's Chule again, living the last one left. His positioning is so unchallenged to the point that he's so healthy at the end of the fight. That's how much, range advantage he has over pretty much everyone else, except for most likely, of course, Demon Kite here on towards this Varus pick. But unfortunately, yeah, NXP, every single time they're able to land a kill or win a team fight, they always manage to exchange it off of objectives. And this time around, it was that Mountain Drake that they finally got off the board. And for VVV, things are not actually looking too well.
As now, it's Nexplay Esports crashing down, collapsing against VVV. It will be Dampier trying to go back away, forcing out the second skill as Gold Card will be there to try and counter-engage. But the NXP is clever enough to go back, and that will be a kill for Nexplay Esports.
6K gold lead already in favor of Nexplay. Now they're on the hunt for more.
Just G, hookshot, stun onto Dampier, but the chain of corruption will root down Renekton, but Just G with hookshot gets the kill onto Nasjo, as another turret will be secured by them as well. The gold card will be readied up by Dragon here to go in for the stun, but Nexplay Esports once again, they're happy with tier 2 turret and a kill in their favor.
A painful punish. I have to say it again. Every single time, if you have a Ziggs, if you win a team fight, you not only get gold from all the kills, you get a tower. Just like that. And VVV has to be careful with how the waves are pushing. Renzi?
Renzi's there.
What you
He's
planning?
hiding onto the bush. What are
Okay.
you gonna do? No, he's not jumping in. That's a Renekton he's fighting against. But here, in the mid lane, you have the Riverside VVV Esports trying to gain the dominance, but we have Nexplay Esports having the information all around the Riverside, which will not be in favor of VVV Esports coming in. Very detrimental right now. They need to play by time if VVV Esports wants to try and force out a mistake for NXP.
Muramana maxed out now already. Horizon.
Ryzen stuns onto Dragon. It's gonna be the Proto Blood gaining the reach onto Dragon, but the stun will be there. Chain of Corruption will get the root as well, as that will be a lot of damage. The stun will be there. Ryzen will take the kill. That was a phenomenal play, but here into the Baron lane, Dampier forced to back away. Destiny, it's a 3-man knockup from the body snap, but you are just coming in with your death sentence in, and Gragas will fall down against Nexplay Esports. That will be a 1-4-2 in favor of NXP.
And while all of that was happening, VVV's carries were pretty much busy because of Horizon 1v2ing. He was still able to bring down Demon Kite along with him. His dominance was pretty much still up. The stun kicks in. He outplays. We mentioned how, most likely the weakness of this Renekton is kiting. But the thing is, Demon Kite has no kiting capabilities, no mobility at all. He is just using the Chain of Corruption to get a better position, to hold targets down, but nothing like a Tristana for Rocket Jump for repositioning, not like an Arcane Shift like an Ezreal. So it was so difficult without your peelers with you on that engage.
Yeah, and he was just fighting face front against Renekton in that fight. He could have used the piercing arrow, but it was too late. He jumped in, got the stun in, and Ryzen just got the kill. And now, with the advantage that they have received, the Infernal Drake will come into their pockets, as 3 dragons will now be secured by them as well.
Looks like Nexplay, VVV, trying to set up a death brush here. Who will walk into their trap, I wonder?
It's Rift Cutter getting secured by NXP, just gets the information. It looks like no one will be falling down, but I spoke too early. Just She will be there, hook shot away. Chain of Corruption will not connect. It's the Twisted Fate coming into the fray, trying to go for the stun, but he will be deleted, and now it's Gorgie going for the Valkyrie onto the backside, goes for the flank as well. Rengar will get the jump in onto Uzi, but Uzi will decimate the enemy team, and that will be the triple kill from Just Chi, as now it's a 1v1. Dragon Lane. It's Renekton trying to peel down the enemy team. He jumps around. It's Proto built in, but that will not be enough to save his life. As the turret will take damage through, Horizon will fall down. It's Renzi and Nasio, the only one remaining to try and defend the base.
Just was absolutely insane. He escaped, what, a death brush, a 5-man death brush, and dodged the gold card with the invulnerable frame with the Hextech ultimatum. What an insane play.
1.5k HP remaining for the base. Mega Inferno Bomb zoning out the enemy team, red team Mace, as that will just be the minions punching around the base. And that will be game number 2 to Series 1 by Nexplay Esports.
Look at them flexing their victory screens on the board for the second time here. 2-0. Nexplay, an incredibly strong team, of course, aiming to get that, 2 slots to represent the region. They're going to be staying here at the upper side of things as they send back down this VVV team. As again, they have to await who will be their opponents after the Liyab versus Amihan match. But going back, Just G on this Camille. He escaped a 5-man death brush and escaped a gold card to lock him down using a perfectly timed Hextech ultimatum with that invulnerable frame.
It's the micro plays from Nexplay Esports. Just playing around onto walls. It was certain death there, supposedly onto the death brush that VVV Esports was planning to go into. But Just G huck shot away, and you have some quick responses from Nexplay Esports that collapsed against VVV Esports and just did the counter engage. That was amazing to see, Riku. I want more of this game. I want 5 more of this. Is that even possible? Instead of a BO3, we went into BO9. But kidding aside, it was just so amazing to see. And with those amazing plays, let's look at the Oppo Reno 5 play of the game.
It's crazy how, when you put NXP and VVV basically on this matchup, it's non-stop aggression. It's no matter what. Especially, NXP does have such strong engage. And then you have a Ryzen on this Renekton. Of course, it calls for early game aggression. And at this point, Disaster tried his best for a flash combo, but it did work well. His sacrifice was definitely really, really worth. And, this one, Chule. Look at his flash. He wanted a flash bouncing bomb, but Dragon just sort of sidestepped away from that. But I guess it was pretty worth as Ryzen stuck around as well on this fight.
Definitely, as Renzi got the kill, but there was another trade as we have the Camille coming into the fray. It was just a lot of trade-off that happened, right? If a kill happens, you have a kill happening next. Then after another, there is another one. So it was just a simple trade here from both NXP and VVV from that fight. Now here into the bot lane, this was the sort of the last engagement that we've seen where in Nexplay Esports dominated, where VVV was trying to get the collapse. Look at the Hextech ultimatum. This is the micro play that I was talking about. He was supposed to be dead because of how the AOVCCs of VVV were connecting onto him. But Just G, with a blink of an eye, he just goes for the Hextech ultimatum, saves his life, flashes away, and that will be VVV Esports losing the opportunity to bring down the jungle of NXP.
Yeah, it was. I gotta watch this again, everybody has to watch this again. Ryzen was just put solo, but you mentioned Demon Kite, not kiting. He was basically in close quarters of a Ryzen. He basically did a 50-50 read. Will a Ryzen try to walk away from the kite or go nearer? So it was the opposite. It was the latter. So I think that's what happened. And this was the play, the gold card dodge with the animation frame, as the Hextech ultimatum was able to dodge that. And after that, basically, the death brush was the death of VVV.
And the cold card wasn't really able to connect because of the hook shot that stunned Twisted Fate. After that Hextech ultimatum, the burst came through and it was pretty much over even before he was able to do anything. And that was just how Nexplay Esports played very coordinatedly in that game number 2 and dominated that game with a wonderful landslide against VVV.
Yeah, I gotta love how, we came from a jungle matchup between RRQ and as well as Omega. Now for Nexplay versus VVV, it was another jungle matchup between Just G and Renzi as well. Basically, not a clash of opposite styles of assassin versus king, they actually play a little bit similar. So it was really nice to see that clash.
Definitely. Now the master of the match will be Ziggs from Chule.
There you go. Really no questions asked there, as we get to see Chule we talked about it. His positioning is so prime to the point that despite the number of fights that we saw, Chule's HP is still pretty healthy. He's always usually the last one alive in team fights and skirmishes. And again, it all boils down to his positioning and how important his part is in that whole composition. He has to be the last one to be alive, because once they win a fight, they can take down towers, get the double rewards basically on top of the gold kills, as well as the turret and objectives on across the map.
Yeah, Chule's objective is to deal damage and stay alive, and that is exactly what he did. If you look at the stats, we have KDA of 17, kill participation of 81%, which means Chule was just proactive in trying to respond, get that Mega Inferno Bomb in the face of VVV to try and dish out damage and put their HP at a very low stance. And even though in some occasions there was Mega Inferno Bombs being cancelled out because of like the stasis coming from VVV, that forces out the rest of the members, that only isolates VVV Esports one by one. So that was amazing from Chule that he did from game number 2, going for the proactive plays and the damage output that he provided for the team to dominate from game number 2.
Yeah, a lot of the teams were definitely not going to be surprised if they're going to start banning out this Ziggs whenever they're going to be up against an XP, and we get to find out soon who that will be rather, as the next match will determine who will be their opponents, as it's Amihan and Liyab next, which is definitely going to be spicy, as it is the battle of the elements.
It's gonna be intense. We see fire versus wind, where we're looking at a different storyline here. Who is gonna remain on top? Who is gonna play it out? And who will be the winner for that series? So I'm excited. We saw a Renekton once again for this series. We saw a lot of champions coming through once again, and I want to see that happen. The creativity from these teams are just exceptional. It was amazing to see, and I want to see more.
Yeah, so far, Arizen's performance on the Renekton has been, a personal favorite of all the Renekton so far that we've seen here in the Icon Series playoffs. And I mean, it's just day number 1. We still got basically 3 more games, 1 BO3 series, and as well as 2 more BO1s, which should be spicy. So I am looking forward to more interesting picks. So far, the ones with a huge impact has been a Renekton pick, and as well as the new and fresh Varus pick, which we first saw in Team Secret. So yeah, NXP is still living up to their title of the preseason champions in a dominating win of a 2-0 in their series up against VVV.
Yeah, and aside from that, the creativity of how the runes were being played out, right? The Airy was there, the Face Rush was there, so it was just amazing adaptability. Even putting Airy onto a Varus was amazing.
Yeah, gotta love how these teams have managed to evolve already throughout the tournament. We haven't seen most of the North and South Luzon representatives. We haven't basically seen them in a while. So it's so refreshing to see them pick all of these things that we didn't get to see because of patch differences. 2.3 basically changed it's a whole new ball game basically. So it's really cool to see more as the meta forms and shapes itself, because considering it's still day number 1, we still got more matches later, and as well as tomorrow and on Sunday.
Definitely. And it was just 2 days for you to adapt, for your team to bring in those new meta picks, to bring in those new strategies coming into the fray, because it's not typically that often, right? It's patch 2.3 2.3 rather, that was just really released recently in Tuesday, as far as I remember here in the Philippines.
Wednesday.
So, Wednesday, right? So it was just too fast, too quick, and the adaptability of these teams was so exciting to see. And I was tweeting a while ago, it was just so amazing to see. I love how the changes would work, the debut of certain champions in the Rift, in the playoffs, and certain runes that were being played out. We saw a 3-man area a while ago from Team Secret, as far as I remember, and only having the fleet footwork on one champion. So it's the adaptability, the trying to change the meta up to bring a surprise factor against your enemy team, and thinking, what can we counter against this? Do we have enough time to do so? Right? What are the certain strategies that we could bring up to the table to match it up onto the unexpected or unexpectations of coming into the respective series that we saw a while ago? So it's all around mystery at this point in time. It's day one, download information game.
Yeah, the fact that we still haven't seen all the teams fight just yet. We still have 2 remaining that we have yet to see fight, which is Amihan and Liyab. So it should be interesting. We might see, especially Amihan, which I'm sure, you know, the rest of the panel and as well as the casting desk is excited to talk about that matchup. But I guess the thing is, for VVV and Nexplay, we thought that a potential upset can happen, considering the fact that VVV came so close up against NXP in game number 1. But NXP felt like it was no sweat. It felt like they knew that they were going to win based on the reactions that we saw in the player cam, you know, the team cam. When they won, it's like, hey, check out our victory screen. So it felt like they were unfazed at all. So so far, the only 2 teams that we've seen make them sweat is Team Secret and Omega. So for sure, for the fans that are, you know, just suddenly fans of Nexplay as it's their first time watching the playoffs of the Wild Rift Icon Series Philippines, definitely watch out for that, the Team Secret, Omega, and Nexplay. But of course, Omega has to climb up still, you know, from the bottom of the bracket. They are in a dangerously low, in a very dangerous situation. It is a BO1. No bracket below that. It is the bottom of the bottom, a BO1. You lose once, then you get eliminated. Then you get eliminated off of the chance to get to that 2 slots in the grand finals to represent the region, to represent the Philippines, as you go up against different countries from Asia, basically, in the Summer Super Cup.
Yeah, there is no lower bracket. Right? There's no lower bracket. So the stakes are high. The stakes are high, definitely, coming into the series, especially as you've stated, Omega Esports, alongside with some other teams that have played in the past that lost the respective series. So it's gonna be very close. It's gonna be very interesting, and they cannot afford to underperform. You have Fennel Adversity, Omega Esports, and now VVV coming into the lower bracket, wherein VVV is currently waiting on who will be their enemy in the lower bracket, as Amihan Esports and Liyab Esports have a game still to play out. Who loses that series will go down into the lower bracket and match it up against VVV to determine who will come up on top and who will win that matchup.
Yeah, very excited for the next series for sure. I'm sure the Liyab fans and as well as the Amihan fans. I mean, just a little bit of refresher, I guess, a little bit of teaser before we proceed to series number 4 before the BO1 start. Amihan is the team that kept banning Trindamir Timo, except when they go up against Fennel. So excited to see if the same things might appear, maybe not in the form of bans, but in the form of picks. So that's how, you know, confident, or that's how they wanted more things open in the draft. That's how comfortable they were. They banned out champions that are never close to be used in the Icon series. So it's very exciting to see Liyab. Liyab is the 2nd seed of the South Luzon Group Stages. They came undefeated. They won every single series except for the ones against Omega. So that is something to keep in mind, because Omega dropped into the lower bracket. So I know it's not a rock paper series scenario, but I think it's a good leverage. I think it's a good, you know, line to come in terms of comparing teams and their situations.
yeah, there's like this is their certain weakness, this is their certain strengths. So yeah, I guess that would work, rock paper scissors, but in a larger scale, wherein there is also another factor, another variable instead of like the rock paper scissors itself. Maybe you have like, I don't know, a knife or a blade or something like that, something similar that it could just increase the amount of variability coming into the series. So yeah, I think it's really gonna be exciting. It's gonna be very intense, and it's all in from now on.
Yeah, definitely. I think it is absolutely exciting because, again, we've yet to see these two teams fight it out. We haven't seen Liyab in a while after the South Luzon group stages, and we haven't really seen, what do you call this? Amihan in a while after the Visayas group stages as well. So, new meta. Both of these teams bring out something unique. The Sinzao Annie came from Liyab, Amihan, and on the other hand, the Darius Mid came from Amihan. So, anything can happen in the draft at this point.
Yeah, it's a mystery, but that will be it for now. What a banger of a game that we have just experienced from Nexplay Esports, taking 2 games of the series. I'm Infinity and this is Riku. We will be stepping away for now, and when we return, it's panel's desk giving us their insights on what happened from the match of NXP and VVV.
Here we go, 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 let us heal and grow. You won't be alone, we're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come back to life, we're still breathing. Standing up, everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. We all have our reasons why we are on this track. Oh, we all have our burdens, yeah, but we just keep on fighting and we never look back. Here we go, 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 let us heal and grow. You won't be alone, we're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come back to life, we're still breathing. Standing up, everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
Nexplay Esports, the titans of the Wild Rift scene here in the Philippines, take the third series of the day against VVV Esports. They add 100,000 Globe Cup points to their winnings and they send VVV to the lower bracket. Nexplay Esports still proving to be a force to be reckoned with here in the Sea Icon series. But you know what? VVV Esports, they were onto something there. Let's check out the series highlights as we start this discussion because, these matches, it just goes to show that one clash, just one fight can turn things around. And VVV Esports, they definitely learned that lesson in this series, especially in game number one. Oculus, let's hear your thoughts on this.
Right, so I just want to highlight first that Just Sheep this time is going for that Vi that is all about damage potential. He's running the Conqueror runes. Now, going back to the group stages, you will see Just Sheep favoring the Aftershock, which is basically the tanky concept of the Vi. But because the Galio is there to provide support and provide beefiness onto him, he wants to deal out the damage. And look at this, Nexplay is very good during the early parts of the game. There was a misstep in where they took the dragon and still decided to fight, even though Disaster's Hero's Entrance, and this is it actually, Disaster's Hero's Entrance is still on cooldown. That's the thing that you would need to play around with if you are against this Ziggs, Vi, and Galio composition. The Galio's ultimate is very long in terms of cooldown and it can really thwart off your opponent. But knowing Nexplay skirmish after skirmish and the micro advantages of their superstar players, it still is a game one win for them.
Definitely. And as we mentioned, these clashes are incredibly intense. And going into game number two, we had a Ryzen on the Renekton, dealing some, very clutch plays there. And Just She of the jungle, in that attempt at a 5-man death brush onto Just She, Nexplay Esports, they were just one step ahead every single time. VVV Esports played well, but Nexplay, they're just on a whole other level. We saw it in the North Luzon group stages, and we're seeing it now in the summer season playoffs. Osiris, any additional thoughts to this?
What we saw on game two is really a different type of next play. They wanted really to go ahead as how aggressive that they can be, and they're not going to slow down. They know that VVV is going for the pokes, going for the surprise attack from the Rengar, but what they did, they are not the one who's going to wait.
This one?
They are the one who's looking for the Predator, and there's so many plays that we've seen from them, especially this one. Renzi, still, you gotta respect this guy on his Rengi, but right now, Renekton is something that we discovered. And remember, guys, the emotes is a curse. Whenever someone's doing the emotes, someone is going down. But Nexplay is still getting the good read in every team fight. They know what to decide, and Just Chi making sure that the white frames of that invulnerability coming in from the Hextech ultimatum being maximized, the full efficiency of saving himself. And once again, going back to our solo player highlight, but let's savor first a Ryzen 100 to 0. And,
Amazing.
good play from this guy. And with that being said, they have the opening onto the top side to freely engage. They burned 2 members and Just Chi. Oh my goodness. The reason why this guy is the next level play, I must say. And right now, everyone is going to follow up whenever that someone is on a dangerous part of the map. You gotta respect the synergy that has been well forged from last year up until now. And at this point, Nexplay is one to be the tyrant indeed that you need to be.
That's right.
And
that's right.
I'm just enjoying it right now. Just Chi is a scary person, and Chule is the one who's playing behind the shadow. It has been Just Chi, it has been Arisen, but it has been the Ziggs on a proper positioning, putting the bombs away, and looking for the right targets.
Definitely, Nexplay Esports, again, we saw it in the North Luzon group stages, and they are still on a whole other level here in the summer season playoffs and the entire C Icon Series summer season. And they will take that third series of the day. They will continue on in their upper bracket journey, and they will add 100,000 more Globe Cup points to their winnings. Let's actually check out the Globe Cup leaderboards right now and find out if this has caused any changes at all in our standings so far. We can see that Team Secret followed by RRQ right there. Team Secret in first place so far with 500,000 Globe Cup points. RRQ with 475,000 Globe Cup points. And Nexplay Esports at 450,000 Globe Cup points. And of course, in the meantime, we do have Liyab Esports and Amihan Esports. They will get their chance later on, particularly with Liyab Esports now in 8th place. That should change as we proceed with our playoffs and with our brackets as well. And, checking this out, it seems like it was sort of like Team Secret that came out as a favorite going into our little talent predictions over here, but RRQ also definitely delivering over here in the playoffs, and we have seen a lot of very close upsets here. And I must say, going into the lower bracket, I am not entirely sure anymore. We have best of threes over here, and there are some teams that perform really, really well with best of threes, but this is a best of one going into the lower bracket, so that should be very interesting. Very exciting indeed later on. But of course, before that, we have our last best of 3 series, and this will be between Amihan Esports and Liyab Esports. Now, only one team has made it through the group stages without dropping a single game, not just a series, but a single game. And the wins from Visayas definitely brewed up a storm with Amihan Esports. No series dropped, I repeat, and not one game lost. Will that continue here at the summer season playoffs? Or are the rest of the teams ready for this oncoming storm? Because this is Amihan Esports.
With Amihan Esports, there is no calm before the storm. The first seed from Visayas took everyone by surprise en route to a flawless record. Not dropping a single game to any team, Amihan is riding an all-time high momentum and wants to carry it onto the playoffs. Carl in the Baron, Jelson in the jungle, Mitsura in mid, Demon as a dragon carry, and Orthros as their support. Aggressive plays and timely roam is the name of the game. Amihan Esports.
And of course, for the solo player highlight, none other than the child prodigy Carl. And this is not someone that you go easy on. This guy can snag your hand and your whole arm and put you in a tough spot as that KDA 6.86, and you can see the damage department 1052 with his own picks. You're getting that Akali, Fiora, and even an Evelyn kind of share as the same champion with Azar. But this guy, you gotta respect him. Any of those champion, he'll make sure that he can outclass you on his own lane.
And if I remember correctly, we dubbed Carl as Carl the Immortal in the Visayas group stages.
Yes.
Because this player, whatever happened, he just wouldn't go down. He could be 1v5, he could be 1v4, and somehow Carl makes it out of it alive. And this kid, child prodigy indeed, he can just do the impossible. Amihan Esports is definitely a contender for that championship, especially with a player like him on their roster. Now, of course, they are matching up against quite an all-star lineup, and definitely on the other side is one of the powerhouses here at the C Icon Series, PH. Every member of Liyab Esports has a number of championships under their belt, and for some, even League of Legends Worlds experience. They've been a team that has only gotten better and better with each competition, and now they have their eyes on that summer season championship. A storm might be brewing, but a fire is raging as well. This is Liyab Esports.
LYB, Liyab Esports, the second seed from South Luzon, has shown macro supremacy. A complete package of veteran presence and skills, they have shown prowess with their holy trinity comp of Lux, Corky, and Ezreal. Now with Lux being targeted by multiple nerfs, the support system of Liyab Esports will have a huge role in this playoffs. Nexu, Baron, Migi, Jungle, Exosen in the mid lane, Gambit in the Dragon, and Morita Boy as their support. Fighting wind with fire, Liyab Esports.
Liyabers, let's go! And for the solo player highlight, none other than the Shutdown King, the legendary, the mythical, the person that we knew, the face of League of Legends PC here in the Philippines, alongside with the veterans. It's Exosen with those flashy champions that he got. You got the Katarina, Corky, and Annie. So there's a huge disparity with how this guy can play on the mid lane. Yes, on League of Legends PC, it has been the assassin. It has been those type of control mages. But this time, you got the Corky mid. You got the Katarina going back to his assassins of comforts. And even an Annie that surprises us. This guy is not lacking with the damage department, as we are getting that 1066 to deliver the blows or the nails and the coffin. Exosen is the guy you need to deal with.
All eyes are definitely on Exosen right now as one of the most decorated League of Legends players, now jumping into Wild Rift and into the Sea Icon Series Philippines. Now, of course, we do have our Globe key player clash right now, and it is between Orthros and Morita Boy. Hey, Autolus, it is your boy, Orthros over here. Autolus, definitely a fanboy over here of Orthros, and we called him Orthrolus for some time here in the Visayas group stages. But I do have a question for you guys. How different do you think this clash looks like now that the supports in the game have gone through some extensive changes with that new patch? Autolus, we'll start with you.
If we're going to look at the most recent patch, I'm going to favor it for Morita Boy. Why? Because of just one champion, the Rakan. Rakan has been buffed with magic resistance being added and extra shield. Orthros really is known to be the enchanter support with a KDA of 18. Ladies and gentlemen, that's not a mistake. Oh my god, that really is the true KDA of this guy. That is because he goes for the roams in a very timely fashion. He's always there for his team, and he's there to deal the killing blow or the finishing blow. And so Orthros, to me, his Orthromes is just on another level. We'll see what's going to happen with the changes that has happened recently.
And you can definitely tell that Orthros is a presence to deal with, as you know, with that KDA, of course, probably a lot of assists coming in from the side of Orthros. But we also know that Morita Boy over here, he can be quite an aggressive support as well. So this is going to be very interesting to see two of these very aggressive supports, especially as being the backbones of the teams. Osiris, what do you think?
Morita Boy, this guy deliver a different side of being a support. He got the jungling instinct as his former role, and he's getting that bloodthirsty type of approach. And how Gambit is performing, he can leave the Gambit unattended and manage to still survive and find the targets. It's just that, you know, the Orthromes really proves a lot dominant right now because he's getting that KDA. He's, you know, from top to bottom, he is roaming around, making sure with the Janum abusing or say maximum efficiency of that movement speed. But as how Moraita Boy is somehow say, yes, he may be the one who's looking for the kills at times, but he is still trying to play on a conservative side just to make sure that Gambit is on a safe spot before he technically pops up. So Moraita Boy and Orthos, you know, it's time for Moraita Boy to go plus Ultra and go Moraita Man just to take down Amihan this time because this will be a big challenge for Liyab.
Definitely, and yes, it is time to evolve and to become Moraita Man there, Moraita Boy. Now, really quickly before we jump into our predictions, I want to know what you guys think will pull each team through this series. For Amihan Esports, is it going to be their aggression? For Liyab Esports, is it going to be that team coordination coming in? What do you guys think will be that key characteristic that they will need to build on? Otilus, what do you think?
I think you're on point with that, Mika. When we talk about Amihan Esports, it's all about aggression. Meanwhile, on the other side, it's about finding the mistakes in those aggressions, right? When we talk about Liyab Esports, they have plethora of experience under their belt. So I expect them to really pull it out when it comes to stage time because I know that they have what we call the clutch genes already after so many experience in the LoL scene and in the competitive scene as well. So this is going to be a very, very exciting matchup.
Osiris, what do you think? Do you agree with that?
Yes, I do agree. I'm really excited for this game.
Definitely. And we are just about ready to step into the rift. But before that, we're going to give you guys our predictions for this. On my end, I think it is going to be a 2-0 in favor of Liyab Esports. Otilus, what about you?
Okay, so this is going to be very hard, but I will have to tip my hat over to the aggressive guys. It is going to be Amihan that's going to take this series.
Well, that got me thinking because it's 1-1 already and thinking about who's going to go out right now. And yes, it's gonna be, I'll go for Liao, but this will be a 2-1 as, you know, Amihan's still there.
You know, the best of ones are coming up after this, so I'm just gonna say that the predictions are gonna get harder for you guys. So you know, us panelists better warm up. But I'm sure that our teams are fully warmed up right now and ready to step inside the rift for our last series of the day, last best of 3 series for the day. This is Amihan Esports versus Liyab Esports. Casters, over to you guys.
We have the battle of the elements yet again. It is now gonna be fire versus wind. Who will be able to win this? Will be your casters. I'm Yugan, alongside me is Infinity. This is Liyab, and this is gonna be up against Amihan Esports.
I'm excited. It's a battle of elements for today. It's a battle of elements for this specific series. It's fire versus wind. And we have known Amihan Esports in their respective region to be very dominant. And Liyab Esports as well to be sort of the methodical and creative type mindset to defeat their enemy team in the respective region. So it's a battle between these two teams, and I'm excited, Yuko, to see what they have in store coming into this game. Are they gonna bring in the unconventional champions? And I think the panelists has talked about a while ago about Ezreal being kind of nerfed recently, not being on the top list in the priority in the meta today. So are they gonna bring in Saya, Ezreal? Oh, not Ezreal, but Corki, right? Kaisa. So I'm really excited, Yuko. The draft is just so amazing.
We don't have a draft yet, but Infinity is already very excited.
Vision.
How about that? Yeah, he has such vision. But yeah, I do agree that a lot can happen in the draft. A lot of champions can basically pop out. And going back to your point about Ezreal, here's the thing that isn't nerf, open and quotation marks, but at the same time, he is still there. We did see time-lapse pick Ezreal up earlier on, but I guess that's the reason why we see Varus lately. It is a new pick, and Team Secret was able to pull it off. However, VV was not, so it's still a pretty much hit and miss ADC. Looking forward to how the teams will still look for that sweet spot for the other ADC picks. But again, this is going to be Amihan Esports versus Liyab Esports, and this is the drafting for game number one. Liyab, they could limit the choices for the Baron laners here just to maybe try and stop Carl from going ham.
Definitely, but Fiora being banned away by Liyab Esports, targeting onto the splitting potential of Amihan Esports. We've seen them play it in the past very dominantly, and this is very good mid-game, late-game. But Amihan Esports could now pick up the Rengar to ban away the jungle of Liyab Esports and target the jungle role. I think this is one of the key roles between any game in Wild Rift. The jungle is the one that states where the strong side of the map would be. Now Liyab Esports needs to ban those obnoxious duo synergy, and Janna is one of them. Targeting it out, support will be limited by Amihan Esports. The last could be a Camille, a Gragas, a Galio. Up to them on what they want to pick for Amihan Esports.
They could ban out Ziggs too if they want. And can I just say, oh, it's gonna be a decent ban. Can I just say that Janna has only been picked a handful of times, because after that she would just get banned out. That's just how good this champion is. And Liyab Esports' first pick is gonna be a Camille, most likely. That's gonna go over to Miggy. But let's see how Amihan Esports will answer to that. Diana is open, Akali is open, Renekton is open too. They are gonna pick out Akali for Carl, and they can secure Kaisa this earlier on if they just want to get their hands on one of the best ADCs.
Definitely, I think Akali, even though she was nerfed onto the AD scalings, she has a lot of opportunities yet to outscale and outplay those champions that tries to punish her, especially when it comes to the game, because of the Twilight Shroud available. With Gragas now being picked up by Amihan Esports, leaves the Galio open for Liyab Esports to pick up a very good synergy alongside with a Camille. If Jarvan 4 locks in to Liyab Esports, it's the good trio that can dominate the arena, but Corki will be there to be having a comfortable pick onto the Dragon Lane Gambit for Liyab Esports.
Yeah, Gambit really loves this Corki pick. And I remember, I'm not sure if I was talking to you or Riku about this, but we did say that even though Gambit used Kaisa once and they were able to win, he is just not that comfortable with this champion. And I forgot. Gragas was open. That's why Amihan will be able to pick that. Most likely going to go over to the mid lane. And now you have the Lovebird, Saya, and Drakan being secured. Last two picks for the side of Liyab is going to be a Ziggs and a J4.
This is what I'm talking about. A very dominating trio locked into the draft in the form of a Jarvan 4, Gaio, and a Camille. This is gonna be so amazing and so exciting to see come into the Rift and dominate in terms of the big AoE CC totals.
With all these CCs, with all of these drafts being locked in, looks like Amihan Esports and Liyab will slowly take us into the Rift. And I love how diverse their composition are. Amihan Esports, they can afford to do the split push, they can afford to do the pickoffs, but Liyab Esports is all about going in.
Alright, going in, going out, gonna be very important coming into the Rift. We are now seeing the very first game that's gonna be very exciting to look forward into, especially how Liyab Esports has built their draft. You have similar on what we saw a while ago, wherein you have the Protect the King composition with also a mix there with a diving type composition that can enumerate defeat wherever a team fight will occur. But of course, Liyab Esports will be depending a lot onto AoE, but now,
Gambit! Oh no, okay, that was a very good grand entrance coming in from Orthros. Man, this guy and his CCs almost always connects, but at least Gambit did not get bursted. And I said earlier it's most likely going to be a Camille jungle, but I was wrong. It went over to Nix2 because the last pick is a J4. So it's all about locking everyone in. And that's just going to be the perfect setup for XN here. So what XN could do though is he needs to make sure that he can both outplay play, there's Oriana and just snowball because, of course, the moment Liyab goes in with the ideal lockdown, they're gonna be near each other. They're gonna become together, and that is gonna be the perfect moment for Oriana to pop her shockwave.
Miggy, mid lane, roam.
That is going to be a flag and jab, but it's not going to be enough because you have Oriana being able to get away. Mitsura gets to live another day. So that was just all of that under 2 minutes. Now looking at the brown lane, you have Camille going up against Akali, but J4 did say some hi hellos there. Jelson being able to get that Rift Scuttler. Demon, though, just clearing out the waves. Pretty quiet here at the Dragon lane as well. Gambit will not be aggressive. He just needs some
Dragon.
time. He needs to be very wary of the jump ins. You also have Flash available for Gragas, so Jelson would jump in. Murata Boy needs to keep his eyes open. Looks like Jelson is gonna go with the steal.
And he's gonna get it. Liyab Esports is respecting how the 3-man roam is working right now for Amihan Esports, because if you do punish that, you might get an answer counter engage for the side of Liyab Esports. So for now, we're just playing it very safe, especially with the scaling potential of these champions that we're seeing right now. Corki is not that great when it comes to the first 2 minutes of the matchup without any items, only with the longsword. It requires the level 5 and the Trinity Force to really just peel down the enemy team when it comes to their HP. And similarly, Saya needs items as well. So we're looking at a very patient game for now, waiting for the 3-minute and 30-second mark, wherein everyone's level 5, everyone has certain items already to try and dominate when it comes to statistics, when it comes to their base stats, in their damage, in their AP, in their AD, and their armor resistance coming into this matchup. And now, top lane, Kali and Nixu.
Fear of the God is being picked up by Mitsura, but with a 5 points side connecting, you have the Twilight Shroud still available, and Nixu was able to jump out of there with his Hawk Shot. No casualties still, and you mentioned the 3 minutes and 30 seconds. That is a handful of seconds away. Let's see if there will be any pickoffs. Nice explosive minefield being used by Exosen, just making sure that Mitsura will no longer be able to advance to where he is. And now Orthros just waiting for an opening. Demon, again, we won't be seeing much of him given that Saya does need 2, 3 items before she does go online. Miggy alongside Murata Boy just getting as much vision as they can, but still Mitsura is alone there at the mid lane. Dragon is going to be up in 5 seconds. Looks like they might go with the steal, or they could try and steal this should the jungler be there. Ocean Drake is now up, and Akali still there in
Collapse.
turret.
Collapse, but River, what's gonna happen? Gonna be very exciting on what will happen next. 3
Well, it's-
versus 2.
Wars are just being placed. Apparently, no one was killed nor damaged in that area. But now Liyab Esports, they were able to at least get first dibs onto this Dragon as we jump in coming from the side of Dig. So here comes the damage on the side of Liyab Esports, and that was a flash out coming in from Gragas, and you have the Gatling gun being popped by Liyab, but still no casualties. It was a really good disengage from Amihan Esports. So now Demon already has his eye on this Dragon. Liyab Esports, they should contest, but looks like the burst from Amihan Esports is just gonna be too much. On top of that, Ocean Dragon, Carl also able to get the first blood turret.
Having the tower first blood gives you 2k gold. Amihan Esports will take the lead as of yet. And having the Ocean Drake as well, a lot of opportunities for Amihan Esports to take the lead later on. And the dual lane is looking very intense, especially with these two champions already building up to their very first items. If you look at it, Gambit secures the Manamune for himself, and also Demon having to build up onto the Infinity Edge as well. So it's a one core item for these two champions coming into the bot lane. If they utilize this very well, it is going to be very, very difficult. But opting Gambit to go for the Manamune means the damage will not be exponentially increased, but more so the amount of sustainability and prolonged damage that he can force out rather, because of the mana that he has secured in the form of the Manamune, because of the Fear of the Goddess, and also ability haste, but near mid lane.
Ooh, here comes a great hello for the side of Liyab Esports, and that is gonna be one dead Gragas in their hands, but you have Dragon coming in to jump in, and Orthros trying to get the target, but here comes Liyab. Liyab so much damage, but Nixon was the first one to actually jump down, and that's gonna be a double kill coming over for this side. That is gonna be the circle flip connecting, but right, the boys thought did not connect. Instead, the quickness coming in from Orthros was the one that connected, and that is gonna be a 3-0 in favor of Amihan Esports. On top of that, they will be able to get Rift Herald.
Not that fast. We have Exosen coming into the fray, trying to go back and counter engage.
Okay, they jump back. So now you have Gambit popping in the Gatling gun. Let's see if they'll be going with the steal. That is gonna be Nixu. No! Oh no, that was so close. So now you have Justin being targeted. He got bursted down by this J4 Orthros. Forced to jump out, but still Demon alongside Demon, they are just gonna play this one out safely. 7 minutes into the game, 2 entering the scoreboard. Amihan Esports still managed to get that first turret.
Getting that first turret means, you know what, you got the lead. As we stated a while ago, the Rift Herald will be secured by Amihan Esports, which means that they can get more than just one turret in the Baron lane. They could get into the Dragon lane and hope so even save it up for the next Dragon to try and bait out Liyab Esports into thinking, what do we need to prioritize? Are we going to prioritize our turrets or prioritize onto Dragon, especially onto Infernal Rig? I think Amihan Esports would be more ideal to force out the Rift Herald if the Infernal Dragon will come up. So it's now going to be the 3-man drone for Liyab Esports collapsing onto the bottom lane. What will happen next will depend on them, but still safe for now as we're looking as a safe and scary game that Liyab Esports is playing.
Vision given to the side of Amihan Esports. It made me think though, if we're gonna go with the 2v2s, I don't think Moraito Boy could connect his taunt because the moment Orthros jumps in with the grand entrance, but look at it, the ones actually jump in, and that is maybe the charms connecting, but here comes Demon popping in the ultimate just so he can make it out of the alive. He was able to survive, and instead he was the one that burst and down. Exosen, now here comes Jelson yet again, next to making sure that nowhere near him will Gragas be. And Amihan Esports, they said, okay, we got one kill. That is gonna be alright. Let's not force this because Dragon is gonna be up in 20 more seconds. Instead, how about just summon the Rift Herald here at the mid lane? They could most likely get this, but you still have the Hero's Entrance available. That is gonna be a tactical sweep, not connecting. And Amihan Esports was at least able to put a significant amount of damage here on the mid lane turret.
However, that was an opportunity wasted. Now the Infernal Dragon comes up. Amihan Esports needs to think of another option for them to pick up and really confuse Liyab Esports on what they want to prioritize. As this is going to be a very important objective, as now Miggy will get his sights onto it, set it up with a flag on what might happen next. Amihan Esports, 4-man against 5-man of Liyab Esports.
Ooh, looks like that. Oh, Carl, gonna go with the reset? Really? No, okay, I guess that was just him taunting. But they need to be very worried. Mitsura still not being seed at the fights, but now you have Carl popping his 5-point strike to just target or at least damage this dragon just a tad bit, just a little bit. So now Liyab Esports, they are left at the Dragon Spit, Rift Scuttler being targeted, and now Carl popping in with that trick and flip was not able to connect to anyone, though Baron is going to be up in 18 seconds. Looks like these two teams, they're not opting to get the objectives yet. They could at least go with the pick-off, but Amihan Esports said, you know what? This is taking a long time. We need to get this objective, and that is going to be the bombs coming in from Exosen, but that's going to be a recall from a side upside, and that's going to be the red team being able to secure that Infernal Dragon. Here comes the jump in coming in from Murai. The boy was not able to catch anyone. That's going to taunt connecting as we have knock up airborne, and here comes the next sideline. At least they were able to take down Porky. That's going to be a flash out, but here comes the jump in from Orthros, was able to catch two, and that is going to be one Galio down, and are they still going to go at it? The answer is going to be no, because they already got 2 champions. The task already hurts a lot from the side of Amihan Esports, and they leave that fight with smiles on their faces.
Amihan is happy to take an Infernal Dragon and 2 kills in their favor. That gives them a lot of gold. 10 minutes into the game, 8k gold lead already. And now if you're looking at the item build that is currently to the side of Amihan Esports, Saya already secured the Infinity Edge, Static Shift, 50% crit rate available for them onto the ADC, and Oriana, Seraph's Embrace, and Luden's Echo. A lot of wave clear potential that can be built up. Akali with the Lich Bane, and Rabadon set up as well. Raw damage available for Mian Esports, and now Liyab Esports. Corky still needs to get a little bit more gold, 1.5k gold, to gain the Trinity Force and finish building it up. And I think that's going to be sort of the important scenario for Liyab Esports to check in their tasks list to be able to match it up against Amihan Esports, especially with a 7k gold deficit. And now Amihan Esports is going to the Baron Nashor.
Yep, and looks like Liyab will take their time before they could even make their way to where the Baron is. You already have the spear, you already have the sword coming in from Miggy. Will they go with the steal? The answer is gonna be no, but you have the risk of being secured by Amihan Esports right there. And Jelson, just holding his ground, was able to receive quite some damage from Exosen, but they do not falter. They're still holding their ground. You still have Mitsura, you have the Shockwave for a very good initiative, but at the same time, Liyab Esports is banking on that Hextech Ultimatum, Hero's Entrance, and that Cataclysm combo from the side of Liyab. And while all of that is happening, you have Nyx who's split pushing here at the Dragon Lane. Looks like that it's going to be the Baron going over to Amihan Esports. That's going to be a jump in onto Arthros, but it did not connect.
That was a Baron Nashor traded for a single turret in the Dragon Lane. And I opt to say that Amihan Esports were more clever in doing so. And I believe Liyab Esports has a bit of an edge as well, trying to get those secured gold instead of just trying to punish Amihan Esports, regardless of how advantage that they have. So I think Liyab Esports, regardless if they lost the Baron Nashor, has got a little bit of a trade-off there from the turret that they've secured. But Amihan Esports with the Baron buff, they're pressuring in bot, they're pressuring in top, and hell, even in mid lane, they're pressuring all around. It's up to Liyab Esports now on what they want to do as they're collapsing down mid. But
All right, they're making their way right there. You have the Hosha connecting onto that tactical sweep, but and you have Carl coming in gold, and that's the charm connecting onto 4, and Carl was able to survey his way out of there. That's the one champion. That has to be the bomb, and make Inferno bomb being popped by Excellent, but still, that is to be a flash in for Demon. They already have their eyes on this circuit. Miranda Boy apparently does get bursted down as well. Excellent does say goodbye, but Carl is inside the base. He does not care, and he paid for that move with his price, and that is going to be Amihan Esports still charging here the Dragon Lane. They can take down this Dragon Lane turret. You also have Gragas at the top part of the map. Looks like that's going to be 2 inhibitor turrets down for the base of Liyab Esports.
imagine you using Akali's ultimate and Hero's Entrance in. That was an exact timing for Akali to jump in inside the base and get demolished by Liyab Esports. But however, they're getting the inhibitor turret in the Baron and the Dragon Lane. The tier 2 turret has been secured once again by Amihan Esports, and now it's only one turret remaining for Liyab Esports that is currently standing. It's the mid lane. Natural lane pressure will be to the side of Amihan Esports in Dragon and Baron. So now Amihan Esports need not to really just cover in and just pressure in mid to try and get the base open in every single lane, because later on I think that will be something of importance, especially when a team fight will be defeated for the side of Liyab Esports, and Amihan Esports has everything in their power to finish the game. But Mountain Dragon will now be their sights for now. They're not getting into aggressive, and they're playing their control aggression against Liyab Esports.
Ooh, that was a Mountain Dragon non-contested going over to Amihan Esports. You know when I said that Liyab Esports traded... Oh no, he did get taunted, but doesn't he is pretty tanky. He was able to talk up airborne, but again, that is a Gragas and he can just go with their engage. As I was saying, while Amihan was taking Baron, Nixu did or go with the split push, and he was only able to take one turret. That one turret basically costed Amihan Esports 8 turret takedowns. But now, you have Miggy the front lines, but Nixu decides to not jump in. Hextech Ultimatum is available. Baron is going to be up in 18 seconds, but you still have minion waves pouring in from the top as well as the Dragon lane. So looks like Liyab Esports, they have to take some time, clear that out first before they could even take any objectives. Amihan Esports also has so much clear on their side.
Baron in 2 seconds, 1 second, and now he will be spawned up. Baron Nashor will be available for anyone to take. Liyab Esports needs to think. They need to clear the wave, especially with super minions now crashing down. But mid lane, we're gonna have another fight.
Hextech Ultimatum connecting on to Hero's entrance, but will it be enough to actually take him down? The answer is going to be no, because he still lives. 2 ultimates are now down. Nixu forced to flash out. Crispy coming over. 4 minutes, so there's a rampage being secured by Demon. The roots, the damage, the crit, it's just too much for Liyab Esports to actually bear. And now you have Amihan Esports, the storm that they are. They were able to win that skirmish 2-0. And this opens up Baron for their team.
The wind is now blowing away the fire. Super Minions is there, marching in the Baron and the Dragon. They need to defend for now, to defend the base, and Liyab Esports has no objective to try and get the steal against Amihan Esports, as Amihan Esports will get the Baron Nashor security with no contest coming from Liyab Esports. So I think Liyab Esports now needs to defend on what Amihan Esports has prepared, because the mid lane will be the only one remaining for Amihan Esports to take to finish the game off and open up the Nexus. And now with everything that in mind, Amihan Esports will go for the reset to buy some items. You're looking at the item difference. Oriana, 4 core items secured. Already with the Infinity Orb. That command attack will hurt. That will crit down the enemy team, especially when you're comparing it into the mid lane of Liyab Esports right now. Only 3 core items. So the difference in terms of items are huge, to say the least. The Amihan Esports is playing this very slowly. They need not to actually go in for pressure, because they can play it very safe, pressure in mid side, and stay all along against Liyab Esports. So I think that is what they're doing right now. Pressure in Dragon, pressure in Baron, so the Liyab Esports can separate their eye view onto all these maps and try and get the last inhibitor turret.
You know what? Carl can just roam wherever he wants, however he wants. Oh no! That is going to be the shot by connecting onto the explosive cast, and now you have Dushan tanking all of the damage. That's going to be the beautiful charm or quickness coming in from Rakana as well, and Guardian does get bursted down. Gambit is now down. No ADC for Liyab, and that is going to be game number 1 going over to Amihan Esports. Just like that. That one very good initiate, that one very good follow-up is gonna cost Liyab their game, and now we have Amihan Esports with smiles on their faces. They were able to win game number 1 for this best of 3. Infinity, what happened in game number 1?
It's the aggression of Amihan Esports. They keep on aggressing onto the side of Liyab Esports. Were in at that point in time, in the 5 minutes of that matchup, Liyab Esports wasn't really able to secure more objectives after, because Amihan Esports keeps on forcing out Liyab Esports to take on a fight, especially when it comes to the early game. With Gambit picking up the Maramuna first, it's not that big when it comes to the damage aspect. They need to wait for a bit much longer to gain that power spike that Corki is looking for. So Amihan Esports utilized that opportunity to take it down when it comes to the early game. And look at that, when you're looking at the item build, Infinity Edge, Static Shift, Phantom Dancer, Mortal Reminder, they're playing it very offensively, and at the same time having the Stasis Enchant, playing it defensively as well to secure how Liyab Esports will try to pick up into the backside. So I think it was a bit of team coordination was a bit of lacking for Liyab Esports, was not able to capitalize onto the trio synergy ultimates that they have in the form of the Gaio, the Jarvan 4, and the Camille.
Also, if you're gonna look at the draft, Liyab Esports only had the gold and EXP lead before the Dragon. So for 3 minutes, 4 minutes onwards, it all went over to the side of Amihan Esports. Also, what happened? I said this earlier. The Baron for 1 turret trade, it's okay because Nixu was able to get 1 tower. That's 1 less outer turret for the side of Amihan. But I don't think it's worth it, because that's a Baron with a very long buff for the side of the team, and these are going to be the plays of the game from Oppo, Reno 5, Amihan playing it very, very methodically. And if we're going to look at the draft of Liyab Esports, we mentioned this. wombo combos, going all in. But the next question is there. What's gonna be their mode of disengage? You have hook shot from Nixu, but after that, what?
Don't respect how they keep on trying to dominate Amihan Esports, especially on getting those certain objectives and even trading afterwards. But it's how Amihan Esports has formulated their draft, has formulated their storyline when it comes to this game number 1 in the first 10 minutes to gain the 5k gold lead and get those 2 dragon objectives, Infernal and Ocean Drake, and that just enumerates and increases the scaling potential that they have because of the damage output of 6% damage increase and the Omnivap that their dragons have provided. And at this point, they were just playing very aggressive, synonymous to their name, and just diving in. And this is what I'm excited, or this is what I'm like happy for a while ago. And Akali went in for the ultimate, and Gali just went in for Hero's Entrance back to safety, but Akali just jumped in into the base for some reason. He flew out from nowhere.
Yep, and this was the skirmish where Nixu and Morita Boy both died. It was initially coming in from Nixu. The logic and the idea was there, but the fact that you suddenly have Gragas behind you and that's going to be the body slam connecting and just a lot of bodies getting hit on the floor or going down on the floor. Looks like Amihan Esports still gonna be a very strong win. Still gonna be a very strong storm to overtake. Not even fire can withstand this in game number 1.
But we'll see in game number 2 if fire can be increased and be burning with the help of wind. Because that typically happens, right? In some occasions, fire is being exploded by wind. It is being increased in terms of concentration.
And for speaking of win, the master of the match is going to be Mitsura on this Orianna. KDA of 13.00, kill participation 87%, and damage per minute is 1,395. He was playing this one very conservatively in the early game. That's why I guess he knows that Egosen tends to roam in the map. That's why he was just not worried or scared of just staying in lane. But the moment the mid game entered, the moment the late game started, this was where the shockwaves, the command attacks became very, very brutal. You mentioned this, Rabadons, Echo, Ludus Echo, you also have the Infinity Orb. All these burst damage hurt a lot. And if you can whittle down the HP bars of both Nixu and Morita Boy, you guys are in it for a treat.
Yeah, definitely. Extraordinary wave control from Amihan Esports in every single lane. When they got the Baron buff, they pushed through and got every single turret except the mid lane inhibitor turret that was left remain standing in that Baron buff that was lost after a couple of minutes and seconds. So I think Amihan Esports utilized that Baron buff very, very well with their advantage coming in. They just wave controlled their phase out into the lanes and demolish those turrets. And of course, having those turrets secured, you will gain gold and the capability to buy more items. And I think that this is what Amihan Esports did. You know what? We got the advantage of Baron Nashor. We got more turrets. We're gonna gain more advantage because of the items that we can secure.
And speaking of that lead, can I just say that another lead that they were able to get is the fact that Gambit tends to be dead when there is a very crucial team fight. That's because Amihan has quite an easy backlane access, I guess, because they can just jump in and then jump out just as quickly. So too bad we did not see any Janna for the side of Liyab Esports. Could have been a good champion for Disengage, but now Amihan Esports, I'm starting to understand the logic as to why they banned out Lee Sin. They just want to create a very safe place, safe environment for Orianna, Saya, and Akali. No kicks, no sonic waves, no one that can just roam around whenever he wants.
Definitely, I think Lee Sin has a lot of potential playing in the jungle, especially how Liyab Esports has played it in the past, wherein he's just diving into the backside, Dragon Rage, and there is a lot of potential when it comes to the early game. When you're talking about Lee Sin, that's early game all around, that's early game galore, where in level 3, he can go into the mid lane and dominate that lane, get the first blood, and after that, snowball from there on out. So I think banning out the Lee Sin gave Amihan Esports the opportunity to then scale out much better in the early game rather better than Liyab Esports taking the early game lead. Because they were thinking about their draft, Galio, Camille, Corky, and a Jarvan 4 typically needs or tends to need some items to be able to deal massive amounts of damage, with Camille having the priority onto maybe the Trinity Force. Corky for Liyab Esports in this case will be the Maramune, and it's kind of untraditional, but I see the aspect of what Liyab Esports is thinking about. You want the ability haste, you want the cheap item that can gain you more prolonged fights, because if you're thinking about it, Corky is not typically the champion that has a big mana pool. He's not the champion that can really have those prolonged fights, but having the Tear of God is secured, and then the Manamune will give you the potential to stay much longer, especially thinking that Jarvan 4 is there, Galio is there, Camille is there to hover into the front lines and gain all the aggro aside from maybe the Corky or the Zig. So I think that is what Liyab Esports is thinking. We're gonna play it a bit mid-game and wait for the right opportunity to take it back a bit against Amihan Esports. But Amihan Esports took the early lead, snowballed from there on out. That just disabled what Liyab Esports is thinking about for game number 1.
Problem here was the moment the mid game started, it was just Saya game. The crits coming out from the ADC for the side of Amihan Esports was insane. Carl was also online. You also have Jelson. Even though time and time again he was targeted and being taken down by Liyab Esports, maybe 2 or 3 times, he was still very tanky towards the late game, and he just hurt so much. So Liyab Esports, again, they have a lot of engage, they have a lot of jump in skills, but they kind of lack the disengage. So whenever Amihan Esports would try and jump in first, Liyab is just left to falter. So maybe one of the things that Liyab should have done is try and separate the possible clashes, not go with the full-on 5v5. I mean, Hexic Ultimatum plus the Mega Inferno Bomb, maybe even Hero's Entrance and the Cataclysm. So you'll just have at least one damage dealer from where you are, and maybe, just maybe, they could have picked the fights in more tight spaces. And if I'm not mistaken, the 3 kills that is from the side of Liyab all went over to Mickey. That's it. No kills for Gambit. Understandable though, given that he was trying to get the items in. No kills for Nixu. Carl basically winning that lane. Exosen rotating time and time again was not able to get kills as well.
Absolutely. We see a lot of strengths, we see a lot of weaknesses, we see a lot of detrimental occasions between these two teams, but I can say that these two teams have drafted very greatly, right? Liyab Esports, their draft are exceptional coming into game number 1 rather. Jarvan 4, Galio, Camille, very great, very flexible as champions. They could dominate in terms of the wombo combo, and Amihan Esports has a bit more strengths towards getting those pickoffs, getting those assassination and backline access in the form of the Akali, right? You have the Twilight Shroud that can gain you the capability reach onto the back end rather, onto Corky and even the Ziggs, which will decrease the amount of damage that Liyab Esports will be dealing against Amihan Esports. So I can commend these two drafts are amazing. It's now a matter of execution. For game number 2, I think we can see similar drafts coming through. We can understand what the comfort picks might be coming in for game number 2 as well, because of what we saw from game 1.
Maybe we could see Janet being open now. Listen, there is a chance he is still going to be banned out, but I'm really looking forward to seeing what will be the champion that is going to go in the hands of Carl, because Liyab Esports obviously banned Fiora out for this player. But the fact that he performed exceptionally well on this Akali says otherwise. Nixu also was not able to match the aggression that this kid has. So many gifted players though. Nixu himself is gifted as well as a Wild Rift player. But it's again, I keep on saying, this is all those micros that eventually form into a macro that can either spell your win or your lose. So you need to make less risky decision making, I guess, and just go with what works. Amihan Esports though, I'm looking forward to see if in game number 2 they're gonna have a more team centric fight or team centric draft.
Yeah, it's a matter of deciding what you want as a composition, right? I think we talked about this in the prior regions in the group stages. You have a lot of types. You have the diving composition, You have the poking composition. That is where Ziggs comes through. That is where Ezreal in the form of the ADC comes through. And even the Varus right now in the current meta is in the poking composition type of sense in terms of building your draft. And on top of all that, you also have the Wombo combo, which is in the form of Liyab Esports right now with Jarvan 4, Galio, and Camille. So I think it's a rock, paper, scissors type of thing. If you're a poking composition, diving composition will be your weakness because of how everything just happens in a blink of an eye. Everyone's just face front in your face trying to defeat you. If you're the diving composition, Wombo combo will be up against you because the enemy team as a Wombo combo can just combo you out. AoE CC's in. You have the Gragas, you have the Galio that can deal that much and just delay how you are diving against the enemy team. And if you're a diving, poking compositions will be up against you because you have a lot of damage that can peel you through even before the match or the team fight has started. So I think it's a matter of rock, paper, scissors. Who's gonna get the better draft here? Who's gonna get the better composition in a type that could deal a counter engage against the enemy team?
I was about to say that Liyab Esports should have prioritized Gragas, but then I realized that just opens Camille for Amihan Esports. And between Camille or Gragas, which would you prefer?
Camille and a Gragas. I would prefer. Actually, it depends on the composition that you want. But if I'm gonna choose between these two, I think I'm opting to go for more of a Gragas because I'm more of a safe player. To have some disengages and in the same way have an engage against the enemy team because of the explosive cast can do a lot of damage, and I think I'd rather have that rather than have Camille. But it still depends on what you want to do because a Gragas may not fit into certain compositions, and in the same way Camille may not fit into certain compositions as well. So it really depends on what your team wanted and what your team doesn't want. So Gragas, Camille, very dependable onto your composition, and it's situational on what you want to happen in game and in the rift. Are you going for the early, mid, or late?
Now that you mentioned the Galio Camille, it's very logical. You pop the Hextech Ultimatum and then Galio follows up with the Hero's Entrance. The only problem I have here is Camille's Hextech Ultimatum only catches one champion. And the fact that you get to use two very important ultimates or two AoE CCs just on one champion is not gonna be enough. But if you're gonna do the quick math, at some point Hero's Entrance can cover the surrounding areas of Hextech Ultimatum. But again, if you are a player or if you're there in the rift and you see the Hextech Ultimatum, you basically stray away from it. So the diameter, the radius, or whatever for Hero's Entrance will still be nullified. And that, of course, you're gonna have to expect a follow-up on Ziggs with the Mega Inferno Bomb. But yeah, Liyab, their plan is really good. You see the logic behind it. But I guess Amihan Esports just outscaled them and they knew who to prioritize, which was Gambit.
Definitely. And I think I see your point. Having Camille onto a single target and Hero's Entrance is typically used as sort of the engage against the enemy team. But yeah, I see that happening. And I think in some occasions it would be very great for Camille because I think Hero's Entrance's requirement is to have some hard engage champions on diving champions, and Hextech Ultimatum reaches so far alongside with a hook shot that can give you a lot of distance when coming into a single or multiple targets as a champion. So I think that could happen. That also situation could happen. It's the ideal situations that we are looking into between these games that could really come up. But of course, there are disadvantages. There are certain loopholes that you can actually abuse in the matchup between these champions that are being synergized between each other. So I think it's really up to these teams right now. It really is up for them on what they want, what they ought to do, and what they ought coming into the Rift in terms of their draft.
And speaking of drafts, looks like this is going to be the pick and draft phase for game number 2. Amihan now going over to the blue side. For the fans of Amihan Esports, they are just one win away from winning this series. But however, to the fans of Liyab Esports out there, they have to push this to a game number 3 and opt for that reverse sweep. Listen, gonna be the first ban for the side of Amihan Esports. Liyab, they could ban out Gragas, could ban out Camille, Akali, Fiora. I guess they're still gonna focus a bit more on the Baron Lane pool.
I just want to say it out there. Amihan Esports is now onto the blue side selection, which means they will be the first pick. And Liyab Esports will be the second one to come into rotation. So this is going to be very interesting. The bans would probably change for the side of Amihan Esports, trying to ban out those comfortable picks. But I'm mistaken. You know what? Let's go back into Rengar and Lee Sin. We have high respect onto these champions against Liyab Esports because it has a big capability to disrupt how we are playing hyper aggressive in game. But Liyab Esports will now be forced on what they need to do because Gaio, Fiora, Gragas open for Amihan Esports to pick up as a priority, and in the same way, what does Amihan Esports want to leave open for Liyab Esports to pick up?
You know what? There is a chance that we could be seeing a Gragas first pick, but that just opens Camille, Ziggs, and okay, looks like Amihan Esports, they will still stick with that Camille first pick. So Gragas could go over to Liyab should they want to pick that up, and they still have Ziggs. Gambit will most likely get his Corki at the second rotation or third rotation picks for the side of Liyab.
Camille, very flexible. Amihan Esports is trying to have that flexibility in their draft to synergize with what they were doing a while ago, hyper aggressive. Liyab Esports, you know what? Leave Gragas and Galio open. We're gonna pick it up for ourselves, and we're gonna defeat you in your very own medicine. And now, Amihan Esports will be thinking Corki, Jarvan 4, open for their side to pick up. The difference maker here is they picked up the Jarvan 4, not letting Liyab Esports take it once again, and Corki will be locked in into the third pick.
Ooh, let's see who will be the ADC. Well, Gambit still has Ezreal, still has Kaisa, and Liyab Esports will pick up that Gaio for more. Oh, okay. Focusing more on the AoE CCs. But this is gonna be the first appearance of Tristana for day number 1. Let's see how Gambit will be able to deliver. Extend still gonna stick with his Ziggs pick, but Amihan Esports, Soraka and Twisted Fate. This team really surprises. And the last pick for the side of Liyab will be a Vi going over to Miggy. So more you have a single target centered champion. You also have champions that has a skill set that can go with the full-on 5v5s. I would be very careful of Mitsura here in the mid lane because the cards can just CC you to the ground.
Definitely, it's gonna be very exciting. And now, it's gonna game number 2 of both Amihan Esports and Liyab, the battle of elephants, wind and fire.
Will we see a 2-0 or will we see a 1-1? Looks like it is now in the hands of Liyab. So this is going to be game number 2. Mitsura there at the mid lane. Amihan Esports is now again on the blue side, but I don't think they're gonna do anything strange. Still gonna stick with that normal or standard laning phase. But you have Mitsura actually trying to burst down X, and you have the minion waves pouring in. But now looking at the Dragon Lane Demon just throwing out bombs, throwing out the missiles, and Gambit just forced too far. And the problem I have here is when it comes Exosen, last bar of his health. That is going to be Mitsura jumping in, but Exosen already popping that bomb. He cannot afford to go with the recall because this is too early.
Go for the flash gold card. Maybe for Mitsura, the first blood is going to be very important, but you have Vi hovering around, so it's going to be not that ideal to come in. Now, here are my thoughts. I want to talk about the draft because the Tristana is something that is very interesting for the side of Liyab Esports, but I think this will be sort of the counter of the Jarvan 4 that Amihan Esports has picked up. We all know Cataclysm will lock down onto all champions that it locks in. But when you have Tristana, a jumping champion similar to an Ezra with Arc and Shift, you have the capability to jump away if the Cataclysm connects onto you. So Liyab Esports is playing the safe game here up against Amihan Esports, and they're gonna play late. Now the Riverside, we're gonna have a fight.
That is going to be the town and the roots connecting, and here are Liyab Esports. They're gonna jump in. Red Team was able to get that first blood, but now they're gonna flash in, being chased down. They have their eyes on Mitsura, but now you have Orthros just pushing them back. And Mitsura gets to live another day. But now looking at the brown lane, Nixu just being playing this out very, very conservatively. And I do recommend that just to make sure that Carl will not be able to snowball. But Gav finally has and bagged the first blood. They could utilize this, they could use this to just snowball, given that Gambit was the champion or the player that secured it.
With the first blood for Liyab Esports, they have gained 1k gold lead. And I want to come back into talking about the draft, but now to the side of Amihan Esports instead of Liyab Esports, they pick up the Soraka. And I think this will be the counter onto a lot of caster champions for Liyab Esports. Tristana needs the rocket jump. Vi needs to build up onto the damage, but mid lane 3-man roll Liyab Esports.
That is gonna connect on to, oh no, Twisted Fate, that's gonna be the time connecting as well. Liyab Esports, they are just going in with a full 3-man negation, and so far it is working so well for them. You have the adaptive defenses already being procced from Camille. That's something that Gragas would take note of. Now Demon popping with that Gatling gun. However, Gambit still being very quiet. He cannot play this one out aggressively, but it's level 4 to level 5. So yeah, I think Gambit is just forced to play this one out quietly. But Sura, no, bouncing bomb is not gonna connect. Explosive minefield though, connecting as well as the satchel charge to just push him back. But that is not gonna be enough to stop a Twisted Fate to go right at your face.
This is the most ideal situation right now for Liyab Esports. 3 minutes into the matchup, 2 kills already. And we're now building into the Mountain Dragon with potentially every single ultimate available for Liyab Esports. And they're waiting for the right opportunity to collapse down into the Dragon lane, which now Miggy is doing.
Miggy already has his eyes on the target, but now you have Gambit being focused on by this Demon. Lastly, they jump in from right to boy, but did not connect to anyone. You also have the Mega Inferno Bomb, not gonna connect onto Arthros, not gonna be able to take anyone out. Nyx is still consistently farming here at the Baron lane. Carl does go over to where he is. I'm not sure if they're gonna get and pick the fight, but Tactical Heat has been popped. Now Exosen just there to withstand the pain coming out from Mitsura's cards. The Dragon is up. Not sure if Liyab Esports will try and contest this, but Amihan Esports already has their eye on this objective.
Definitely, having the eye onto this objective is going to be very important. First Dragon will give you a little bit more gold than that, but Liyab Esports has the potential to trade it off for a turret instead, because that will give you 2k gold at the very least, having the top first blood. And now Amihan Esports secured the Mountain Dragon. Liyab Esports not being able to take down turret yet. A lot of opportunities for Amihan Esports to now go for the response to go into the lane and defend the turret.
Who, Carl? Hello, hookshot connecting onto that turret. I'm not sure if he is gonna go with the fight or just clear out the window. He's gonna go with the fight. That is gonna be the Hex Ultimate Grip Hop there by Carl. That's gonna be the flash out from Exxon, but you have the chase from Amihan Esports. That is gonna be a double to be secured by Carl. You already have the Mega Inferno Bomb being popped, but that is just gonna be another kill, another champion onto the belt of Carl. 3-0 and he is still alive, plus 1 Baron lane turret.
Amihan Esports has brought it back. You know what? Get the early 2 kills. We're gonna make it back into 4, doubling the amount that you took from us in the first 2 minutes of the game. And that is just a huge amount of responses coming from Amihan Esports. As you saw, Carl was first into the top lane, defending the tier 1 turret, and Liyab Esports was fighting under it. But then, Destiny came through. The rest of the team, the rest of the squad came towards the party as well. With that response, Liyab Esports has took the counter engage and won that fight. Now, putting them at a 3k gold lead. Rift Herald will come up in 5 seconds, and I think that will be more favorable for Liyab Esports to take, because they are now behind a couple of thousand gold. And considering that Amihan Esports already took the top first blood as well, Liyab Esports needs to go for trades, needs to go for counters, as Demon has their sights and information of where Liyab Esports might be.
They still need to get first turret down from the side of Amihan Esports. But aside from the Baron lane, their turrets are quite healthy. You have Demon Hat. They have their eyes on to this repel, but that's Nibi. The Red Team being able to secure that repel. That's going to jump in from Amihan Esports. You have the Taunt that is going to connect, but Jelson is still alive. You have Gambit forced to jump out. You have the auto attack. You have the pokes, but he was forced to just flash out. You have the jump in, the dive in, and the Gatligan connecting on to Exxon, but Exxon is going to go with those shields. That's going to be the hero's entrance just to save his teammate. That was okay, that was one ultimate down. Egusen did get to live, but using Hero's entrance defensively, that is very worrisome for me. Carl still able to survive that one. The adaptive defenses is gonna be proc. Nixu just there at the front line, just focusing on clearing out the wave, and you have Twisted Fate going over with the recall. Egusen is now alone at the Baron lane.
Stalemate for now. No one's going ahead of each other when it comes to the 5v5. They don't want to risk anything, especially for Liyab Esports. They have more to lose than Amihan Esports does because of how much disadvantage they currently have. With the next dragon coming up very soon, you have Amihan Esports trying to collapse onto the top side jungle. What will happen next? Hextech will they
Look at that. The slow from the tactical sweep is gonna connect, and that's gonna be one jungler down. They want more. That is gonna be the explosive cast being pumped, but Amihan Esports damage is just too much for them to bear. Yab card able to get another kill. Ensemble coming over for this player. Was able to take down Morai the boy, but now you have the ring. It doesn't be a flash in, but he actually got cornered, but dominating coming over for Carl. He still survives that one, and now the backline. Edison does become golden. Demon was able to survive because he was able to pop his flash. That was a 3 for none in favor of Amihan.
What an exhilarating engagement that we've seen from Amihan Esports. They were collapsing onto the top side jungle for Liyab Esports, and they took it home with a lot of kills. Even considering that Demon dived under the turret to try and 1v1 Exosin in that matchup. With those push from Amihan Esports, now they jumped up into an 8k gold lead. Now Infernal Dragon will be alive, and Liyab Esports cannot give this for free for the side of Amihan Esports as they now try to go for the contest.
You have Mitsuru right there at the side. That is going to be a jump in for the side of Amihan Esports and Liyab Esports. Where is the re-engage? That's going to be the Hexing ultimate of connecting, and Ziggs does get bursted down. Carson goodbye as well, but now you have a lot of champions chasing down Mitsura, but he was able to burst down by here. Comes Orthros going in with the heals. Sustain coming from Amihan. It's just too much. You have the silence on point as well. Looks like you have repelled here at the mid lane. You'll be able to take that out very, very quickly. And you have Nixu alongside Gambit holding the ground at the mid lane. But that is the death onto Miki was so punishing because there's no one to jump in from the side of Liyab Esports. And now Baron is going to be up in 25 seconds. 9 minutes in, Liyab Esports still yet to secure their first turret.
Indeed, Liyab Esports needs to trade those turrets fast and quick and efficiently against Amihan Esports if they want to get the turrets back into their favor. But now the question would be, is this going to be another 11-minute Baron coming in from Amihan Esports, as Liyab Esports will now get the wrap of Amihan Esports coming into Riverside?
Flag and Jag is not going to be enough because Liyab Esports just fall back. But I guess that is a free buff. Well, no one is going to steal that buff for you now, at least. Jelson, Gambit already has Static Shiv though, and Corky already has this Triforce. So let's see who will be able to win in the next clashes, or which ADC will be much more safer than the other. Amihan Esports not opting to get the Baron just yet. They do want to hunt though. That is something that I could feel in my bones, because if you're gonna look at Carl, he was there at the Dragon Lane just trying to be aggressive against Ectosen. The moment there's no more towers, they do have the luxury to just get the neutral jungle creeps. Liyab Esports clumped together at the mid lane. You still have the ultimate from Arthros should anyone of them try to go with the pickoff or the gang.
Yeah, everyone has ultimates right now. So the 5v5 will be very devastating to anyone who gets the initial setup first. Especially for the Liyab Esports. They have the Galio, they have the Gragas to match it up against Amihan Esports. And Carl has their ultimates up. Jelson as well. So it's a matter on who will prioritize first coming into this next 5v5. This will be the clash that can stay the whole game. Because the Marin Nasher will be alive. And everyone is in the edge of their seats trying to determine on who will be on top in this game number 2. Pressures are everywhere right now. With the Condell Jam, you know what? Let's buy some items, match it up against Amihan Esports. Liyab Esports are thinking, you know what? We are at an item disadvantage. So as much as possible, we need to get every item that we could to match it up against Amihan Esports and try to alarm Amihan Esports on what they have left when it comes to their advantage. But Miggy comes in, Vault Breaker.
But there is no follow-up. Sadly, Carl able to evade that one. They just need to disable Amihan. 11, well, almost 12 minutes in. But how will Liyab Esports be able to do that? One of the things though, steal Baron. Second, this is easier said than done, but they need to either stop Mitsura or Carl from killing literally everyone in their team. So you have a death rush being set up. Let's see, Johnson could pop with flag and drag, but looks like they thought no one is there, so they're just gonna go straight at the Baron. And now Liyab, they want to get a piece of this Baron as well. You have TPs coming from the side of Amihan Esports. They were able to lock Exen in. Looks like that is gonna be a no escape for this Gragas for Nixu. That's gonna be a late. Oh wow, okay, that was a good Mega Inferno bomb. At least the kill went over to Nixu, so it was a 1-for-1. Both ground laners saying bye-bye. But now let's be a jump in for the side of the Esports, but the damage is just over the side of Amihan Esports. You have the OECC as well. And that is gonna be just Arthur at the back line. The silence, the heal, the sustain, but now Liyab Esports, they were able to bag J4. The kill is going over to Gambit, but now you have Gatlingon being popped by this course Corky. But afterwards, Amihan thought that we don't want to pick fights that we're not comfortable with. We are already 2 champions down, so let's just let it go.
Massive for Liyab Esports. He traded Nixu for 2 members of Amihan Esports, so that was worth it overall. But still, 9k gold deficit right now for Liyab Esports. They need to think of a way to bring this back in their game. At the very least, only have a 4k gold deficit against Amihan Esports, because that is too far of a difference when it comes to the gold. But Liyab Esports is now crashing down into the Cloud Dragon to try and beat the wind with wind. Who will take it home? Looks like Liyab will do it.
All right, non-contested. So that's the first Drake, first objective being secured by Liyab. Slowly, you know what? We saw RQ do this. Liyab could do this too. Maybe they can just turtle this one out, prolong the game as much as they can. Though it is kind of scary for Demon. It is going to be scary for the side of Liyab if Demon and Carl just gets more damage, as well as Mitsura. But I guess that just gives Exosen and Gambit this space and the items that they need. So it could be a double-edged sword. Let's just hope that Liyab will be able to meet and get their win conditions. Exosen though is now alone. Reason being, he just wants to farm and get the items in first. And you also have the Mega Inferno bomb that can come from literally anywhere. So that is something, and the comms from Liyab Esports is okay now. No flag and drag just yet. You have Arthros, you have, of course, Demon at the mid lane ward. There is a red team ward on the side of the Baron, and Exosen being able to take down that turret. But at the Dragon lane side, Carl able to take down one turret as well. I guess he wants to speed up the turret takedowns. That's why they just put Ziggs on split push duty.
But it was a tier 2 turret for Amihan Esports for tier 1 for Liyab Esports in the Baron lane. Not any much longer. Gonna be easy for Liyab to make it back, as Amihan Esports may have opened up an opportunity for them to try and take more tier 2 or even the inhibitor turrets later. As Baron Nasher will be alive. Might be a bait. We don't know just yet. Ultimates are going to be readied up, except from Demon. Missile Barrage has fast CDs. Destiny going to be having information. Now, fight once again.
Oh no, Satchel Charge and the stun is gonna connect onto Exim, but here comes Yab Isa with a very strong re-engage, and that's gonna be one dead Tristana, and now Yab right to board, being boxed in, being chased down, he gets bursted down even though he is a Galio, and now Nixu, oh okay, that's even the stun connecting, a lot of poke, a lot of damage from Mitsura, but Nixu still gets to live another day. This is gonna be a free Baron for the side of Liyab Esports, however, for the side of Amihan Esports rather. However, Miggy is alive. He should try and go with the steal, but if you're gonna be up against 1v5, I don't think it is gonna be worth it. So Miggy just decided to let this Baron go.
Definitely having a 4 or 5v1 is not the ideal case here for Liyab Esports, because even though if Miggy comes into the Baron Spit, you have a lot of CCs from me and Esports to try and cancel it out. You have Mitsura with the golden card, Carl with the hook shot, and the Hextech ultimatum. So Liyab Esports going back away and Miggy not falling through into the Baron Spit was much more ideal than them trying to get the steal. But now they still have an opportunity. I mean, the Ocean Elder Dragon will be alive anytime soon for them to take. If they take it down, they have much more sustainability, especially with a scaling champion such as Gambit onto Tristana. That will be huge, but now fight once again.
Hello! And that is going to be a flash being used by Jelson just to make it out of there alive. But you have Gambit forced to use that rocket jump. That was wrong target from coming in from Demon. If should that have connected, would have bursted down that opponent. Now Carl is going to go with the split push. Now you have Amihan Esports as well being able to just clear out that surf from the side of Liyab Esports. Liyab Esports, what could they do? No explosive cast, no Mega Inferno Bomb, but I have these in the middle of everything. That is going to be the connection coming in from Amihan Esports. You have this Gagas being bursted down, kill going over to Mr. Raka, and now just at the back line, and this Miggy does become golden. Exit is forced to stay where the well is killing coming over for Corky. You have the pokes from Demon, and that is gonna be game number 2 being secured by Amihan Esports. Apparently, the fire was not enough to stop the strong wind.
It came through with an exciting series with a banger of a game that we have just seen from Amihan Esports. Their aggression is very much good, and coming from their team, this will be their strength moving on forward on how they played out every single game that they have just did, especially on how Carl has played that game out, and Mitsura having the confidence to go for the destiny and support his teammates. I think Carl was risk tolerant coming into this series, coming into this matchup against Liyab Esports, that was really able to defend the thirst, defend his teammates, and go for the quick responses, especially how you've seen in the first 5 minutes of that matchup where in Liyab Esports was trying to get the third crate. Even though they did a 3-man roam on the top side, you have a lot of responses from Amihan Esports that just disregarded that initial setup from Liyab Esports that can beat down and bring them back into advantage.
And of course, this is going to be the Oppo Reno 5 plays of the game. Very good first blood being secured by Liyab. You told us this, that 3 champions 3-man roam does work like a charm, but towards the mid and late game, it was just Amihan storming everyone out of the map. And I said this earlier, Mitsura late game, very scary. Carl was able to get that triple kill and just really snowballed from there. Came to a point that Muraita, even though the taunts are connecting, it's okay. Amihan Esports does not mind because they can just burst them down afterwards. Also, there was the priority onto the targeting for Nixu was also good. I think that was around the mid game or late game. You have Mitsura popping the Destiny, going over to the Dragon lane, and just locking Nixu in.
Yeah, Amihan Esports built their draft like a snowball composition, right? They have the Soraka, sustainability. We saw a while ago how Jelson was trying to survive, but Soraka was there to go for the heal. So that was amazing. And the silence was exceptional as well. Coming into a 5v5 wherein everyone is stacked up, having the silence readily available would disable how Gambit will try to decimate the enemy team with a pentakill Tristana, and even how Galio will try to defeat Amihan Esports with their CC. So now, with a huge advantage coming in from Amihan Esports with 20 BRK gold lead with 2 dragons in their pockets. They have secured the game number 2 and won the series and 2K USD Globe Cup points.
What a powerful way to win that series. Amihan Esports really stepping up their game. To be fair, Liyab did really well in that series. It just so happened that I guess they were not able to execute their draft properly. That or Amihan just snowballed them. I would like to give focus on the ADC Gambit. Maybe he could, the moment Corky is not available, he would default back to Tristana. And that is something that is not favored if you're gonna want to control the tempo. But master of the match for game number 2 is gonna be Carl on that. Camille, KDA 8.00, kill participation 94%, damage per minute 1067, ignite plus flash infinity. What can you say about Carl's performance in game number 2?
It was exceptional. We talked about how Carl was really able to respond to his teammates. If ever Liyab Esports wants to go for a fight, it's a 5v4 situation, it's a 5v1 situation. Carl will be there in the blink of an eye, especially how mobile a Camille would be, how a hook shot would work. And the stuns keep on connecting against the enemy team like it was nothing. The CC was being utilized from time to time, and that just enabled for him to just disrupt how Liyab Esports will try to take him down when it comes to the damage aspect. Look at the items. 24, Death Stance, and BRK. And that Death Stance, not typically what we see in terms of a champion currently in the build, but that delays how much damage comes through in addition to the physical vamp that you have for a Camille that really just prolong you in terms of a team fight. If ever a fight occurs, you're pretty much low HP, then everything bursts down on you. It is a delayed. You can go for the hookshot, get a trade-off happen, so it will be a 1-for-1. That is what Camille did in that game. That was phenomenal coming in from him. Responses, item, damage was there.
And that is just Carl making this build work. You know, before we jump into game number 2, I did ask you, Gragas or Camille? You picked Gragas. I would personally pick Gragas too if you were the one to ask me that question. But Carl, the moment he just has his hands on this champion, on Camille, crazy. That's probably why Liyab would want to take that champion away from this player. But I was thinking, what if they just banned Camille out? Made me think, Orthros is gonna have his hands on this Janna. That is also a big no. So basically, it's just very difficult to try and outban the champions for Amihan Esports side. So you have no other choice but to match their aggression, play in their beat, and hope for the best.
It's a matter of mind games, right? We keep on talking about mind games, but that is just the reality of it. If you have the mind games to try and bring out those certain champions, you have a lot more unexplored champion pool that the enemy team doesn't know. And I think that is what happened from that game number 2, wherein you're forced to really ban out the Janna, you're forced out to ban out a different champion that is known to be comfortable for Amihan Esports, but there is unexplored champions, just as Soraka that came through from game number 2, which surprised every single one of us. But I think that complements how the fun of life actually works for their team. Having more HP, regeneration, and sustainability was just phenomenal coming from Amihan Esports. And we talked about Camille and Gragas, you keep on talking about it, but I think it complements their draft, and that is the reason why they picked up and opted to go for Camille rather than a Gragas, right? Their composition is a pick-off composition. They have the Twisted Fate golden card that synergizes with a Camille with the Hex Ultimatum. The rest of the draft was also similar to it.
Yep, and basically that has been another 2-0 going over to the belt of Amihan Esports. Will they keep this streak, this win streak up? We will have to find out after this. It's going to be the lower bracket, the best of ones. But before we jump into that, we're going to be hopping into a very, very short break. Have been your casters. I'm Yuko, and alongside me is Infinity. So sit back, relax, and wait for the panelists to come back.
We're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come back to life. We're still breathing. Standing up, everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the
The winds of Visayas are as strong as ever, with Amihan Esports taking the last best of 3 series of the day. They win the series 2-0 against Liyab Esports, blowing out their flame and sending them to the lower bracket. Amihan Esports will proceed in the upper bracket and will get 100,000 Globe Cup points more to their winnings. Let's get into our series highlights as we get into the in-depth analysis of that series, because I want to know Amihan Esports, we've seen them through the Visayas group stages really come into their own over here. They are being put to the test against the best teams in the Philippines, and they are proving that they do indeed deserve to be here. Up against the Liyab Esports, they look very, very good. And Otilus, let me know your thoughts jumping into our series highlights as to how you think this team will fare up against even bigger fish like Team Secret, Nexplay Esports, and your thoughts on this series.
Right, well, first of all aboard the Orthros hype train. Go on, let's do it. I'm giving away forms for everyone to fill up.
Yeah, your registration
man,
form.
yeah, Orthros was just out of his mind with the camp play on game number 1. He carried the early game, right? His roams were very on point. And look at this Demon and Orthros against 3 people, even being able to snag a kill against Exosen during that fight. Also, very commendable performance from Carl on this Akali. We know that on patch 2.3, Akali was changed dramatically, right? It's now AP centric, and you have to know how to utilize your combos because it's not as easy as before. But it's Carl, right? The mastery of this guy on this champion is just too high. And look at this, the shuriken flip over to the base, and that is just the rampage of this ninja. Can't say much. This is just utter dominance from Amihan Esports. They're just going to play their game very aggressive and heading over to the next battle against NXP. That's their true test, right? If anything, NXP has been the barometer in the Philippine scene when it comes to Wild Rift. So definitely tomorrow, that is going to be an exciting matchup.
Definitely. I can't wait, and I love how you put that. They are the barometer indeed. It seems to be every team that goes up against Nexplay Esports, that's when you know. That's when you know you've made it. If you can manage to score maybe a game, or if you're lucky, even a series against Nexplay Esports, that's when you know. You're like, all right, okay, I have arrived. And Amihan Esports, you are absolutely right. Their true test is coming tomorrow indeed, but on the side of Liyab Esports this time. Osiris, I want to get your thoughts on the series as well, and where you think Liyab Esports went wrong.
Yeah, I mean, it's on the second game. It has been that Amihan didn't really change anything, and what I love about is, of course, a twisted fate from a well-synergized team from the roamings of Arthros, plus the Destiny. You are in it for those big skirmishes, and right now you can even see that Liyab pulled the trigger, but they're having a hard time pulling those easy initiation from assault and battery to hero's entrance, because the sustain, it's the Amihan who respect the team comp. That's why they're not taking the fight whenever that there's the Liyab posing a threat, that there's a chance that they can be comboed. So what Amihan did, they are the one who's looking for the right place and the right time instead of waiting for Liyab to go. And then when there's a 4 versus 5 already, it was their advantage that there's a lacking in the damage, a lacking in the crowd control. It has been Liyab who's losing a lot at that part. And I think they need to go back on the drawing board. They need to deny completely Orthros, or they can go ahead and equalize the aggression, the roaming potential, read the map even better, and look for the proper place wherein they can just fight. Yes, they have an easy type of combo, but they still had a hard time pulling it through. So I'm not sure how well they wanted to change the tides of it, but they need to fix something.
Definitely. Liyab Esports does need to regroup a little bit before they head into their series coming into the lower bracket. But for now, Amihan Esports looking really good. That aggressive playstyle really working for them, and they will stay in the upper bracket. Liyab Esports, however, drops to the lower bracket, and their story will be to be continued in just a bit. But for now, let's check out our Globe Cup leaderboards at the moment after the end of our last best of 3 series with Amihan Esports. Coming out on top, they will take once again 100,000 Globe Cup points more to their winnings, and that about puts that puts them on top. I was not expecting that. Whoa, okay. They have 550,000 Globe Cup points at the moment, putting them in first place at the end of day 1 of our playoffs. That is 50,000 more than Team Secret in a close second place, and we have RRQ with 475,000 Globe Cup points. This is really exciting. Amihan Esports here really proving to be, that oncoming storm, of course, to be reckoned with here in the Philippine Wild Rift scene. And, we knew them as this team from Visayas. We knew that they were a favorite coming into Visayas, but I guess this is really showing the scale of how much of a good team this really is, and how much they've really grown and prepared coming into this playoffs. And it really is quite amazing. And panelists, I want to get your thoughts on this as well. I don't think I got Osiris's thoughts on this actually. How do you think Amihan Esports will match up against, even bigger fish like Team Secret, Nexplay Esports as well?
Yeah, that would be the true test, because it has been somehow, they are the undisputed team on their region. So you gotta say that they had an easy task around that part, and right now they go up against Liyab, which is on the second seed and not fairly the smoothest team that we've seen. And the NXP is the Titan. So that's where we're gonna see if there's something surprising for Amihan, if they're still gonna take the solid by storm, and if it's gonna be a movable object for Nexplay. But Amihan, yes, I trust them that they can go against NXP, but NXP is being respected right now as one of the top teams in the region, and they really need to prove that they can take him down.
They have a lot of homework to do, in other words, and that's due tomorrow. So they better stay up all night and do all of that homework and review like crazy as they come into facing Nexplay Esports. It's kind of like you're a small fish in a big pond, and they've grown even bigger, and now they're up against all of the other big fish as well. And speaking, of course, about big fish, we have our big fish roaming around the lower bracket as well. We are now at the beginning of our best of 1 series in the lower bracket, and the loser of this series will be sent home. And that means that the stakes are even higher coming into our lower bracket series. This will be it. 1 team from this series will be going home indeed, and our first best of 1 series will be between Fennel Adversity and Omega Esports. Now, Fennel Adversity, again, overcoming a lot of adversities, but this might be their most important one to conquer. Yet again, ladies and gentlemen, Fennel Adversity.
Earlier today, we saw Fennel Adversity almost snagging a win against their opponent, and this time around, they will have no more room to breathe. It's going to be a best of 1, and they really have to show their promise. Talking about this team, after their interview, they did say that they really look forward in battling so many teams right now in the Philippines, because they know that they will grow as more opponents, as more stronger opponents will come their way. Again, guys, this is your Fennel Adversity.
And of course, for the solo player highlight, that would be their Baron laner, which is Power, and you can see the Power is getting those Camille Jarban Defort and even a Singe mirroring as how JLC playing on to the other side, KDA 2.50 and participation 16%. Not as shiny or not as flashy as how other members be, but that kill participation shines a lot. That this guy is one of the best setter currently for Fennel Adversity, followed by Lose Yourself with those key initiations. As long as they can keep enemies at bay, the carries will do their thing.
Definitely. And Fennel Adversity, Oculus is absolutely right. They put up quite the fight against Team Secret a while ago, but now they do have to face Omega Esports. It will be really interesting to see how they can bounce back and how they can fare up against one of the most dominant teams here in the Sea Icon series. But of course, on the other side, we do have Omega Esports, and I think they were a little surprised by their loss to RRQ earlier. I don't think they're taking this loss very lightly. Fennel Adversity is going to suffer the wrath of a fully warmed up an Omega Esports that is out for blood right now. And Omega Esports, they have to remind themselves that they are good. They are very good. The fundamentals team, and they have to remember that they were so dominant in the South Luzon group stages. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, Omega Esports.
Omega Esports, the kings of the macro. When it comes to map movements, it's very hard to predict when and where they will start to engage the action. With Impressive leading the fort with his assassins this time around with their backs on the wall, it's going to be very interesting if they're going to default back to the Rengar and Kha'Zix, or pick the more comfortable in the Lee Sin one. Again, this is still Impressive that we're talking about, and this team will go as far as where he will it to.
And for our solo player highlight, it will be John Lloyd Consistent, or better known as JLC. This guy may not be the most aggressive person that we've seen, but whenever he gets his hands on the Akali or the Fiora, you know that he's going to look for the fights. But he can slow down with his own Garen and Singe plays, but keeps on delivering. As you can see, the damage taken per minute, 935. Can be a tank, can be a damager. Everyone is around JLC supporting, and the whole Omega squad is here to deliver.
It's funny how we keep saying John Lloyd Consistency, and I just realized Impressive's name actually is John Lloyd. So I'm sure whenever we bring that up, he does a little jump in his chair or something and thinks that we're talking about him, but we're talking about a JLC. But of course, we can't forget about our Globe key player clash right here between Show and Arise in the mid lane. Now, if you can see their stats here have some discrepancies right now. Otlus, care to enlighten us why exactly?
Right, so Arise's KDA is definitely superior to Show's KDA, but Show's damage per minute, that just goes to show that his champions leans more towards the poke champions, right? We have Ziggs, we have Gragas. On the other side, Arise is known to be very heavily favored on the Diana. Now, we know in 2.3, Diana has been nerfed, so it's going to be very interesting if Arise will still keep on picking Diana or if he will contest the Ziggs pick by Shaw.
Osiris, anything to add to this Globe key player clash?
Well, Arise, hailing of course from Shurima with Emperor Azir. Not a big of a question that KDA is really good, as they are the undefeated South, but right now they are playing on the lower part. But what I love about Show and Arise are they are equal into their own kill participation. That's 20%, and you can see the damage per minute as what Autolus told us. That's 1,232. This man is delivering. He may not be the one who's putting the nails into the coffins, but he is definitely one of also consistent mid laners that we've seen. So this might be the battle of consistent mid lanes and the one who's going to consistently put those punches to make sure that one team is going down.
Definitely. And we know we did see earlier that over aggression can be Fennel Adversity's downfall. But what about Omega Esports? I'm curious as to what you guys think are the chinks in the armor, so to say, for Omega Esports. We'll start with you, Atlus.
Remember when South was on group stages, they happened that was at the backs of a patch that has been reviewed over a week, right? Now, this is a playoffs patch that had only 2 days of preparation for this, boys. Now, talking about patch 2.3, we saw earlier today, game number 2, JLC going for the AD Akali that has been heavily nerfed. Remember, the ultimate of Akali is no longer on the physical damage side, but is now on the magic side. There were instances in where he was very close in assassinating members of their opponents, but because of the scaling changes, but because of the Akali changes, I know it didn't really happen. So the question is, will they still pick those comfort picks that they have shown to be very good during their time in the group stages, or are they going to adapt with the changes of patch 2.3?
Yeah, I do agree that it might be a matter of comfort over what actually works in the meta, but there is that risk of presenting yourself as a little bit uncomfortable in that. And coming into our summer season playoffs over here, that little hesitation if you're not exactly sure what you're dealing with, if you're dealing with a new build, if you're dealing with a new champion maybe that you haven't spent a lot of time reviewing, that could be something that your opponent will most definitely dig into and exploit. And by that time, it may be a bit too late. What about you, Osiris? What are your thoughts on this?
Well, I wanted to highlight the Baron laners because Power and JLC have a different type of approach towards the game. Yes, they can be aggressive. Yes, they can be passive or defensive. But mostly, it would be good for Power to play onto the defensive. So that's where JLC needs to capitalize on. If you wanted to play just like the Assassin or the ones jumping into the backline, putting a lot of damage, you wanted to go for the Renekton, as we've seen multiple times to bigger teams that it's working like a magic, as everyone being destroyed by the Call of the Meek, and you also delivering that kind of tankiness for the team. So putting that into a perspective, if they wanted to explore more, they need to go back first into their jungle impressive with his comfort picks. And if they want that kind of spiciness, you wanted to put stronger on a Blitzcrank and JLC on the Renekton. That might be something good. And as for Fennel Adversity, they still need to play in their own strength. They can take advantage of their aggression, putting it equal or on par with Omega to completely deny Impressive's roaming capabilities. So I think Fennel Adversity got this fighting chance. And remember, this is a BO1. There's no room for errors at this part of the brackets. That's what we fear. That's why many people wanted to opt for the uppers, but this time you're gonna face bigger challenges.
Right, and there's also one thing that I'm trying to figure out, right? When it comes to Fennel Adversity, we dub them as the double D team, right? We have Doming and Danny really leading this team. Doming is no longer in the, in the game right now. I'm not 100% sure if he's going to be subbed in again in favor of Rafi, but we cannot deny that there is still this chemistry behind, having your brother that you have played with over and over again in the jungle and in the mid synergy. But still, where's Doming?
That's right. There's a lot of things mixing up the Fennel Adversity that we saw in the group stages and the Omega Esports as well. Fennel Adversity, you're absolutely right. They have to deal with that additional challenge of a roster change. And that throws a wrench in the synergy of the team, especially if they've been working with a certain roster for the group stages. They are now coming up against Omega Esports, which is just such an immense monster here in the CICON series. And Omega Esports, they are dealing with a lot of uncertainties as well. Everybody is with that new patch coming in, whether you're a pro player or not, everybody is dealing with that. But again, these are the little chinks that, pro players have to adapt to coming into Wild Rift. And we are going to see what exactly happens with Fennel Adversity coming up against Omega Esports with all of these challenges coming in. But before we do, Gentlemen, your predictions, please, for this best of one. This is going to be a nail biter indeed. But I think that Omega Esports is going to win this one game. Odd loose, what about you?
Definitely did not expect Omega Esports to be at the lower bracket at round number 1. So I think it makes my decision a lot more easier. We have Omega Esports coming up on top this game.
Well, as for me, this is the time that they need to prove that they are the undefeated South, as this is only best of one. And yeah, bring in the pain. This will be Omega Squad all the way.
This will be an incredibly tense match. I feel that in a best of one wrong move is going to spell a disaster for the opposing side, and the stakes are even higher because whoever is out of this best of one series is out of the tournament as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, fasten your seatbelts as we head into our lower bracket matches. This is Fennel Adversity versus Omega Esports. Casters, let's jump into the rift.
Gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the first match. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the first match of the lower bracket. Don't let the term lower bracket fool you. This bracket is a lot more exciting. All teams here will be facing a best of one series, so this is their last chance. Win all the way to the championships, because if you lose one game, that's it. You are out. And we are looking at big names tonight. We are going to be watching the match between Omega Esports, the meta changers, the trend setters, the undefeated of the South, going up against one of the best teams in Visayas, the team called Controlled Aggression, Fennel Adversity. My friend, the brains of the game, who I really respect, Infinity. What do you think about this matchup?
It's gonna be very exciting, and at the same time, it's being a lot of pressure right now for both these teams, right? In the lower bracket, because one more loss, as the panelists have stated, will remove them in the bracket overall. So a lot at stakes for these two teams, Fennel Adversity and Omega Esports. And this is not a best of 3. This is only a best of 1. So this is all in for only one game. These two teams cannot afford to underperform at each and every role and do their very best. So that is my expectations right now, Leoric. A lot of pressure, a lot of new things to come up for these two teams.
All right, here we go. 3 of our panelists are going up for Omega Esports. I don't know how this is going to be going to run through the game. We are already on the picks bench. Should be coming up shortly.
Fennel Adversity, Omega Esports draft game number 1. What could be the bans here? Camille will be banned immediately by Fennel Adversity. Actually, a very good ban here, because Omega Esports, if Impressive gets a hold of the Camille, this would be very devastating. In South Luzon, they are a key champion. These are key players coming from Omega Esports. When you put Impressive onto a Camille, he dives in. He has no fear of what the enemy team might be. But Fennel Adversity, considering that you will be the first side selection, Omega Esports banning away those flexible picks in the form of the Gragas, and might be Galio as well, but Fiora being opted and prioritized.
All right, so this will mean that there's a possibility that Galio is going to be available, Ziggs is going to be available. Let's see how Fennel Adversity will be starting up their picks, and it should come up shortly. There it is. Ziggs is going to be the first pick. What do you think about this, man?
I think Ziggs is a good champion. Overall, it has a good potential to deal a lot of damage, even to the backside of each and every team fights that may occur in game. So I think Ziggs is a good champion to pick up as a priority for Fennel Adversity. But do take note, this leaves Jarvan 4 and Galio open for Omega Esports to take up, with Kaisa being one of the priorities right now to get a hold of these champions, with Jana as well, a known synergy in the past prior to patch 2.3. But now being locked in once again by Omega Esports can deal a lot of damage, especially when it comes to their game. With Howling Gale available for Jana, some early aggressions might be expected.
All right, I also see why they banned out the Camille. Camille is one of the built-in counters for the Ziggs right here. So without Camille in the fray, Ziggs will have a better time in the fight. Vi is going to be the jungler for Fennel Adversity. What do you think about this?
Fennel Adversity taking up the Sona and the Vi. Very interesting picks, but I do believe that there is a potential for them to pick up the Varus. A Varus's problem in the past will be the loss of mobility and escape route whenever a fight occurs. But when you're looking at the Ziggs Fennel adversity, it signals to me that you want to go for a poking composition, and Varus with a Sona complements that. Omega Esports will answer that with the Twisted Fate and Impressive onto a Renekton as well. A lot to take in for now, but it looks like it will be a different scenario as we will have an AP bot lane for Ziggs and Ari being locked in by Fennel adversity.
All right, very interesting picks right here. We are going to be seeing Jax in the tournament and Pantheon right here. Oh no, it's going to be the Olaf. Sorry about that. Also, we were hovering about on the Pantheon earlier, but it's going to be Olaf right here. Oh, it's a Pantheon. It's a Pantheon for the pick on the side of Omega Esports. Once again, Omega Esports proving to be trendsetters right here. Let's see how they're going to be bringing it as we go into the Rift early game. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Blue side, Fennel University, and red side is going to be Omega Esports. And the very big key right here, it's going to be the Ziggs is going to be playing on the bottom lane. We will be looking at this.
This is what we saw prior, even beginning from North Luzon. We saw the double AP coming in for your team, and Fennel University is going to do it once again. But impressive with the Pantheon, a lot of potential. Even at level 2, you already have the stun and massive amounts of damage. Especially at level 5, we need to look forward into that because the passive of a Pantheon will be penetration against the enemy team. So that will be the power spike of Pantheon coming into this game number 1. This is its debut coming into the series, but Rafi, bot lane, tries to go for a gank.
Yeah, but it's gonna be detected by red team right here. Omega Esports very fast with the detection right there, and they're gonna be safe. Instead, Rafi will just go for the take on the blue buff. Pantheon on the other side is gonna go for a take on the blue side also. Very good decision right here by Impressive.
Definitely having the jungle invade, you have a lot of potential when it comes to the early game. So utilizing that opportunity will gain them the blue buff, but the map will be split vertically because Rafi went in for the jungle invade as well. And I think that is what Omega Esports is thinking. You know what? We saw the Vi coming into the bottom lane with a ward placed down onto Riverside. Let's play it a bit differently. We have the information. Let's utilize that information to play it much aggressive into enemy jungle. So right now, level 3 all around for every single member of both Fennel University and Mega Esports. Might me see a gank occur real soon, especially how Oppressive would work typically as an aggressive player. It is his player tendency. If you're looking at right now, Impressive comes on top.
All right, top lane is going to go for the gank right here. TF is going to go help this, and that's going to be first blood off the side of Mega Esports as they kill that at the Jax power going down on the top side. Good job. Well played by Mega Esports.
First blood coming in, you have Omega Esports now taking the lead onto 600 gold. Not that big initially, but having this initial setup, especially for Impressive alone, you can build up into an early Yumu's Blade or even a Trinity Force, depending on what you want to go into, if you're going for the burst damage potential or if you want to go for that sustainability. So Impressive needs to think what he wants to go for, and now having a level 5. This is his power spike now coming up a little bit much sooner than we might have expected, as Yumu's Blade might be ready real soon. 900 gold remaining to finish that item up. It's going to be a very interesting case here, especially with Impressive on the Pantheon having a global ultimate that can reach onto certain objectives and team fights if ever something happens later. But they're looking very safe.
We gotta keep our eyes open with that global presence. Not just the Pantheon. We saw that TF earlier trying to help at the top as the top lane is being focused right now. They are gonna be getting in, but Power this time is gonna be prepared. He is gonna say nope, see you later. He is gonna be A-okay, but no, he's now under the turret. He's now being chased, but I think he's okay. It's a healthy wave right here, and the teammates are here to help. It is going to be a stun onto JLC. JLC very low, and that's gonna be the kill right there. One even on the board, and they're not done yet. They are going to be chasing for the kill right here, but Impressive takes one down. Vi is already out for the count, but Impressive is already very low. One more poke, and Show will get Impressive.
He was staying there a bit longer than he would have hoped so. It was a good thing that he went for the 1-for-1. But regardless, now Fennel University is back at it again. 2-2 right now in the current standing of this game. Best of one. Mountain Dragon will now be alive. The resets will now come through. Ultimates will be ready pretty soon for Impressive, but as of yet, it will not be available as Yuma's Blade will be secured though. So a lot of potential coming in. Kais already has a K to Rain upgraded.
All right, that upgraded K-turn is gonna be trouble for Fennel Adversity as they are already marching towards the Mountain Drake right here. It seems that Pantheon is already starting the Drake right here, but nope, their Drake is not gonna be touched at all. Impressive now will pull the Drake into the opening of the pit. That will put them in a good advantage as they try to poke down the Drake right here. The ultimate right here, Destiny of Twisted Fate, is going to be very crucial right here. And here's going to be a fight right here. But Red Team Omega Esports are going to be pushed away from the pit. Dragon half HP down, 1.5k in. 2k done. That's going to be taken by Pantheon with the steal right there. And the fight's not done even yet. Impressive.
Wow.
Already very low, but still is alive. Danny goes down. And that's bad for Fennel Adversity right now. Red Team, though, their HP bars are very low at this point. They are on survival mode. Stronger, you need to get out of town. But no, the exits are cut. And he is gonna go down. Not done yet. Ari here, already very low. Show, run, my friend, on alligators, and focusing on you. But the Sona is there to help him, and he is gonna be okay. JLC will try to run. I don't think he will be catching anymore at this point. What a fight by Fennel Adversity right there. 5-5 even on the board. 5 minutes and 50 seconds in.
Definitely, Mountain Dragon will be on top though for Mega Esports, even the first blood. So securing them a 2k gold lead. Impressive comes in.
Ooh. All right, there it is. Oh, what a quick flash right there by Danny. Danny's gonna be okay, but that was a very huge chunk of his HP bar going down, and with that, Omega Esports knows that Danny will have. Oh, teka lang. There is gonna be a take right here on the Rift Herald. The charm is not gonna connect. Let's see who will be taking the Rift Herald, and it's gonna be the Twisted Fate of Omega Esports. But Impressive is still out for the fight right here. Power goes down, but the fight's not done yet. Ari is being chased by Renekton at this point. Double kill for our for Horizon right here. Ari is gonna be a-okay. 4 champions dead on the Fennel Adversity, and only 2 for Omega. Big fight by Omega Esports.
Amazing play coming in from Mega Esports. As you stated, they've secured the Rift Herald. They've secured a lot of kills. 2 more now against Fennel Adversity. That was a 2-for-4 trade-off. So overall, Mega Esports are currently building up their feed against Fennel Adversity, gaining the 5k gold lead at the moment. If you're looking at the item, ADC of Mega Esports has already secured BRK for their team. Now is looking to go for the curve boat to finish up the supercharge upgrade. And for Fennel Adversity, this will be looking very bad because Omega Esports, if they build up onto Magic Resist, this could be a counter potential against Fennel Adversity. But however, we're playing very safe for Fennel Adversity for now. The Rift Herald will be spawned up on Baron, and Omega Esports is trying to pressure in Dragon.
All right, top turret, Rift Herald's already there. Only Jax is here to defend this one. I think the Rift Herald is going to be taking in, putting in some damage into the turret. There it is. Turret is already half HP down, but the pressure is off already. Omega Esports will back out.
Definitely. Now, Omega Esports will not secure any more turrets than that. But what they've secured is the pressure against Fennel Adversity for now. As Howling Gale will be set up in now. Omega Esports crashes down.
All right, here we go. That is going to be unstoppable by the area as Renekton goes down. JLC is out for the fight. This is a win for Fennel Adversity at this point. Are they going to be able to capitalize on this? Not just yet. There is no objective available, my friend. Look at the itemization right now. We're looking at a 5k gold lead on Omega Esports. How are they going to be, what do you think is the plan at this point of the game for Omega?
For Omega Esports is basically translating this 5k gold lead then further more. And now Omega Esports is trying to defend mid lane, trying to go for the clash.
All right, here we go. Gold card is going to be prepared right here, but it is not going to hit onto anyone at this point. Good point right here by Impressive, but that's not going to be enough at this point. Charm's not going to hit. Show will try to back away. This is very, very high level at this point. You see the pokes coming in. That's very tactical at this point, Infinity.
definitely a tactical indeed. They need to have the strategy to come in and try to dominate each other. But still 5k gold lead for the side of Mega Esports. They are opting to go for the Ocean Drake though, and Fennel University need not to actually give this for free against the enemy team, especially how low they are currently at in terms of their advantage. Destiny will get information, might have a engage once again.
All right, I think there's gonna be fight. Dragon's already very low, and it's gonna be Pantheon who takes the Ocean Drake right here. Vi already very low. You need to get out of town, but the follow is gonna be there. It is going to be Show going down. Even Rafi and Power are down. This is bad for Fennel University at this point. Omega Esports destroyed Fennel in that fight. They will take a big fight and take the bodies down, and they will take the mid turret as the reward. And they're not done yet. They're gonna go for the chase right here. Oh, JLC is already very low. Good pokes right there from Fennel University, and it will be enough to fend off Omega in this fight. 9 minutes and 50 seconds in.
Be happy with what they've gotten. All the tier 1 turrets already secured by Omega Esports alongside with the Ocean Drake. They have just gotten. Now that puts them at a 10k gold lead. So as of yet, if you're looking at the item distribution, it's looking very good for the side of Omega Esports. Having the Yumu's Phage already building up into a Trinity Force for impressive. Renekton already secured the Black Cleaver and the BRK as well. So that damage is gonna hurt, especially when it comes to prolonged type of team fight. The type of sustainability the BRK gives, and also the first kill, would be complementing each other for JLC. And for Kaisa, it's looking very good. It's about 4 core items, but now on the Baron lane, another fight.
Oh, Power, you need to get out of town, my friend, but you are already dead. That's one dead onto the side of Fennel Adversity. Omega Esports have the lead right now in terms of manpower. They are going to be looking to dominate this at this point. They are going to be going to the jungle, but no deaths so far after that.
I think they're playing it very slowly. I think this is much more ideal for the side of Fennel University because if more kills will be secured by Mega Esports, instead of a 10k gold lead, it might spike up into a 15k gold lead. Especially if you're considering that Baron Nashor will be alive at this point in time, 11 minutes into the game. One kill, one death will be so valuable that it can change the whole game. And I think that is what Fennel University is looking into. We need to force out a mistake for the side of Mega Esports. Take at least one kill and change the whole game. But JLC will get information.
All right. You mentioned earlier about the itemization of Omega Esports right now. They are far ahead into this game. I think it would be very wise for them to try to force a fight. But there it is at the bottom lane. They see the Jax right here. But no, the game of Fennel is completed right here. And that's going to be JLC going down first. And they're not done yet. They are looking for another kill. Impressive goes down as his teammates go for the mid turret. They are not going to be able to take this down. And here comes Fennel for the punish right here. Nope, they are not going to be able to take some as there is not enough damage at this point. The rest of Omega Esports will be able to escape.
Now, Omega Esports has secured 11k gold lead, but another turret secured in mid lane. Baron Nashor will still be alive, but it's a 2-for-1 a while ago, and that was something that was very interesting, impressive, and JLC died because they hovered in and overextended into the bottom lane wherein they shouldn't have been. And Danny was killed as well, but that was a pressure value for Fennel University to buy more time and delay the fight and delay the win of Omega Esports that has a big potential right now. 10k gold lead at the moment that we are speaking, especially right now. Infernal Drake will be alive at 30 seconds. It will spawn up another 6% damage bonus if Omega Esports will take this down. So I think Fennel University would be looking into this much more than Omega Esports would to try and make it back into their advantage. Now, 2-man roam top lane from Omega Esports.
All right, there it is. Destiny is going to be on point. Gold card for the boy, and it's going to stun Jax. Jax, you are in trouble. Power goes down, and just in time for the Drake to be spawning. This is in favor of Omega Esports right now, and they're just marching. No, they're not going to go for the Drake. They're going to go for the Baron. Instead, this is big right now, man.
Indeed, they need to contest this. As Omega Esports is now crashing down, Fennel University will take it home. Omega Esports will take the Baron Nashor.
All right, as the fight continues, Fennel University will try to go for the punish. They already have the ADC down. Stronger is gonna go down also, but so far this is just a 2-4-2. And here comes Omega for the response. And there it is. Pantheon goes in with the ultimate right there. Impressive, doing a lot of damage. An unstoppable streak for our mid laner. Arise doing the damage for the team. They will wisely get out after that, as this is turning to be very bad for their
Whoa,
situation.
Flash!
There it is. It's gonna be that
The
gold.
counter engage.
Yeah, there it is. That is a very good move by Arise. The stasis are clutch, and it is playing into their favor. 12-19 on the board, 14 minutes and 30 seconds in.
Pantheon, what was that? Aegis Assault flashes away. He saves his life at 1 HP and got the kill onto Jax. That was amazing from Impressive. And this is the micro play coming in from Mega Esports. Now, with their securing those kills and jungle not being there in time, Mega Esports will take the Infernal Dragon. 3 dragon buffs already secured by them alone. This is looking very, very bad for Fennel University to try and make it back. It's not just 10k gold lead any long, it's 14k gold.
All right, 14k gold lead plus this fight right here. Twisted Fate comes in with Destiny, and the man has a gold card. And there it is. Double kill for our Renekton. JLC wrecking the side of Fennel. They're painting the floor with their faces, and it's all red with Fennel University blood. And they're not just done yet. Omega Esports are going to be pressing with the Baron buff on their side. Bottom turret is taking a lot of pounding, and just like that, Ari is erased, and the bottom turret is down. That's the base wide open. Omega Esports, well played so far.
They're playing very, very aggressive. Omega Esports will now crash down as JLT will come in, stun onto Power.
All right, Power could not do anything at all at this point, and with just the Ziggs left to warn the team as Omega Esports destroys the place. Nope, they are going to be able to defend this. Omega Esports will back out. That was surprising.
I think they're opting to back away for now to utilize the gold advantage that they have received. They got 3 inhibitor turrets and even the Infernal Dragon without returning to the base. And this is their perfect time to go back and get the item lead that they've gotten and buy those core items that could lead them into success later on. Securing those is much more important for now. As you look at the items,
Right.
JLC already has Black Cleaver, BRK, Sterix Gauge, and even a GA. So Renekton will be so buffed up right now, it is hard to kill. Kaisa already onto locked items. Infinity Edge, Mortal Reminder, BRK, Static Shiv, and even the Rapid Fire Cannon in 16-minute mark. This is the advantage that they've got, and now Mega Esports is utilizing them to crash down top.
There it is. They're going to use that advantage for the fight, and they get a double kill right away off the bat. This is going to be 5v3, and I don't think 3 is going to be enough to defend this. Omega Esports looking to brute force their way into victory, and there it is. Nexus exposed. A few more ticks. 500, 300, done. Omega Esports moves forward. Fennel Adversity goes out in this tournament. What a fight. Well played, Omega Esports.
An amazing game, an amazing series that we have seen as Omega Esports will take down once again their throne and proceed into the next bracket, winning the first round of their lower bracket. And they will succeed, but it will be a let go right now for Fennel University as they have lost this lower bracket best of 1. Although we can't talk about what happened from that game. It was amazing from Mega Esports how they keep on going in for the aggressive type of play. And you asked a while ago, they got the 5k gold lead already. How can they do, or what do they need to do next? The answer to that is do more and put that 5k gold lead into a 5 or 10k gold lead into a 15k gold lead, and at the end they went in for a 20k gold lead. They got all the dragons, they got the Baron Nashor, and it was just so dominating from Mega Esports to take it all home from that game 1.
All right, dominance indeed. Good answer, man. Snowball from that point on, and snowball Omega Esports just did. What a fight by them. It's going to be Arise as our MVP at this point. You saw the graph earlier. It was Omega Esports who was dominating at the later part of the game. All the dragons went to their side. That was big, man.
Yeah, definitely big. And it is not just getting those objectives, it's a matter of gaining more turrets, gaining more kills, gaining more team fights in your favor that Omega Esports has done, and their composition complements it. Renekton is a snowball champion wherein if you get the first two items in the first 12 minutes, 10 minutes of the matchup, it's pretty much sustainability all around.
Yeah, I think Omega Esports is going to be dominating the lower bracket. What do you think?
I mean, it can definitely happen, but now, you know what, let's look at the Relpo Arena 5 play of the game. As
All right.
this first 3 minutes, first 4 minutes, it was a kind of a fringe edge on who is really going to be a better team, who is going to be winning this matchup. But as we proceeded into 6-minute mark, that is where Omega Esports has slowly built up their advantage to a 5k goal lead, and they constantly got these objectives. The Dragon, if you're looking at it, already 2 Dragons secured by Omega Esports in 9 minutes and 30 seconds. And now they're just crashing down, making more money.
All right, at this point, it was already on the side of Omega Esports. There it is. They win the fight. They have the numbers, and they will be taking the mid turret at that point. Here at the bottom lane, there's just nothing. That was a win for Fennel at that point, but here is the dominance of the team. Their map, what do you call this? The dominance of the map, the global presence of everyone. That was just overpowering Fennel in this game at this point. This is a point where they were able to reverse things. But when Renekton came in, JLC just erased the backlines right there. That's one champion down by JLC, and he's not done yet at this point. He will be going for more picks right here as Pantheon goes in. And this was the clutch stasis earlier that we saw. What a well-played game by them. It's not going to be shown right here, but there it is. This is the clutch stasis right here by the Twisted Fate. The Pantheon goes in for the cleanup as Jax goes down.
Yeah, and I think it's really hard, as you stated a while ago, as Fennel University was trying to get in the lead. They've gotten it in a little bit. But you have Destiny from Twisted Fate that could TP just about anywhere, and also Pantheon with the Skyfall that can just jump in out of nowhere to jump into a team fight. So their quick responses are so evident in that game that has won them the fight, similar to their objectives that they've taken and dominated from that game number 1, lower bracket series number 1.
All right, what a win by Omega Esports right there. Well played.
So that was so amazing. I'm excited to see what else lower bracket has in store for us, because next game, next series, it's going to be so exciting to see on what really would the draft become, because it's really a do or die in this type of stages wherein it's a best of 1. If you lose, you're out. So I think it's really going to be a lot of pressure on the shoulders of these teams, especially as we saw Omega Esports and Fennel University. It was a lot of pressure, and Omega Esports went back into traditional, not bringing back the Akali AD that they brought up a while ago, and even the Singe that they often pick up in the South Luzon region in the group stages. So I think this is what we might expect from Omega Esports coming in forward, is to really hover into the traditional picks rather than to go for the off-meta picks.
All right, and the master of the match, here he goes. None other than Arise with an 18 KDA in that match. That Twisted Fate was everywhere in the map, man.
Yeah, and he was so aware of what's happening in the map. Use Destiny, you TP in, and that just gave you the capability to save your teammates, to support your teammates. And in terms of certain fights wherein Impressive was very low, he was there to support it. So I think that was just a phenomenal play. It was an extraordinary play coming in from Arise with the Twisted Fate, that I think he used this only one time throughout the series as of yet. So it's a very interesting pick. It might be just the trump card that Omega Esports is really hiding to bring out in the later stages, but they need to force out something in the lower bracket, and Arise, Twisted Fate equals to a win.
67% kill participations. That's crazy number right there. And yeah, usually you see this whenever a team has their backs against the walls. It usually draws out the best team, and that is what we are going to be expecting in the lower brackets. That's what you said earlier. This lower bracket is going to be a banger. That game was a banger. We saw how Omega Esports really is, how good they are as a team. Backs on the wall.
Yeah. Mega Esports built their draft, just a map awareness, map control type of draft, wherein everything can happen. So it was just so big. But I do commend how Fennel University has played that series, played that game. They brought in the Jax, which was a bit of an unconventional pick, but they're considering the normal attacks coming from Mega Esports. This is a good type of counter to negate some of the damage that will be incoming. You also have Ziggs, you also have Ari, you also have Zona, Thy. It basically is the poking composition. It's an opposite. It's a contrast to what Mega Esports has built up. They're going in for sort of the skirmish, the ganks, which wasn't really able to happen. And yes, in the first 5 minutes, in the first 8 minutes of the matchup, that is where this type of composition shines. But later on, where in a 5-man roam happens, it's so difficult to shine up against the enemy team that it will be really difficult for Fennel University to use this type of draft against Omega Esports that goes all around the map, 4-1 setup, 5-man roam, and try to dominate at that.
Yeah, I really think the Twisted Fate pick made the difference in this fight, man. The map is very little when you cast Destiny. When you tap on that Destiny, information is gonna be very useful with the map very low. Well played once again by Omega Esports.
What a beast of a series, what a banger of a series that we have just seen from the lower bracket. And that was an Omega Esports win. I'm Infinity and this is Leoric. As we will be stepping away for now, don't go away because when we come back, it's gonna be the panelist desk talking about what had happened of Omega Esports versus Fennel University in the lower bracket series 1.
We're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come back to life, we're still breathing. Standing up, everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
Omega Esports takes the first of the lower bracket matches. Against Fennel Adversity, Omega Esports will take 100,000 Globe Cup points, and more importantly, they get to stay in the game. Now, panelists, I feel like this is the Omega Esports that we're more familiar with. You know, JLC, once again, the bodyguard, impressive with the steals. This is the Omega Esports that gets everything working like clockwork. This is the Omega Esports that we saw and grew to love in the South Luzon group stages as well. Let's check out the very, very brief series highlights over here for our best of one. And I want to get your thoughts on how that match went down. We'll start with you, Atlus.
By the way, Mika, you made it sound like it's the Hunger Games, right? So they're still alive in the game.
They're still
Let's go.
alive. They've got their
Yeah.
weapons.
But hello, Pantheon, my old friend. This is impressive. On another pick, this guy will just clean out the champions that we have here in Wild Rift. It was very effective. Remember, Renekton is a lane bully. 1v1 is very strong, but when it comes to 2v2s, 3v3s, those small skirmishes is really where Renekton shines. As I mentioned during the pre-show, dominance is really in full effect, and Omega Esports did not waste any time here. They wanted to finish this as quickly as possible. Props to Fennel Adversity, though. I know that they will come back stronger come fall time, but this time around, it's Omega Esports advancing.
Definitely. And Omega Esports, you know, they do have quite the grind waiting for them, the lower bracket grind waiting for them. But for now, they can celebrate because I feel like, you know, they got everything back. Everything that kind of went awry in the first series, they got back into the group. Importantly, they have momentum going. And I feel that's going to be very important coming into their series of lower bracket matches. Osiris, any additional thoughts on this match?
Well, you know, when I say bring in the pain, this is no joke. They really did the part, and fun fact, it was really the line when the Omega squad skin line has been released. So yeah, it has been how strong Omega did play on their strengths. They did well on their rotations, stronger on the Janna, going in for the advanced wards, impressive, being on his comfort zone, on his own place, wherein he just looks for the target, beats them up, and then jump over them with that grand skyfall. So I must say that
There you go.
Omega,
This one.
Oh, this is so
so
good.
clean right
So
there.
good.
You can see even the slow motion that they're having their own good time, and impressive. With that Yomu's Ghostblade, he's just looking for the right targets again and again, and there's the duo connection that they juggled both of the champions that saved themselves, and you can clearly see that they are well synergized. They look for the targets, they can back up, they are watching each other's six, and that's what we love about Omega.
Absolutely.
Six.
This is they were trying to do their little, you know, trademark ring around the nexus
Yeah.
thing, but I think they were just, you know, everything just went by too fast, so they didn't get to do that. Hopefully, we will get to see them do that once again. Omega Esports, they continue on their journey, and yes, Otlus, I realize it's hard not to sound like the Hunger Games when you have a setup like this.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
Yes,
I feel
that's
I feel the power. But Fennel Adversity, they will unfortunately be going home. They put up a valiant fight though, and you know, they fought giants. It was their first day today, and they went up against Team Secret and Omega Esports in one day. They have a lot to be proud of, and they can still go home knowing that they are a top team in Visayas. And you know, Omega Esports, again, this is just the first step in their lower bracket grind that is to be continued tomorrow. But let's find out how our Globe Cup leaderboards change up after our first lower bracket match right here. And we are seeing that Amihan Esports and Omega Esports are now coming out on top as our top two, with Team Secret in third place. Now, Amihan Esports and Omega Esports have 550,000 Globe Cup points, while Team Secret has that comfortable 500,000 Globe Cup points. And again, one Globe Cup point is equivalent to 1 peso, and this is the culmination of all of their earnings throughout the group stages and, of course, coming into the playoffs. So all of these teams have a comfy six figures to their names over here. So I'm sure everybody is really happy, but of course, you'd be even happier if you were in the position of Team Secret, Omega Esports, and Amihan Esports right there with just under $500,000. So That is quite a lot over there. And guys, when are we setting up our own team and competing in the CI
When are you treating us? It's your birthday today, Mika.
Yes.
Hush, shoot. But of course, we are not done just yet. So I can't treat you guys yet because we still have one best of
Oh,
one
no.
match left. We have, of course, BBB Esports versus Liyab Esports. Now, BBB, they are the conquerors. They are the team that has managed to earn their place here as one of the 8 representatives for the summer season. They have their strengths and they can adapt very, very quickly, as is exemplified with this very, very short span of time here in the Sea Icon series. And they've got that connection that goes way, way, way beyond the game, working in their favor. Let's take another look once again at BBB Esports.
When talking about this team, it's hard not to look at Renzi. Again, earlier today, he has shown that he's very comfortable on that Rengar pick. Now, when it comes to best of one, it's, down to the wire, and it's the ace in the hole, I should say. You have to bring out your ace card, so it is expected. I will expect them to really go for the Rengar pick once again if they leave it open. Nasjo is the tank player for the squads to unlock to Renzi, really, to just go Frenzy. So it's going to be very exciting as to what VVV will bring forth in the table.
Hasagi! And of course, you heard that right. It will be our solo player highlight. And other than one of the user of Yasuo, and that's Dragon, you can clearly see at the top of the list, we got the swordsman himself, and you got the Ziggs, the Diana, which is really good whenever he uses the Moonfall, setting up for the team and setting for the demise of the opponent. 6.45 KDA, gold per minute 831, really good score right there. Damage per minute, which is 1,204. This guy is on a roll whenever he's getting those easy kills. You don't underestimate the mid lane of Veni Vidi Vici, as Dragon is going out for you.
Can you do that again, Asai?
I was so hyped up because there's only 2 Yasuo users here at the playoffs.
Yes, but apparently there is a third now coming in when he is on the broadcast side. I have to say that really made me laugh out loud.
Sure.
But of course, VVV Esports, they are going to be up against Liyab Esports. And Liyab, they are an all-star team that has reached their 11th R here at the Sea Icon series. There's a lot of pressure on their shoulders, and their opponents are, just waiting for them to crack. But Liyab, this isn't their first rodeo. This isn't new to them. They were born under this kind of pressure of competition. They need to come out stronger, and it is now or never for them. Ladies and gentlemen, Liyab Esports.
Chamdut, remember, the most iconic moment in Philippines League of Legends scene was ExoSense Ezreal. And this is Liyab Esports on the brink of elimination. Nika is right. When it comes to pressure, I would stick with their experience advantage to shrug it off and to still continue to play their game. Are we going to see the Annie in the mid lane, the Shinjao for Miggy, and the Rakan on Marita Boy? Very many picks that is still left unopened or unpicked here in our playoffs. We have Esports, ladies and gentlemen.
And as they are going for their final chance, this will be our solo player highlight. The Baron Laner himself, the one that can save Liyab at this best of one. We have Nixu, and you can see that he is a user of Gragas, Garen, Camille, and that's fairly a good tank or initiator that you need to watch out for. 17% kill participation, getting the damage taken per minute, that's 1013. He is absorbing a lot, and make sure that this guy peeling for Gambit and even for Exocen. So Nixu need to step it up even more as they are going to fight for the team that's going to conquer their own field.
And definitely the team that is going to continue on their Sea Icon Series PH journey. And let us take a look at our Globe Key Player Clash. Once again, we do have Renzi right here. All eyes are really just on this guy versus Miggy. And I want to know how you guys think this clash is going to go down. We do have that 6.41 KDA versus that 3.03 here. And there does seem to be a discrepancy, but again, there is probably more teamwork on the side of Liyab, while Renzi, as we mentioned, he can just go crazy. That frenzy coming in from Renzi is definitely something we have to keep our eyes on. Odalus, what are your thoughts?
Right, so we have the jungle-centric team in VVV, and we also have the mid-centric team in Liyab Esports. When we talk about Liyab, you have to look back a couple of hours ago, and you will see that Miggy really wants to play around the mid lane in Exocet. Meanwhile, Renzi will find the angles to just, do havoc all across the map. For Miggy though, 3.03 KDA, we all know that he favors the Gragas pick. So if we're going to go into the draft and they will be opting for the blue side, I expect them to prioritize Miggy's Gragas because it has been very effective during the group stages.
What about you, Osiris? What do you have to add to this Globe Key Player Clash?
Big spotlight on what Oculus told us. It's the Gragas that's the key, because you can see, yes, they have the difference in terms of the KDA, but talks a lot in terms of the kill participation. He got 19% from Miggy. The reason why is he is mostly leaning onto the setups, such as J4, such as Camille. Yes, Camille might be a killer, but there are times that it can be used as someone who can isolate the target with the Hextech Ultimatum. But one most notable play from Miggy, of course, is Gragas with those explosive casks putting everyone into the casket. And that's something that VVV needs to watch out, or that's where Renzi can push the limits of Miggy.
Now, really quickly before we jump into our predictions, VVV Esports, they looked really good a while ago. I feel like they got the best warm-up ever coming from Nexplay Esports. Despite coming out, going to the losers bracket because of Nexplay Esports, again, it's Nexplay Esports here, and then they are the barometer. They are the true test over here. VVV Esports, I feel like, they did quite well. Liyab Esports, on the other hand, they are looking a little bit shaky right now. What does Liyab need to fix in order to best VVV? What do you think, Otlus?
I feel like the draft is okay, right? When we talk about their draft, especially during game number 2, we saw the combination of the Vi, the Galio, and the Ziggs, and that's actually a very strong composition. Remember, Nexplay won using that composition. Other teams also able to win using that composition, but Amihan just dissected that trick one by one by their crazy plays and aggressive plays. So this is going to be very interesting. But if we're talking about Liyab here, I'm okay with their draft. Okay, it's just about stepping up and making sure that you live the moment.
Yeah. What about you, Osiris? What do you think they need to fix?
Yeah, I mean, it's all about the draft. They did really well. It was the coaches really fine. They did that specialty, that not so complex winning conditions. But the thing is, are they winning with those conditions? Are they capitalizing? There's so many questions popping off, as this is one of the most or easiest thing to pull off. We've seen this a lot of times from different teams, from preseason to group stages from North Luzon. And Liyab fell short on that part, so they need to step up if they are winning on the draft. Execution needs to be better. As for VVV, they just keep the momentum with their aggression.
Yeah, and we're gonna see if they can keep that momentum going as we head into our final best of one for the day. And my prediction, I will start this off, and I will say that I do believe in the experience of Liyab over here. I think they can pull through in this best of one. So my vote will be going over to Liyab Esports. Nautilus, what about you?
Tonight of a revenge, VVV Esports is still very hungry. However, you're right, Mika. Experience is something that cannot be taught. So I'm going with Liyab Esports.
Wow. So the tables have turned. It is
You're
me,
the
I,
villain.
Osiris. Will be the ones who's going to vote for Benny, Vivi, Vici. And no questions asked. I love the aggression as how well they are pressuring the map. And if they did stand on par with Nexplay with that game one, they can also snag this win against Liyab. So that's something that I wanted to watch. Renzi on the Rengar or on his Lee Sin is definitely a treat.
Pro tip, just pick Twisted Fate and you will get Osiris's vote, actually. So we are going to see who actually picks the Twisted Fate, if there will be. But even more importantly, we are going to see who is going to come out in this last lower bracket match. For the day, is it going to be VVV Esports or will it be Liyab Esports? Asters, let's jump into the rift.
And into the rift, we indeed will jump. We'll be the casters for the last best of one for Icon Series Playoffs Day number 1. I'm Yukon, alongside me is Gigi. So, it is going to be VVV versus Liyab. Before we dissect the possible tactics, the possible drafts, I just want to throw this question right at your face, Sir Gigi. Who do you think will win this last series?
Definitely, that is going to be a tough question to answer because, like what the panelists have said, it's experience against aggression, and definitely, Liyab Esports are known to be well experienced in adapting, not only adapting but also executing so many plays. It was a bit of a hiccup what happened against Amihan Esports. Yes, the fire has been blown out by the wind, but I do have a question. Will the fire ignite again? Because I do believe they have a good chance in coming back into the game, of course, in this lower bracket against VVV.
So your vote is gonna go over to Liyab because of the
Yes.
experience. All right, so let's see if the fire will indeed be ignited. All right, I forgot to say my predictions too. I guess I'm gonna have to vote for VVV just to sprinkle in some spices in there.
Let's
But
go
yeah,
with that.
we did see them go up against NXP earlier on, and they were very, very strong. But as the casters and as the panelists said, it came to a point that they were just a tad bit too aggressive, and Nexplay was able to punish them for that. Without further ado,
Yes.
this is gonna be the last lower bracket for day number 1. Liyab Esports starting off at the blue side with VVV on the red side.
Yes, definitely. It will be a tight match. We have to keep watch on, of course, a Dragon with his Yasuo. So Liyab Esports will definitely take it away, as aggression is the way to go here for VVV Esports. As the response, it's going to be the Olaf taken away here. What are your thoughts, Yuko?
Well, if we're gonna look at Olaf, basically Liyab Esports, they probably would want to run a composition that relies a lot on the backlines, because Olaf, once he pops that Ragnarok, he can just go through anything, literally anything, and that's just how much of a strong champion he is. But Liyab Esports, they do add Diana into their band champions. VVV, they could ban out a Baron laner, and they did ban out that Fiora. So Gragas, Camille, Renekton, wink wink, is open too. So maybe that's something Liyab Esports could pick or could have as their option.
Yeah, and also Ziggs here for Dragon is available to take. Same as the Corki, Kaisa, there are so many champions that can be used here by both teams. And right now, it's going to be the Camille being first picked here by Liyab Esports.
Yeah, most likely. Well, we did see Nixu pick up or use this Camille, but I believe there is also a chance for Miggy to pick this up. I was about to say Miggy was very good on this Gagas, but looks like BBB, they do not want that to go over to their opponents. And you are right, you mentioned this champion, they also locked in that 6-4. Folks, most likely they want to focus on taking down turrets. You have a lot of burst for the Mega Inferno Bomb as well as the bouncing bombs. Explosive Minefield is going to be there as well. And Liyab, follow it up, you have a Lee Sin. Oh, and they were able to get that Kaisa.
Yeah, naturally with the Ziggs, normally we are going to be seeing a Corki, maybe an Ezreal to have this poke composition with good front line as well for VVV Esports. Liyab Esports going in this time, switch things up with aggression, locking in yes the Camille and now with the Lee Sin and the Kaisa. VVV Esports needs to respond with some defenses. That's why we're going to be seeing this Janna being locked in for the good sustain, good disengage to balance their kit right now, and a Zaya as well to top that off.
Well, Saya has made her way into the Icon series and she has quite an okay win rate. Alright, so Liyab Esports, they locked in that Twisted Fate. Can I just say that out of all the games that we've been seeing on this champion, Twisted Fate only lost one time. Just one time for the entire duration of day number 1. So let's see, will Liyab be able to keep that pace? And we also have Galio as the last pick for Liyab, and BBB finishing off their pick with their draft with a Wukong. Renzi on this Wukong is such a monster. So while we wait for the players to load into the rift, when it comes to compositions, which team are you leaning more on?
Definitely, I'm leaning towards this pick composition that Liyab Esports has built up for us. But I'm also liking the adaptability of VVV Esports, especially with them being known as kind of aggressive at most. But now seeing them having this balanced composition with the Janna as well for the additional sustain, they have good engage and disengage. It might be something that Liyab should be careful, if not scared of right now.
And that I would have to agree. You have things being pinged all over the Dragon Lane area. Camille and Gragas, of course, not much action there. And you have the usual standard or early game being played out by Liyab Esports. You have Miggy just gonna secure the buff for his listen. And you have Dragon alongside Ixon there just poking each other out. Usual love taps here and there. That is gonna connect, but Marita Boy, of course, not gonna do anything just yet.
Yeah, it's going to be the poke action here in the mid lane. Definitely Dragon wants to have a little bit of a lead. However, it's going to be a bit of a high pressure since knowing that Miggy being quite efficient on this Lee Sin, he's going to be constantly looking for ganks in the mid lane, especially that we know the XSN having this Twisted Fate with a gold card, they can actually initiate on this Ziggs quite easily and go for a kill.
Oh, you have Renzi just making his way at the mid lane. I'm not sure if he is going to go with the gap, but that's be the first blood being secured by Miggy. Looks like someone was early when it comes to the Galaxy jumping coming in from the side of the Esports, and that's the Morita Boy. The taunt is going to connect, but will be enough. Then it's going to be a flash in onto Exo, and he was able to burst down Renzi. That's the one dead Miggy. Dragon coming in with the pokes. Bouncing bomb not going to connect, but Kaisa was able to take down that side. Now 1v1. You have the stuns for Exo, but that's the kill going over to the hands of Liyab's mid laner.
Yeah, it started with a gank with Miggy securing the first blood, and then they kind of scattered, tried to get a revenge kill, especially with Renzi going on aggressive against this Lee Sin. However, it was a quick response. This comes to experience here by Liyab Esports. They have secured this 4-for-1. In favor of them, of course, we're having this 2,000 gold lead of Liyab Esports. And this is going to be quite scary. Exosen with 2-0 on the score, and they're not done yet. They're going mid.
Taunt is gonna connect. The stun's gonna connect as well. That's gonna be the sound charge being popped by Dragon. Will it be enough? The answer is gonna be yes. But he was able to get away by just the skin of his teeth. He is basically forced to recall unless he wants to taunt or at least challenge Exen here, which I really do not recommend. And now Renzi just taking the neutral jungle creeps. And this is what the panelist has been talking about. The experience that Liyab has in their pockets. Slowly but surely, it is gonna reflect. But VVV, let's not forget, they're also a very strong team to be up against. Their job is very good as well. So it's just a matter of who will be able to pull the trigger first, or who will be able to put the pedal into the metal. You have the hook shot connecting and looking at the brown lane again. That's gonna be the Hextech ultimatum popping. You have that amazing explosive gas being popped by Nasu,
Bottom
but it's not
lane?
gonna be enough. And now at the brown lane, you have a Galio being bursted down by 3 champions of BVV. And now Gambit is left to just try and defend his turret.
Yeah, it's a 1-for-1 trade in total. However, yeah, Liyab Esports, with the experience that they have all throughout Wild Rift, of course, they are giving VVV Esports a taste of their own medicine. Them being the ones aggressive, going all over the map, applying pressure. And right now, as a dragon is going to spawn in the next 10 seconds, Liyab Esports are in a quite good position to take this. They're not even just going for this. They're setting up, might be, for a death brush.
Yeah, that is possible too. And the first Drake is going to be an Infernal Drake. And we have already having first dibs on this Dragon Howling Gale is going to connect. But again, you have the ultimates from the side of BVV. That is going to be Demon Guy just there at the side. It's not going to be available, but you have the taunt connecting. And that is going to be Gambit popping in the Void Secret is going to connect. But you also have the cards coming in from X. And here comes a tactical sweep from Nixu. Did not get or even slow anyone. BVV was able to disengage. And you still have the explosive pass rather will be up in a few more seconds for Nasu, just in time for them to disengage.
Here
Have
they go.
Nasu jumping using that force body slam to just get away. You have those the beautiful moonstone coming in from BBB.
Gamble.
That's gonna be a jump in, a hero's entrance coming in from the side of Liyab, but Wukong was the first one to actually go down. Now Camille does say goodbye. Blue team was able to secure that Infernal Dragon. Howling Gale not gonna connect. Will it connect onto Migi? That is simply not gonna connect as well. You have the Suns coming in for X, and he was able to get out of there alive. 6-4 in the scoreboard, just 5 minutes in. GA also available for Migi.
Yeah, Liyab Esports managed to steal the Infernal Dragon. That is good, but at the cost of 2 members dying. They managed to get to 1 as a trade, so that's not really a bit of a casualty for them. It's definitely worth it, as that Infernal Dragon will increase their firepower. But VVV Esports are saying right now that yes, you can be aggressive, but so do we. We will not fall down without a fight, and fight is what they have shown in the previous objective take. Right now, we're going to be seeing a swap, definitely, to have prioritization on this Rift Herald that is going to spawn in the next 18 seconds. And Muraita Boy might catch out Dragon.
But looks like Dragon was able to pop the satchel charge and just jump his way into safety. Rift Herald is going to be up in 7 more seconds. Gambit is trying to snowball as much as he can, get some items in. Ultimates are available for 2 teams. And right boy, just getting vision from who is going over to the Rift Herald. Now you have Jana, you have Saya as well at the Baron lane. No one is rotating over to the Rift Herald just yet, but I believe Renzi will have priority on this very important objective that is to connect, but Renzi still manages to make it out of there alive, already hitting the Rift Herald. But in retrospect, on the other part of the map, we could see Nixu using, and well, rather
Nixu?
taking down
Miggy?
that turret. That is going to be a kick coming in from Miggy. Here comes the killer instant coming in from Gabby, but there was no follow-up. Beautiful like was the pass being popped by Gragas right there. You have the kill coming in from Saya as well. That's going to be the most being popped. So much sustain and so much damage coming out from VVV. They're able to actually damage the members of Liyab Esports right here. Look at the back line. You have Nasser. Will he be able to reach Gambit? The answer is going to be no. And now you have VVV summoning the Rift Herald here at the mid lane. Renzi at the front line. That is going to be 1 mid lane outer turret down for the side of Liyab. It just took them 1 wrong engage because the kick did not go to where Migi wanted it to.
Yeah, VVV Esports getting the referral, getting 2 kills, even taking the middle tier 1 tower. It's them saying that yes, you can be aggressive, but it's not as aggressive as we are. When you engage, we will not let you escape. That cast from Nasjo was on top of that. It did not allow Liyab Esports to escape. They punished them on their overextension. They closed down a little bit on the gold lead, but still,
Uh-huh.
Liyab Esports are having this 1.5k gold lead. Demon Kite is going to be a bit scary as a game progress because this is a Zaya. The crits are going to hurt, and definitely we are going to be seeing a ticking time bomb on the side of Liyab Esports because BBB Esports, when they get to scale, it's going to be a scary composition that they have.
Man, and that is something Liab should look out for. VVV's lineup is a ticking time bomb. You already mentioned this. You have Ziggs, you have Sai, you have Demon Kite, and you have Wukong. When in the late game, could be very powerful. But now Nick, so he is just focusing on taking the objective. That is going to be a tactical sweep connecting, but satchel charge being popped there as well. You now have Guardian Angel, GA available for Renzi. Next Dragon is going to be up in 15 seconds. Now Exosen did receive a handful of feathers there, but he just threw out his cards. Cards versus feathers. Let's see who will be stronger as the game progresses. But Nixu still committing with that split push. You have Nigi there at the side. Now, so will you be able to juggle the 2v1? I guess he does not want to take his chances. He just let go of the outer turret here at the battle lane, but looking at the Dragon Pit. Nope, that is not gonna go. But you have Destiny being popped by Exxon right there.
Teleport.
Now you have VVV just harping in. Now you have Moraita Boy will talk to the in the ground. They're already focusing on to here. You have the Muson being popped. That is gonna be the occasional line being popped by Gambit as well. The first one to actually say goodbye is gonna be Nixu. Now Migi goes in with
Nice
the
kick.
Hikro. There is gonna be a beautiful follow-up as well. But now you have Demon Guy just there at the
Body
back
slam.
line. He is very, very so you have the body slam connected as well coming in from that Dragas, and now Renzi forced to jump back. You now have Nasjo. He is being stunned by Exxon. You have a jump in coming in from Renzi. That is going to be a dive from the side of Liyab as well, and that is going to be a 1-2 in favor of Liyab Esports. They were able to make it out of there alive. They need to defend this turret. They could clear out the wave. They have sufficient wave clear, and they get to live another day.
Yes, Liyab Esports kind of won that team fight. However, VVV Esports were in a position wherein they were not in an advantage of a manpower. It was a 4v5. It was a little bit late when Nasjo was there to join. However, we still see VVV Esports taking time bomb, as you said a while ago, will be very scary. Right now, it is a bit of a gold lead that they have established, especially in the side of Liyab Esports. This 5,000 gold lead is definitely something to be reduced by VVV Esports if they want to win this game. However, Ocean Dragon definitely is on the eyes of both teams because they want the sustain. They want the additional adaptability, of course, in sustaining during team fights. But if the other team will contest, again, VVV Esports, they have been constantly doing this, starting every objective, and Liyab Esports will respond. The question is, will VVV Esports manage to secure this, or will this still happen? Oh!
The answer is gonna be no, because Mickey jumps in and stole that Ocean Dragon. He also was not taken down, so that's gonna be huge smiles on the side of Liyab Esports. Looking at the Brown lane, Nixu still committing with his split, which has to be the Mega Inferno Bomb being caught by Gambit. A lot of damage, but as he the taunt connecting, and Renzi is just forced to go back. Explosive Missile being popped as well. You have the bouncing ball. Liyab Esports still holding on. They have the advantage. They have the kill advantage, and now they also managed to have 3 turrets down.
Yeah, it looked cool when Miggy got the dragon, but it's not just that. Since VVV Esports used so many people to try and secure the Ocean Dragon, they couldn't defend the side lanes, and that's what Liyab Esports had done to punish them trying to take that Ocean Dragon. And Miggy, with the thrust of their teammates onto that player, definitely it was all worth it. And they take everything from VVV Esports. We're seeing 8,000 gold lead. A while ago, it was just 2,000. VVV Esports were still fighting, but Liyab Esports definitely with experience, they know how to capitalize mistakes. They know how to fully utilize every lead that they can possibly get, pushing the limits not only for them but also their enemies.
You know what? If this was an anime, I'd call that power of friendship.
Power of friendship.
Right? The trust that they have. And
Yes.
they also have Ekusen being able to take down another turret here at the mid lane. Static shift, no, though, already available for Demon Kite. Also has the IE. So this Saya is gonna look into hurt and just will probably kite a lot of champions down for the side of Liyab Esports, but Baron is up. Miggy just holding his gun, being very, very sneaky. And
Yes.
now you have Renz just trying to get as much vision. You still have the last cone
Dragon?
available. Dragon. Hello! That is gonna be the stun connecting as well as the kick. And that is gonna be a bye-bye onto this Marita boy. The taunt will connect
Destiny?
onto two. He dashes in. You have Randy popping all of that Cyclops with the GA beam popped as well. You have the hero's entrance did not connect to anyone though. And now Randy was
flash.
forced to flash out. Ekusen does flash in. You have the exhaust being popped there as well. But here comes right away another jump in. Moonstone being popped. Demon Kite's still alive. But Tio is forced to stay back because he might die. And now you have Nixu against Nas Joe. It's me a 1v1 and the Nixu looking pretty well on this Camille.
That was a nice and sneaky play by Miggy and Exosen taking down Dragon. However, they couldn't actually capitalize on it. They wanted to kill Renzi, however, the disengage was good on the side of BBB Esports, nearly even punching the overextension there of Exosen, expending the flash as well to try and catch out that Wukong. But right now, it's still just the work here for Nixu, split pushing onto the side lanes while his friends with the power of friendship are of course trying to make plays all over the map, trying to get that priority over this Baron while waiting for the next Dragon, because definitely it is in their favor right now as we're seeing the gold at 14 minutes. It's already ballooning to almost 12,000. Liyab Esports are being quite efficient in this game, finding opportunities, and one of the opportunities might be here in the top lane.
Oh, the stunt and then the taunt connecting. That is the initiative that Liyab Esports will be needing out the moves on being up. You have the Miggy for no bomb. Let's be killing me coming over for Miggy, and now VVV is forced to just run away with their life bars. But Liyab Esports, they are still gonna hold their ground. You have Nixplay pushing, and now you have Liyab being able to put a significant amount of damage onto that turret. But here comes the root coming in from Saya, and he really hurts a lot. Renzi was able to finish off that kill, and now we are gonna go with the jump that is gonna be a no. They want to play this one out safely, and the longer it takes for VVV to actually try and recover what their loss is, the more time it is given to Gambit to actually scale. Look at the time, it is 15 minutes. This is where Kaisa usually shines. On top of that, we also have Exosen. That hurts a lot. That card, those stuns, once it connects, it pretty much becomes an insta-kill
Yeah.
for Liyab.
Yeah, definitely, especially on what happened in the top lane. That was a beautiful kick by Miggy, utilizing teammate of Dragon to take him down, but they're not done yet. They're going for another potential fight as they are contesting for this Mountain Dragon. BBB Esports needs to be very careful because if they go and try to contest this, it might cost them not only a team fight but also a game, as Liyab Esports are in a very good position to start again.
Hextech ultimate being popular. I do not know why I laugh, but anyway, you have the US Endless being popular as well. Moson was forced out of Jana. That's going to be a 4-champion taunt, and that is going to be Liyab Esports coming in with the re-engage. But BBB, they now have the pulse. That's going to be a lot of damage. Ikater is not going to hurt much, but look at the viral lane. X is actually going with the back door. He does have the
Exosen?
minutes. Looks like that is going to be BBB a tad bit too late with the recall. He has the cards, and that is going to be the fire still alive for the side of Liyab Esports. Ignite the fire. What a beautiful best of one. That was a good plan. Just bait out DVV. Make sure they jump all in to the point that the moment they see Exosen split pushing, they will not be able to react in time.
Definitely Wow, you can put out the fire. The wind can blow out the fire, but it will ignite again as a Liyab Esports take down VVV. Exosen with the split push, the backdoor, saying no more, we will not go for another team fight. We will end this game and prove to everyone that we are not done. We are alive and we are here for more.
And that was basically the advantage that Liyab held on to the moment they were able to clear out the outer turret up until the inhibitor turret actually at the Baron lane. Consistently blew onto the post game draft, and Miggy performing really, really well on this late scene. I love how he was able to adjust. But let's not forget the jump ins, the follow ups, the dashes from Moraita Boy, really creating chances for Liyab Esports to actually stop VVV from doing anything. You can also see the difference in their levels. Apparently, VVV was not able to give Demon Kite the space and setups that he needed. Also, there were times that Hero was just forced to pop his Moonstone in uncomfortable circumstances.
Yeah, definitely Liyab Esports kind of teaching VVV Esports as well that it's not only aggression that allows you to win games, but also the correct decision making given every kind of instances or the situation you are in. Sometimes you have to go stealthy, sometimes you have to fall back, and sometimes you just need to get into a good position to go for the split push and end the game. Exosen, definitely, that was a shocker for me, as well as the other plays that Liyab Esports have made in this game. Miggy with the kicks. Definitely, I want to commend VVV Esports. Demon Kite, the Zaya was scary, but here comes as we see the Oporino 5 play of the game. Definitely, VVV Esports, we're trying to fight back. They have the aggression. Liyab Esports have the experience. They know definitely what to do in every situation that they are in. Exosen taking the kills, knowing that there's no escape for that Ziggs. And definitely Liyab Esports know how to capitalize on the mistakes that VVV have been making. We see the gank in the top lane. We see them contesting into the Dragon. We saw the damage coming in from Dragon and Demon Kite, but sadly it wasn't enough to take down Liyab. The target selection, the decision making, the coordination by this team allowed them to not only secure the game, but also ignite the fire, not only for the players, but also for the fans that are loving everything that they do.
Yes, and that is going to be Liyab still holding on to their spot here at the playoffs. To be fair, VVV still performed really, really well. It just so happened that Renzi was not able to pop off. He was not able to do the things he'd want to do if he was a Wukong. And instead, Exosen was the one that just became crazy on this Twisted Fate. So apparently, TF still having a pretty good win right here in the Icon Series PH playoffs. And yes, these are again the highlights of the previous game. All those very good picks. Demon Kite, he was in a good position, but at this point, the pokes and the damage from the side of Liyab was just too much for him to bear.
Yeah, definitely with Miggy constantly trying to get an angle for that kick onto everyone on the side of VVV. Look at that steal onto that Ocean Dragon. Miggy's like, okay, thank you for the dragon. While my friends are split pushing onto the side lane, that engage. Definitely Demon Kite was scary in this moment. It's like them showing you can kill my friends, but not me. However, in this last team fight, we saw Liyab Esports engaging once again. VVV responding with this, but Exosen was like, okay, I'm gonna do what Nixu has done in the previous scenarios, and I will just split push and end this game right now because I have attack speed, I have been buffed, and definitely I can end this game for my team.
Man, and this is the final moments of that best of one. Exosen being able to take down the Nexus. Very clean play. And again, that is going to be Liyab still holding their ground here at the playoffs. They will be up against Omega Esports tomorrow for day number 2. You know what? I was on Twitter earlier, and one of our acquaintances from Riot, Mr. Banchisin X, he actually said Fiesta. PH as in PHIESTA.
Oh,
For Philippines. So that was a good pun. Like, hey, we have Fiesta here at the Icon Series.
Yeah.
So much good meta, and the players are just performing really, really well. And speaking of performance, speaking of players, master of the match for that series is gonna be Miggy. You mentioned this. The kicks, the aggression, the tempo. It was just, he played out of his mind, basically.
yeah, definitely. Miggy, I was constantly looking at this Lee Sin a while ago, making the plays, even calling out some of the plays that he has constantly been doing with a kick onto everyone, the necessary plays. Even as Demon Kite was trying to Kite, Miggy was constantly trying to make into another angle to try and get to the Zaya. That's how he has been popping off with this Lee Sin. And definitely, the kill participation, 90%, that is impressive.
It is. And speaking of kills, they did not have a high amount of kills. So I guess both teams just want to focus on get the objectives. Given that these best of ones, they can get into your nerves, you know. But that is gonna be a bye for VVV for now. To the supporters, thank you so much for supporting this amazing team, and thank you so much to VVV for making it this far. But for now, this is gonna be it. So again, we'll be seeing Liyab versus Omega tomorrow, and I am looking forward to seeing more Twisted Fate picks. He is really good. Can I just say that? And a quick hover on what happened in the earlier best of ones that was in the series number 4, or series number 5 rather. The Jax pick makes sense because all of the nerfs, all of the adjustments into the meta is in favor of him. But I guess Fennel Adversity was just not able to utilize that, and that is something that all of our teams should do. Utilize your lineup, make sure there will be check marks in your win conditions.
Yes, definitely that is something to take note of. And the Jax has a good potential in terms of course, dictating the flow of the game. However, you need the sufficient experience and a lot of testing to be able to try it out, right?
Indeed. Well, that has been it. Thank you so much for joining this caster area. Do you like the view, Gigi? It's very fresh, right? It's very cool as well. But we'll be hopping into a very, very short break. Thank you so much for watching that last best of one. We have been your casters. I'm Yugo no signing Miss Gigi. So sit back, relax, and wait for the panelists to come back.
Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. Why don't you watch me do my thing? Reinvent and show the world, yeah. She's to be better, she's to evolve, she's to evolve, she's to be more, she's to be better, she's to evolve, she's to evolve. Every time the world spins round, reinvent 360. Thinking you gon' mess up your thing, yeah. And show the whole world. Reinvent, nobody to know stand is strong. Why don't you watch me do my thing?
Take it to the next level with Globe's fiber, LTE advanced, and 5G mobile connection. Now you have the power to reinvent your world. Globe.
I love my curves and the skin I'm in. Switch it up, turn it around, take it up again. I know you feel me. Keep up with me. Come on, let's keep winning till the world stops spinning. Come on, now let's get it. I'ma keep winning till the world stops spinning.
When you want to level up your entertainment, G-Pay your way and get the latest games and movies on Google Play using Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Add payment method on Google Play. Enable payment through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid and confirm. No credit card needed. Simpleng steps para tuloy-tuloy ang purchases at downloads sa Google Play. Your safe one-stop shop for apps, games, music, and movies on your Android device. Use Google Play now through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid para level up ang entertainment. Also available in TM.
Sekreto ng mga gwapong Master Gamer? Para fresh all day, bring your clay game with Master. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Fights germs, controls oil up to 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Sekreto ng mga gwapo.
Dear Mother, Light of the Home.
Dad?
Hey, baby! Greetings, Professor Rodolfo.
May I be absolved from
Math Club tomorrow?
May Globe Virtual Hangouts kasi.
Go and hang out from wherever you are. Just open the Globe One app, choose an event, and click join.
Watch concerts online!
Dance together!
We can do quiz nights.
Yo, let's go! If you allow me,
I promise.
To make it up to you.
And repay your kindness tenfold? Truly, your favorite child.
I love you, Dad.
Mimi.
Please, babe.
Thank you, sir.
Enjoy your fave events with Globe Prepaid Virtual Hangouts. All together now.
Yes!
Play League of Legends Wild Rift with Globe.
Oh no, our spot's closed?
No prob. With Go 50, you can play anywhere.
Wow!
Game on with Go 50 and level up with Go Play 10 for even more League of Legends Wild Rift. See ya!
Welcome to Wild Rift.
Liyab Esports keeps the fire burning. They take the final match of the day versus VVV Esports and add 100,000 Globe Cup points to their winnings. It was quite a close match though, and I dare say it was even a lot closer than we expected. But Osiris, they picked the Twisted Fate.
Yes.
And you picked VVV Esports. What are the chances?
Yes. Oh
but
my
of course,
goodness.
I am just teasing. We are gonna get into the series highlights, and I do want to get your thoughts on this. Autolus, it seems like Liyab Esports, they had a little different ideas when it came down to the execution, but in the end, they did pull through, especially with Exosen and that backdoor and just going all in on the base. That definitely saved the day. But what are your thoughts on this series?
Right, it's kind of weird because if you actually look at the gold graph, you will see a wire-to-wire win, right? From the get-go, Liyab really had the advantage when it comes to gold total, and that was made possible by small skirmishes that really did go onto their favor with Migi on this Lee Sin, right? So just pick out those champions that you're very comfortable. By the way, Exosen, just waiting for the barrier to expire before pulling off that gold card. You can see the experience advantage really by Liyab, pulling them through and right on cue, right? We did say earlier before this best of one match started, the experience will come along where it will really help Liyab Esports, and that they did, right? So do not succumb to the pressure, have Twisted Fate split the map and end the game in a backdoor.
Yeah, definitely Miggy going in with those initiates was definitely something. It was like high risk in there. Like every time he would dive in, you're kind of like, oh, and then it's a payoff. Osiris, what about you? What are your thoughts on this best of one series?
I feel so off as I keep on voting for the team that's being defeated, and this time it's currently that we can say it's Winstead Fate. Currently showing that the Destiny is really working wonders, looking for the right target, looking for the right position, and whenever that it gets the 3-item power spike, that's it. You got the rapid fire cannon, you got the Rabidance, and then the Roa for sustain. This Twisted Fate is a bit tricky to catch on, but I gotta say that Miggy on his Lee Sin really showed a lot on his own, and looking for the right targets, looking for the right Dragon's Rage. Yes, there's some one mistake, but it's not always the perfect, but Liyab did step up right now and really loving that Dragon Steel as well.
Yeah, that was pretty suave indeed. And again, it just shows that Miggy had impeccable timing going in here into this series. And VVV Esports, though, just like Fennel Adversity, they have a lot to be proud of. They look really good today, and there's still a lot of room to improve, which actually says a lot for them. Should we see them in the fall season?
Wow.
They will definitely be one of the big wigs to look out for, which should be very encouraging for them. And yes, there goes Exosen over there on the upper side of the map, and he's just sneaking in the back door. Oh, nobody's home over here. Let me just go ahead and go to work on this base right here. And that is basically how Liyab Esports took that win. And there you go. They do keep that fire burning, and they do live to fight another day. They do have the rest of the lower bracket grind up ahead of them, but for now, at least they can rest easy, they can relax, and they can most importantly regroup and get ready for tomorrow. Now, fortunately for us, we do have a special guest joining us, and we highlighted Miggy a lot in that discussion, so it is very lucky that, of course, we have him joining us for our post-show interview. Let us welcome over here Miggy from Liyab Esports. Thank you so much for joining us, and congratulations on that win. Hi,
Hello
Miggy.
Hello po.
Hello.
Thank you po.
I have to ask you guys, I am so curious. Can you let us know the difference in the pressure in fighting this best of one versus fighting a best of three in the upper bracket?
Sa best of 3 kasi medyo medyo wala pang ganong pressure. Pero pagdating sa best of 1, nandun lahat ng pressure kasi isang mali mo lang, laglag ka na agad. Mas mabigat yung pressure niya para sa amin. Pero nagawa naman ng paraan.
Definitely, and we are happy to see you guys eventually pull out with that win, and we are happy to see you guys proceed into the next day. Autolus, what about you? Do you have any questions for Miggy?
Yes, first off, congratulations again, by the way. This is all the lose.
Thank you
Miggy,
po.
just a personal question, and for you to relate to the fans out there as well. Do you have a personality, a League of Legends personality that you look up to? And yeah, tell us a story behind it, if there's any.
Saan parang story ko po sa League of Legends.
That could
Tama
do
ba?
as well. That would do as well. If you want to share your League of Legends story, that can do.
Way back po kasi ano lang ako, parang normal player lang ako. Naglalaro akong League of Legends sa ano lang, computer shop lang ganun. Tapos inabot ko lang mga PC net ganun. Tapos umabot lang ako mga di man lang ako napag-challenger nun kasi wala ring time. Wala ring pera pang laro lagi. Pero nakaabot naman ng diamond. Tapos nagsimula na yung career ko nung nag-AOV ako, then nag-switch ng wild tip. Yan.
Alright, thank
Wow,
you.
that's inspiring. That's inspiring that like, oh, I was just a casual player before. Okay. And now of course you are in the pro leagues right now and earning 100,000 Globe Cup points every series that you win. Osiris, what about you? Do you have questions for Miggy?
Yes, so Miggy, moving forward, you are fighting your way onto the lower bracket. What are the changes or the adjustments that you're going to do to make sure that you're going to move on to the finals?
Adjustment namin siguro mas ayusin namin yung communication namin kasi feel namin yun lang yung kulang sa amin. Yan, comms namin simula ngayon hanggang bukas, yun yung ipa-priority namin para makapasok sa Grand Finals.
Ooh, good to hear. Congrats again.
Thank you po.
Indeed. And I know that you guys might be, working into the late hours of the night tonight, or you might have an early morning and try and get some practice in. But I want to know what you guys are doing to celebrate very, very briefly or shortly for tonight. What are you guys having for dinner if you didn't have dinner yet?
Kakain po ng wings.
Oh!
Wings agad.
Wings!
I mean, that's a storyline because, PG with their ugly wings, but this time it's Liyab who's going for the wings. It's fairly
The
different.
ugly wings went over to Liyab. That is
Yes.
so fitting. Shout out, by the way, to Coach
Kami
Lionation
naman.
for that, for starting that off.
Yeah.
And finally, Miggy, do you have any shout outs that you'd like to give? Maybe to all of the supporters of Liyab Esports out there.
Thank you. Shoutout dun sa mga Liyabers. Then shoutout sa sponsor namin, Oppo and Legion. Tapos shoutout kay Globe and Mineski. Tapos sa girlfriend ko. Yeah. Thank you po.
Aw. The girlfriend makes it in there. Thank you so much, Miggy. Congratulations. And we are looking forward to seeing Liyab Esports pull through the lower bracket tomorrow and eventually on to the last day. Congratulations. Hope you guys get some rest and gear up for tomorrow.
Thank you po.
All right, there you have it, guys. That was Miggy, and we got to hear it straight from him. I was very curious to see if that pressure did carry over to this best of one. And yes, indeed, the pros really do feel that every single mistake is just amplified in a best of one versus that best of three. And I'm happy that they get their wings for tonight. That was rather poetic indeed. Let's check out our Globe leaderboards first and foremost and see how today's matches eventually affected our standings so far. And we do see that Liyab Esports has moved up a notch onto their 7th position with 350,000 Globe Cup points. And on our top 3, we do have Amihan Esports with 550,000 Globe Cup points, Omega Esports also with 550,000 Globe Cup points, and we do have Team Secret with 500,000 Globe Cup points. RRQ in 4th, Nexplay Esports in 5th, VVV Esports in 6th, and yes, Liyab Esports in 7th. Fennel Adversity will finish in a respectable 8th place. And next up, we do have our brackets so far. This is going to be very interesting to see how tomorrow's matches will go down and who is facing who as we proceed into the playoffs. And right now, we're going to see that one big match up for tomorrow will definitely be Team Secret versus RRQ. There's a little reunion happening here. So this should be very, very
That's right.
exciting to watch and definitely exciting and interesting to discuss as well. We also do have Nexplay Esports versus Amihan Esports. So again, as Otlus mentioned, this is the true test for Amihan Esports. Are you ready to play with the big wigs, so to say, the Titans here in the Wild Rift scene? And checking out tomorrow's schedule, I mentioned that I am looking forward to that, little reunion over here from Team Secret and RRQ. What about you guys? Otlus, which match are you looking forward to the most?
Definitely the next play versus Amihan. When we talk about aggression, Amihan can really pack the punch, right? But next play esports is equally as aggressive. So yeah, next play versus Amihan. I'm definitely looking forward to that match.
What about you, Osiris? Any interesting movements you're seeing here in these matches?
Wanted to go with Team Secret versus Rex Regum Con as RRQ did really put out the Titans onto the lower bracket, so they are fighting again with another Titan. They might be the Ackerman of the tournament that might pull out all of the Titans here at the playoffs.
Yeah, that is my match to look out for, and I think it is the first match of the day, so we're gonna be starting out pretty hot. And of course, we are going to be seeing Omega Esports and Liyab Esports and their continued journey over here at the Icon Series PH. They are not out of the woods yet, and these teams will still be competing moving forward. But now, from 8 teams, we are down to 6. So it is getting even more intense. And of course, the stakes are getting higher and higher. And moving over, of course, to something that we have prepared for the community out there, for all of the supporters watching and tuning into the Icon Series PH. We mentioned earlier that we do have some wild cores to give away. So let's pull up our winners for 380 wild cores. Thanks to Oppo. We do have Peter John Cabantog, Jmar Aguto, Nino Charles Bausa, and
Soya Milk.
I am a big fan
Let's go.
of Soya Milk, by the way. I am a huge fan
Healthy living.
of yes, Mr. Soya Milk over there. So thank you so much for all of your work, by the way, and
Mr.
making
Milk.
our lives Mr. Milk. First name Soya, last name Milk. So thank you so much for all of your work and keeping us, a little healthier out there. Definitely memorable. And of course, we do have our sponsors to thank as well for everything, for bringing us again to Freljord over here. It's really nice. We're gonna do some sightseeing later after we finish work over here. But thank you so much to PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country, for bringing the Icon Series over here, and of course to Mineski and Globe for organizing this event, because with Globe Telecom, you can hashtag reinvent your Wild Rift journey like never before and explore the path of ascension when you top up on Wild Cores at Coda Shop via Globe.
That's right, and of course, our official mobile partner. I have one here. Oppo Reno
Nice
5.
place.
Take your life together and experience the world of Wild Rift with us with the all-new Oppo Reno 5. Enjoy all-day gaming with long-lasting, fast-charging battery, a powerful processor with a smooth 90Hz refresh rate. Get the ultimate gaming experience with the all-new Oppo Reno 5 4G for only 18,999 and the Oppo Reno 5 5G for only 23,999. And by the way, you can add me Autolus hashtag 6446 so I can test this out, and let's play.
And from Freljord to Demasha. At syempre, nandito din ang sekreto ng mga gwapong gamers. Kahit buong araw na naglalaro, hindi mukhang na GG, fresh pa rin. At para fresh all day, bring your clay game with new Master All-in-One Clay Face Wash. It cleans 99.9% of germs, controls oil to 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. All-in-one, bring your clay game with Master. Sekreto ng mga gwapo.
You now have actions of washing the face.
Yes.
All the way up
You
to
live
the
up to the name.
That's true. By the end of the playoffs, your face has to be bubbling already if you want to go all out on this.
Rinse it with water.
But of course, with water. Anyway, the show might be over for today, but of course, we can still hang out virtually and socially distant via Globe Virtual Hangouts. Globe Virtual Hangouts Go Esports brings events and programs like no other, starting with an apprenticeship program led by the pros, stream takeovers, and local and international tournaments, All you have to do is download the Globe One app and click on the Virtual Hangouts tab to get updated and get hashtag OL Together Now on the latest happenings on Globe Virtual Hangouts. That brings us to the end of day
Aw.
1 of our playoffs. Okay, we still have tomorrow. We still got more Wild Rift action for you guys tomorrow. We're still working, Osiris. But for now,
Yeah.
Mika Fabs over here with
Happy
Oculus
birthday!
and Osiris.
Happy
Thank
birthday!
you guys. We have a party like somewhere in Frelgard. We're gonna find a place. We're gonna eat some honey fruit and yes. But of course we are now gonna be signing off so we can have that little honey fruit celebration over there. But thank you so much for watching. Stay safe and stay healthy, and we'll see you tomorrow for day 2 of our summer season playoffs.
Here we come back to life, we're still breathing. Standing up, everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on.
Welcome to Wild Rift.
When you feel it's hopeless, when you think that you lost, oh, I will take your hand and we'll rise up from the dust. Oh, here we go, 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 let us heal and grow. You won't be alone, we're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come back to life, we're still breathing. Standing up, everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up.